The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches and the top 6 of each group will advance directly to the grand finals. While teams in rank 7 to 14 from each group move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the Day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves the smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned the champion. If no team wins via smash rule after 6 matches, the top team of the leaderboard will secure their title as the champion. Teams will be competing for a massive prize pool of $500,000. The journey to greatness begins here. The first steps towards the one and only PMGC. The results of PMGO Season 1 will also determine the participating teams for the upcoming PMWC, so make sure you stay tuned.
Flame on and go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. A no-name kid in a high-risk drop. A street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas. Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Flame on and go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A million drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. Flame on. Flame on.
Welcome back to Jakarta, Indonesia, home to the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1.
Yesterday, Group A lit the fire. Today, Group B carry the flame.
16 teams, 6 matches, and their dreams are on the line.
Some will rise to punch their ticket to the grand finals, whilst others are going to have to face the brutal survival stage.
And for the bottom 2, their PMGO journey ends today.
As you can see, we are currently in the silence before the storm.
Right here in the Tennis Indoor Senayan, home of the great stage of PMGO Day number 2.
Hey, but if you watched yesterday, you know what's about to come.
And just like the PMGO theme song says, flame on and go.
Welcome back to Day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 main event. Introducing teams from Group B. Starting off from Turkey, Gaming Stars.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking and talking me nice, I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
From Brazil, Loops Esports.
Yeah, get into it. Yeah, I'm the whole package. Yeah, get into it. Yeah, these hoes be the maddest. Yeah, get into it. Yeah, yeah, I'm the whole package. Yeah, get into it.
Representing the United Kingdom and the champions of Western Europe, Hustler Crew.
Come get this, get it. Work. Put in that work, get it.
Eastern, TT Project. Representing South Africa and the champions of the Africa Finals, X-Force Rejects.
Whoa, who you know that get it jumping like this? Look, anything I touch is go, they call me Mightis. I pull up to the function and I get it right. Just follow the boy, I got the light. Easy. For the drop. Yeah.
Get me on the next one. Easy. Get me on the next one. Easy.
Representing Saudi Arabia, R8 Esports.
Let's party. Let's party. Let's party.
From Nepal, T2K Esports. Representing as the champions of North America, Wolves Esports. Hailing from Romania, the Vicious.
If it's me versus them, just know I'ma kill this shit every time. If you tryna go, just know that you gotta wait in line. I ain't even in my prime, I'm just really ahead of my time. If I don't peak, I just know that I'm fine. Stuck in the grind, I be using that time. Put in that work, cause I know that work. And it's all like work. I be getting on the nerves, I've been listening, birth. Come get this.
champions of the Turkey Finals, OF Esports. From Bahrain, Nigma Galaxy.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet.
Still young spits, but you call me young bull. Don't run track, but I run up the check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Representing Indonesia, RRQ Rio.
Yeah.
Another strong contender from Turkey, PUBG Esports.
Yeah, foot on the gas, yeah, I'm on the way down. Move out the way, yeah, it's about to go down. Coming in hot, I ain't finna back down. Won't give it to me, I'll take that crown. Moving and shaking, I'm shaking the ground. Gotta stay ready, I'm ready right now. I bring the noise, they ain't making a sound. It's quiet for you, cause I'm hearing it now.
Representing Saudi Arabia, PK Esports.
I don't got time for the messing of gold. If this the Olympics, I'm taking a gold. I'm taking a
Securing the final slot through the Indonesia Open, Boom Esports.
Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace, gotta move real careful. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
winners, Hometown Heroes, Bigatron by Vitality.
No barging in from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Bars from a copy my skill.
Got my heart no, in the bed. Break you in then. Get us every day.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real.
Again for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 here in Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm your host, Todd Jukes, and next to me I got my boys, Maxman and the 7WG. Boys, how are we feeling today? My question off the rip, how are we gonna top yesterday, right? I mean, this is crazy.
Well, top or like Alpha 7 at the bottom. I don't know what we're gonna be doing, but no, Group B is gonna be very exciting. A lot of really talented teams in this group. And yeah, I'm still sorry, man. That was it. Too soon.
I'm just hoping it doesn't happen again here today. I'm hoping it doesn't happen because we do have some great squads here in Group B. And as yesterday showed, anything can happen in 6 matches.
That's for sure. Anything can happen. We got some great squads as well. But what else is great? Of course, the Infinix GT50 Pro with real liquid cooling. If you guys want to ascend with 120 FPS, that is the device to get. So, man, this is crazy. Group B today is going to be an awesome thing to see and witness. Hopefully, we don't see any, or what did you say yesterday? That there was no node-name teams at the bottom? Right?
You don't have to quote that again. But yeah, as you said, right, 6 games, anything could happen. It happened yesterday, so we'll see. Like, genuinely, the fact that that happened, everyone's predictions we said at the end of yesterday is just wrong outright. And now today, who's going to be in the bottom 2? No idea.
We're going to have some teams looking and just being careful whenever they're crossing some roads, checking both sides to be like, okay, we're good to go.
I mean, who's going to be at top 6? I remember they were asking me like what my predictions were, and I was like, I don't even want to predict anymore. Like, this is just absolute madness. I was talking to all the players, and it was like a weird like silence at breakfast. You know, you could just see like the energy just shifted, and I don't know if it was from everybody like staying like up all night, just like studying Rondo and like everything, because I mean, it's been crazy.
Yeah, we got to stop also calling it predictions and call it dreaming.
Yeah, literally.
But no, I think a lot of teams were kind of, their point of focusing on Rondo mainly has been re-emphasized because of how big a lead Pandem created in that one single game, right? Double-digit elimination chicken dinner is massive, and that alone is going to be the reason why they made it into the finals, and I think other teams will try and do exactly that in Group B.
Yeah, but then you also have the opposite of that. Some teams maybe making sure that they don't only just perform in Rondo, because then they'll end up getting exactly what Alpha 7 ended up getting. That was the only map that they performed, and after that, poof, they disappear.
Oof, good way to put it.
Oh, guys, this is the schedule that we got going on. Obviously, today is Group B, all right? Just 6 matches alone. Let's go ahead and reformat it for everybody that is tuning in for the first time. That is it. Top 6 will be moving straight to those grand finals, and the bottom 2 eliminated today here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a few more teams here that are going to be playing into Group B, and they all said, we just don't want to go in survival stage. Like, top 4 in that one is going to be incredibly tough, especially when you have some favorites failing to make it in the top 6. So you're just going to have a mixed bag in that survival stage, but of course the finals is really when things are going to get real dicey that time around 7.
Yeah, when you say favorites, I mean, from some of the squads, we were just absolutely shocked to the way that they were able to play. Yeah. There were some squads that were able to be really consistent. I'm talking about Hora with what we saw yesterday, and Pandem as well. And then we saw some squads just not really doing enough to get themselves within those top 6. One that came to mind was Boar. Boar always felt like they were right there, but it just wasn't enough. And hopefully that sends a message to some of the squads here that you have to do more than that if you actually want to be in the top 6.
Especially that they decided to hot drop Pandem and Hacienda, right? They were so committed, they were so willing to do everything that was available for them to try and qualify, and it was just not quite enough. Messing it literally 1 point, Hot Juice, 1 point. They would have made it here to represent France in the finals, but they'll have to make it through survival.
It was so wild, and I remember talking to some of these players, and they're like, you know what, just looking at the numbers that we see here, you know, we want to get at least 40 points. And one thing I really wanted to press was like, guys, there's only 6 matches here, right? You shouldn't be going for just that 40 number. If you get an opportunity to get like a 20 elimination game, you got to go for it, right? We saw Pandem extend themselves and take out Alpha 7, and they were able to put up some serious points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some teams are going to come in with a few different strats. I was actually talking to Effect just a few minutes ago from TT Project, and he told me we've got a secret strat in terms of drops. We haven't told anyone about the new drops. I think that they might not be the only one. I'm not going to spoil because he told me don't tell anyone, which I won't. So some teams are going to come in trying to surprise the lobby to maybe qualify very early on in these 6 matches.
Yeah, one of the other teams that's going to be doing that is probably going to be GS as well. I mean, we've seen it in the past, and you can see right there team's achievements. These are some teams that we have to keep an eye on. One of them has to be Ulf. I feel like with this squad, the way that they were able to play in PMGC, you can see it, 2nd place finish. This might be a new powerhouse for Turkey, and we have seen Turkey won previously in Indonesia.
I mean, yeah, they've been able to dominate in the past, especially Kalsi. He's on the team, right? Newest addition of the roster. Also, they do have Eren, which we called the rising star for the longest time in Turkey. I don't think we can call him that anymore, right? He's just that good. He's built different. He is a star now, just straight up of Turkey. And we did see also Bigatron up there for a second. That when it comes to Indonesia in particular, I mean, they are just the star organization, Bigatron by Vitality. So if they can make it into those finals, man, the crowd is going to go crazy.
Man, that's one team I really, really want to see make it. Bigatron, if they do end up going to those finals, like you said, it's going to go absolute craziness over here, some straight madness. I'm looking forward to it. But you know what? We got some other teams as well. And one thing in particular is like prior, to even this thing started, I was doing the research and thinking like, all right, which Indonesian teams do I think are the favorites, right? Pandem emerged yesterday and said, hey, we are here to play. Which other Indonesian teams do you think are going to be really hunting that role as well?
Oh, what's happening on camera? It's been a little bit hot in the studio.
He was sweating. He was
sweating. Hey, you know what? 6 games, you better be. But you're going to have 6 games today. But no, I'm actually looking at Boom, right? Looking at Boom in particular. This team didn't qualify through PMGO SEA. They made it through PMGO, the Indonesian Open, where their real main competition was Ultra Ego. And because of the lobby being so much easier for them to qualify here, I do have my doubts, but I know this roster, especially Yumi, has so much potential. I believe top 6 is in the cards for Boom Esports.
Oh, I can definitely see that. I don't think I have them on my top 6. One team from Indonesia that I do have on my top 6 has to be BTR, especially because of Federales. I've been wanting to see him at a global event where I've actually been at. I mean, we saw him last year at PMHI, but I wasn't there. But now I'm excited because I am going to be here. I want to see if he's going to be able to pop off and just have some of those good performances. Now, he's not the only player from BTR, Max, that we're going to be keeping an eye on.
Oh, I love especially Razy and Razak. Razy in particular, they remind me, and this might be a big comparison, but I'm a big fan of them because they remind me of a young Pop and Action, which is a massive comparison to make, but their individual gameplay, Razak is a great player, but Razy, I don't know what, his playstyle just stands out compared to so many players in his regional lobby, and I'm also expecting that to be the case here for PMGO Season 1. That duo, I'm saying everyone in chat pay attention because they could be MVP potential in this stage.
Hey, well, you got to keep an eye on them, and I also keep an eye on all these players, right? And one team in particular that I was looking at, Seven, was Nigma Galaxy, and it seems like they're missing somebody, at least from where I'm looking at.
They're definitely missing somebody, and that somebody is going to be one of their stars. This feels like a squad. By the way, when we first saw this roster, it was like the Avengers Assemble of Mina, because you had Satan, you had Lore, you had Rauf, Ado as well, but then on top of that, you had Coops, but Coops is actually not here, and I'm wondering for this squad how that's actually going to end up affecting them, because we know what kind of caliber of gameplay Coops is able to provide. We know the amount of points that he's going to be able to provide for his squad as well, so I'm intrigued to see how this squad is going to be adjusting by not having Coops here.
I mean, they have Ado on the roster, which I think that he's been one of the newest additions in the MENA region and has been able to step up massively in recent months, really, so I think that that's been a great addition for this roster. roster with the likes of Lord, Ralph, and Satanda, we know are very experienced. So hopefully they can kind of spread that experience over to Ado a lot more to get him ready for this PMGO stage. But overall, this is a roster that for MENA, they could be the #1 team from MENA in this tournament, and I really wouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, to be honest here. You know, but one thing I want to talk about is the #1 storyline, I think, coming into Group B, all right? And that has got to be Loops Esports. After what happened yesterday with Alpha 7, I think all of Brazil is keeping their eyes on this team here, Max.
I mean, yeah, if they can qualify for the finals, and I think 7 is, they need to be top 6, right?
Yes.
If they are top 6, they will take
in the finals.
In the finals, top 6 in the finals. They will actually overtake one of the 3 Americas slots available for PMWC, meaning you would not have Alpha 7 at the Esports World Cup, which would be a massive fumble after one singular day.
It would be. I mean, I went up and talked to the players. I went up and talked to the coach, V2K, and it was just all smiles around. It felt like a fresh of breath air. Breath of fresh air? Yeah, there you go. That sounds more like it. But for this squad, I mean, it's just going to be a potential of being able to qualify now to PMWC. This is what they need to do. And I was talking to them and I was trying to see if I could get any intels, but I'm with you, Max. A lot of the squads here, for some reason, maybe because it's 6 matches, they're really not wanting to give out any details in regards to tactics, where they're going to be dropping. A lot of the squads actually think that some squads might be lying on where they might actually be dropping.
Exactly, because some teams in previous tournaments might come up with a little bit of a surprise strat on the opening day. It kind of fizzles out because then everyone knows your playstyle. You don't have that comfort here. You literally come out with a surprise play where no one's ready. It works out beautifully, unless it's a terrible playstyle, but why would you do that?
Sure.
So I think actually some teams are going to be doing so, and it could be do or die for them going into that first day. Well, first and last day.
Yeah, first and last day. Yeah, that's the crazy part about this whole situation. I remember I was talking to some of the coaches going into today, and I remember asking them the question. I was like, hey, let's do a little scenario. Let's say you are in first place by a good lead. You got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
You're going into the last game. Loops is at 7th, only needs like 2 points. Would you actually think about mixing something up to not have to worry about Alpha 7 come EDWC time? And you know what they told me? They said, you know what? We won't hunt them down, but we also won't chase them. You know, we're just going to kind of just let them do their thing and see what happens. So,
if we can trip them, we will.
yeah, you know, so that's one thing that we got to look at going into today. You know, I think if you are Loops in particular, you're really looking to go crazy off the rip. Law used to be with Alpha 7 back in the day, right, Max?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Law is great, and I think that you in particular, 7, are really happy about Diego.
Yes, sir. Roster, right? I'm really happy about him because I know the potential that he has. We know that he has been MVP in the past of big tournaments, especially in Americas. But for this one, it feels like a completely different squad. I mean, obviously, they have changed the squad. They used to be with Influence. That is not the case anymore. That he used to be the main fragger. Now he's going to be the main fragger here at Loops. And the thing that we do need to point out is that Law is still, even though he is new within the squad, even though there has been players in that squad that have been there for a while, Law is going to be the IGL for Loops.
Yeah, we're really happy. And when I think for Brazil in particular, you got Alpha 7. Just below, I always had Federal and Law. I think that those 2 players are just incredibly talented. And then you had Rataboy, but one day Rataboy will return.
Yes.
We'll be waiting. But as we're talking about individual players, I kind of want to pivot the conversation to a rising star of last year. I'm using the term rising star a lot, but there's many in Group
There's
B.
a lot.
Yeah, there is.
Man, PMGC of last year for RA, Amori was such a standout player for all of MENA. Like, MENA's got so many old stars that have been doing so well over the years in PUBG Mobile Esport, but Amori came out of nowhere and just dominated. I want to see him do something similar here in PMGO because this guy is an absolute gem.
Yeah, you're talking about rising stars from last year, especially with R8. One that wasn't necessarily a rising star that I wanted to see more out of it, I'm hoping that's not going to be the case here today, is going to be Marth. Because Marth sometimes would make just mistakes and he would get eliminated very early on, at least with what we saw in PMGC. And something to notate as well is that Ida is no longer with this squad. So how are they going to be adjusting? Yes, you'll be able to perform in your region, but now that the pressure's on, now that it's just 6 matches, you saw what happened yesterday, everybody needs to perform. It cannot just be Amori.
Man, I love the fact that we're just talking about these individual players because they make such a massive difference on these squads, especially at this high level, right? And one other player that comes to mind is got to be Z-Wolf, right? I mean, he leaves Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya don't make it.
He literally leaves Regnum Karya back in Turkey.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he left at the right time.
Goodbye. No, but I think he's an incredibly strong individual player. sometimes he joins a new roster and I feel like it just doesn't really gel as he wants, and he's always looking for opportunities, which is good. He knows his value. He knows what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
If the synergy is there on the global stage for Z-Wolf, man, he's going to be an absolute menace from start to finish. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to go in his first few games.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be all about. I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be that first game, boys, because we saw the impact that Rondo had yesterday. And I want to see something different from these squads here. I mean, I think that it's solidified that that's the map to really make something happen in such a short format. Who are you expecting to have a little bit of success here off the rip, Seven?
I'm actually going to be looking at, and I wrote this down, Wolves.
Wolves!
I'm going to throw a curveball.
Okay.
Because with this squad, that was actually their best performing map in the finals for North America Finals, given it was North America Finals. But that was their best performing map. 12 average eliminations in 1 day in 6 matches. This is your best chance, Wolves, to be able to put up a good performance there at the start and then maybe qualify NA back into a global finals.
Oh, that would be nice to see. But you know what? We're talking about underrepresented regions. We've got North America. I want to go on Africa. No, we don't talk about Africa too much.
Yeah.
We've got X-Force Rejects, which were going to be acquired, but they didn't get acquired in time, so they're going to be called here X-Force Rejects. And this is a team that has 2 players that have played globally in the past, and 2 players that have never played globally before. And Africa is a region that's been added during the past 2 years, especially in the global scene. So they're still learning. But this roster's looking really strong. Kuza in particular has not played a global event, but I saw how he was playing back in PMGO Africa. Really massive standout player. I think it's going to be a bit of a shock. And because of the format of PMGO, you don't really have that time to pick yourself back up, which that could really hurt them. But the potential is there in top 6. If they pull an S2G in Miramar, who knows? Maybe Africa could go straight into the finals.
And something to keep in mind, too, with that roster is that they do have Karuja back as their coach with them, and they are super happy about that. They had to get rid of him because of things with the roster, the org in the past. Yeah, I mean, it happened at PMGC. They ended up getting rid of him because stuff that happened within the org. But now that he's back, they're excited. They're going to have him a little bit longer, and they're going to be hoping that he can bring that experience that he has had from being with Alpha 7, from being with a bunch of other teams throughout other regions, and just instill that into them. And I'm really excited by something that Shiva told me, is that they're going to be looking later into the year as well to just step a little bit outside out of Africa and go try to maybe see if they can boot camp in other places to get even more experience. And I feel like that is the best way to go about it, especially because you put it in a nice way. I'm not going to put it in a nice way, Max. Africa it's known as the worst region for PUBG Mobile Esports.
I can't argue with that, really.
Yeah.
There's no results to back it up so far. So, yeah, I think the boot camps would be a good way to kind of express your level of improvement on the global scene. And you want to try and get more global exposure, which is a great step to go for. So if they do that next year, well, even this year, hopefully, if they... Actually, you know
They'll
what?
be doing it this year.
Yeah, actually, you know what? To go even further on that, they are 100% sure to make it to PMWC as the only team from Africa. So they don't really have that competition of PMWC, PMGC points. So they can kind of just really take this experience in as a learning experience and hopefully take that going into PMWC.
It's the best way to go about it for those teams,
Yeah.
being completely honest. You got to be able to step out of your region, especially if you do know that your region's not strong enough. See if you can test out different tactics as well.
Sure.
As I mentioned, Karuja is the coach of that squad. He's going to be having them test out, see if they can actually become a little bit more aggressive, because I know that's Karuja's playing style. Can they actually become more aggressive? And if they do, it would end up benefiting them in a big way, as we've seen from other teams.
I was going to say, you got to trust Karuja because he was on Alpha 7, but that's not really a compliment now, unfortunately.
That's the hardest thing.
When they were winning, okay? When they were winning.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Let's see who's going to win this first Rondo coming up, baby. Here we go for Group B. The plane is flying. Let's see who could possibly get that ticket to the grand finals in this game right here, right now.
Double plane.
Double plane.
Give me the double plane, please.
Double. Come on, please.
Come on.
I don't think it's going to be
Come on.
very Eastern.
Actually.
Yeah.
So Yulin, actually, you could reach if you really stretch your parachute path, but Neox, that one's going to get a little bit busy.
Yeah, I think we're actually going to end up getting even more hot drops here. Janina City, I'm intrigued to see who's going to be going there as well.
Actually, I think because of Yulin being taken out of the equation, you might have teams going for Danching and also Tulane. Those are areas that if you can't go to Yulin, you will go for those positions instead, as it does have a few recall towers around it.
I wonder if anybody maybe is going to stretch and go to Long Ho.
Let's see. Well, you know what? This is Rondo. We're going to get into the action here quick. So let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
you very much, Hot Jukes. We are ready to jump into the action as well as our teams. Let's take a look at who is hot dropping. There is a lot of parachutes over Neox Factory right now, Blank.
Yeah, way more than yesterday. A lot more than yesterday, in fact. We have 2 teams from Neox. This play map really does accentuate things, though, over on that eastern side. T2K opening up things over towards Boom. El Barrel heading in towards the building, gets one off the back of it. So it's a little bit back and forth here between both squads. But as we know from yesterday, this map is ultra important. RGC as well, also finding shots across the board. This is over towards Neox. Honestly, for Enigma Galaxy, they saw what was happening here, and they've opted to just go for a long parachute over towards the western side, just above Yulin.
Taking a more reserved approach to the start of this match. Wolves getting stuck in and amongst it, though. 1-for-1 on the trade. Taking shots over towards GK. Through the buildings, you've got RA behind them as well. Wolves look to try and regroup on their players. I think they're going to be able to find that res, but so are GK. No pushing, no pressure being seen so far right now.
We'll see what Wolves has got, considering that there's a lot of bets on this team doing very well on Rondo, and where they'd earned the vast majority of their points, but right now, looking a little bit dicey. Luckily, Necessary does come out of nowhere, will save Elementrix, and they're back up as 4, but there is a lot of fighting going on down towards Yulin. RA suffered quite a bit. Usually Amori is incredibly good in these early games, but not only him, Marth as well. Marth is a fantastic player on the side of RA. They did suffer a little bit down towards that southern side.
Losing a couple players. Wait, hang on a minute. GK are out fully. I didn't expect them to have been completely eliminated there. On the hot drop, they've completely gone. Okay, that is a real nasty start for GK.
That is a head scratcher. We need a bit of a replay of how that happened, actually. Because how does that happen? In fact, that is such a rarity. Seeing a global event is sort of wild. I don't think that's happened 3-5 minutes before. Ever.
That is pretty crazy stuff. Okay. To be able to take a team out right here, right now. I mean, we've got 15 teams in the lobby left. Ooh, it looks like the South Africans will be able to rain down Hellfire upon the Wolves on the inside. And that is going to be good news for them. They'll add those points to their tally. They're up to 4. The Wolves should be able to get that recall going, though. Not too worried about that. They do have, they're all the way over to Yulin already. So an easy recall coming through for the Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, for Wolves getting themselves back up and back into the picture of things makes a lot of sense. Necessarily actually opted to move out from the building, so they were sort of playing this double back maneuver where you send one player in, one player jump back out again. Luckily, they did send him earlier on to get themselves back into this game for Wolves. They know this is their playground. It's where they want to earn a lot of their points. Sadly, starting off with just the 2 is probably not what they were looking for. Doran running down Slayer from T2K here. T2K down to just 2 now.
Again, just looking for these recalls. You imagine that you just want to extract from these spots wherever you can. Bigatron with a challenge against Loops. Two of I would say the front runners in terms of top 6 competitors. Go toe-to-toe right now. Razak around the corner, doesn't find the first, but steps out, finds the second. Easy enough, ducks behind the box as well to stay in cover. His teammate not so lucky, will lose it on the outside, but Razak still full HP, tags a little bit more as well. Has 2 players to face down, Loops with the 2v1 advantage, but Razak, a pretty brutal player in his own right, might just be able to give them a run for their money.
Oh, struggle there, tried to get through the window, quite hit the mantle though. Axel, respect the position, tries to head out on the roof side, support Razak in that moment, but he's quick with it. Instantly over towards the roof now, repositioning all the time. Razak, a player that is incredibly good for the team. A lot of potential on this squad for BTR in what has been such a long time from the top building. We'll find the first here. Looking for the 1v3 coming through from Razak. That looks good. Oh, a little bit too cooked on that one.
Yeah, Diego in the corner room as well. Too much cover to get through. Got a 1v1 and against Razak, I mean, we saw the little bunny hop drop down shotgun shell to take the first, and the res actually not coming through. He's inside the building. He's protecting this res. Has 2 rounds now. Looks for the reload. No weapon swap in tow. Will go for the spray around the door frame, and he clips it. What a beautiful stand-up for Razak. Max was talking about him on the desk. You brought him up as well in this pregame, and this is how you deliver. BTR back on top.
Yeah, BTR starting things off with a 1v3 was definitely not on my bingo card for this one, but Razak looks bloody good here. Really nice to see. BTR back on form is always such a fantastic thing, and especially here in Indonesia for PMGO Season 1 of 2026.
R8 trying to flush out the last of their competitors, but unfortunately T2K have got a little bit of a stalwart defender hopping out. Oh, he's going to go for it with a shotgun, standing in the fire, but it's not going to burn fast enough. Can he get the healing done? I don't know if he can. Just about able to survive it on a sliver of HP. Goodness me, Fearless living up to the name.
Yeah, I mean, just moving straight down through the Molotov. It's a bold play, but it does work out this time around. R8 going to recall once again. It's been a little bit choppy, but the wave's still looking fairly good for them. R8 with 3 points so far. I think the difficulty right now is that at 7 minutes into the match, you're having to resupply now. I think that's the problem with a lot of teams getting back up. It's always that resupply that's the issue. So teams already towards that center of the map have a big boon on their side of things. Quite like what Enigma Galaxy went for this game. You know, they start off quite slow over towards the western side of test track. Don't get too involved in fights, but instead they opt to use that to get quick rotations through to the circle.
Getting right into the middle. We've got a couple of teams who have made their way closer to the middle of this one. I'm looking at Hustler Crew, I'm looking at TT Project as well, playing fairly central. Hustler Crew starting down in Rinjiang earlier on. They were able to find that one fairly convincingly. I think they found an outpost for R8 as well on that south side and tried to guard it out, but they've now managed to move very centrally alongside a couple of other rosters, but those two seemingly the most central right now.
For Hustler Crew, I just want to reiterate, this team is a super unknown quantity for pretty much everyone. A lot of these other teams have recognizable names on side. Hustler Crew, on the other hand, they're straight out of nowhere, okay? There is the player loco on side, insane. But we have to admit, in Western Europe, they did things that we've never seen before. They had a 100-point day. Like, it's crazy. That stuff is stuff of myth and legends, yet Hustler Crew were able to pull that off. I'm very curious to see what they'll do on the main stage. And for now, that's all I'll say about them.
Yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit more. They did not get stuck in on the hot drops, crucially, here on Rondo. They didn't want to go into the New York's factory area. They went out to the outskirts, so he's still, as of yet, untested, unproven on the global stage. Ulf held on a 2v2 hold there as well on their position. We just saw that in the picture-in-picture on the side. Nice stuff for them. As more fighting for the Wolves. They're up against TT Project in the corner. Ephius immediately shut down. Very nice stuff. The Wolves do take a casualty over towards Elementrix, but that should be in hand and very much recoverable. TT Project, I don't know if they have access to a recall tower at this stage. Boom, able finally to find an opener. It's over onto Eren on Ulf, but there's the trade. Ketch able to clip from the sidelines, and now Scarface can move in. Eren very low on the bar, but they should be able to tag this res.
Yeah, they have to drop the smoke down just in case they have players coming in from the wings here, maybe trying to pick him up. For Ulf, it's very important to keep 4 players up here, especially on Rondo, where Ulf are currently playing. They have access to get in from that northern side too. So I think we were all thinking that Ulf was going to be a big player within these matches, and hopefully they can be now. Real rising star here coming through from the Turkish region.
That assembled roster looking good for them. The Vicious as well. A team full of well-known names, Blank. It's safe to say we are also hoping that they can push up those rankings. They've got 2 points on board. At the moment, it's looking fairly flat in terms of these elim counts at the start of this Rondo, Blank. 4 elims being the maximum. It's feeling pretty chilled out compared to what we can see on a Rondo, right? It seems that, yeah, teams are playing more sensibly. We saw this yesterday.
What we're also seeing is that the recall beacons are slowly being pushed out right now, and there's only a couple of teams that still have access to them. RJC down towards the southeast side with Tinlong Gardens, the one that sits over towards the north side. There is one far on the southwest, out towards the docks, but honestly, the only other really accessible one is the one that TT Project is currently holding inside of Hongshan. So for the eliminations to be fairly flat across the board, this is like 2 or 3 extra points that you may be getting, but practically everyone has that. So it's a little bit mitigated here in terms of how much this performance is going to help you. I respect the way the players are going about it though. You know, if you realize that Rondo is going to be the make or break map, why would you try and cause such a ruckus in the early game? Ulf moves in. It's a good tag on, actually. I'm very surprised he got taken out from where he was and immediately flushed too.
Trying to get to, I mean, Ulf trying to crash in towards that recall beacon by the silos there, under control by RRQ. And they are going to have a real tough time to make it on through on that area. But Eren opens up. Okay, so there is an answer on that northwest side. And actually, I think that's a solo player, a solo position there. So Ulf can take control of part of this compound for the recall tower. But maybe they can get Ketch back up. You could see Scarface eyes on immediately, looking to drop the smoke on and go for a swift recall.
Yeah, real possibility.
And his body will be right there.
Yeah, so you just double back and grab it. I mean, there's vehicles here to make it happen. Sadly, his is blown up, but for Ketch to get him back into the game, it's good. He had 2 elims this match so far as well. A long time ago, back in 2022, 2023, Ketch was the guy from Turkey, real MVP star, and then he had a bit of a fall off. But over the recent years, 2025, 2026, it felt like he'd been putting a lot of practice behind the scenes and suddenly was way back up there with these other big powerhouses from Turkey. Really cool to see, man. You love to see someone who, they go down on one knee, but then they get right back up again.
Step into the Vicious, looking to try and step back up again. T2K hurdling in, 1 player down, the solo on the hold around the corner, looking good, and actually able to escape yet another, just a little bit longer, and allows his team to reposition in time to step through the door. Beautiful on the regroup there, and the Vicious looking solid. Narvalo able to step forwards. They do lose Doran though in the process flank, and I don't think they're going to be able to get him back up.
Hey, 3 for 1 though, you'll take it. At the end of the day for the Vicious, they've been moving in from that north side for quite a while, so the fact they're able to get into position is great news for this squad. They're just on the northeast side of basically the central spot on the zone. We do have a little bit of water sat in on that northwest side, which is creating a funnel, but luckily we had that plane path over towards the east side. So a lot of teams are rotating in from the east anyway, and that's mostly open ground.
The east side starting to on the center of it, either way. Starting to get a little bit more packed, though, so we're going to try and take control of the area. T2K, though, blasted out of the lobby. Their final player falls, and the Vicious happy to slurp those points up. They're up to 7 elims now, Blank. T2K, they do go down, but they did get 5 points, so not all is lost, and every single point does matter. We saw how important single points were in yesterday's lobby. I think the bubble on 6th place was 1 point, right? So
yeah,
absolutely can be make or break.
1 extra point and Boars would have qualified, but not meant to be with Fury getting ahead of them there. JC playing it quiet on the northeast side of Hongshan. You sort of have to play like this in this position. It's tough. It holds a lot of teams within it. You don't want to be the first team to start taking shots because it's likely that you'll be the first team to get third-partied as well. Circle centers up quite nicely. Moves away from the water. Kind of expected here. I think a lot of teams realize this. But now we have a difficult scenario. This is no longer decisive between Hongshan and the outskirts over towards that northeast side where it's towards open zone, towards those rows. See how these players figure this one out.
I feel like Hustler Crew are in a really good spot here. They've got that buffer of walls on the north side.
Just 3 players though.
That will hamper them, sure. They do still have a really solid position to overlook a lot of the teams coming from that north, from that west side. Hongshan is its own sort of microcosmic zone. If you're going south, you're going into Hongshan. I feel like they're going to be safe for a long time. I think they can get very deep into this game.
RRQ, a bit of a revenge play over on this northeast side. I think RRQ, if you've been a fan of the esport for a long time, you'll recognize them from days gone past, but they are making a comeback now with a pretty cool team as well, likes of Lepar, Gemforce. You'll definitely recognize these guys from prominent teams in the past too. Lepar, I think, maybe doesn't have the same namesake as Gemforce, but I personally think Lepar's had some massive performances in the past. Really helped a lot of the teams that he was on.
And in these spots, you need all the help you can get. Every single point, as we were saying, so crucial. Grab them while you can. BTR have taken a knock, but it's not getting flushed super quickly. Not going to be out just yet. I think they are going to be able to find that res. Gaming Stars as well, playing on this northeast side, have to make a move, Blank. They've got a lot of teams around them, BTR most notably on their northwest, who also have to move. But ahead of them, they have a very treacherous road. Getting across this road needs BTR to move first. That's what they're waiting for. They are having that oversight over towards BTR, and it seems like they're going to be able to punish quite effectively.
Yeah, they should be able to. I think for BTR to get themselves through this, they're going to have to take a full send over towards it, which is what they're going for right now, trying to create as many targets as possible. Aaron, though, with the double spray down is incredible.
Slick with it, looking good, and they still have a little bit of... Oh, no, wait, hang on. The recall towers have shut down. We are now into the unrecallable phase of the match. And Ulf happy to be as 4. The double spray down for Aaron, as you said, beautifully found. Might be an opener, but they have to move. Opens up onto Wolves as well. Okay, potential to crash onto the north, but BTR could definitely third-party this.
Could. They should be worried about the angles that sit down towards that southeast side. BTR is currently just trying to deal with a team that was taking shots over towards them earlier. Ulf, though, yeah, looking to send over towards the southwest. They've got foot over towards that southwest side. Now, that's a nasty position as well, because Foot does have the ridge that sits on the bank. It's a really nice position to kick off from, to take shots towards teams passing by you. It's hard to take shots towards that team. And I'd say that Ulf is going to be very exposed to make their way in. Ketch was the first send out, the first scout, hopefully to anchor on top of them.
Trying to get that flank, trying to get that wraparound, but it's at this point the Hustler crew can also start to chime in. Scarface regroups on the Catch, does go down, and he delivers a bomb. The vehicle explodes right next to his teammate, and it takes him out from full. That is nasty stuff. Oh dear, Ulf unhappy on the approach, but the teams around them have to move now as well. Foot will have an easier time of it because they don't have a team right next door to them, but the teams across the way, I'm talking Wolves, I'm talking Hustler crew, are going to be taking shots. The nades are brutal. The nades are so brutal for Ulf.
Living that, though, is very surprising. That was a lot of nades sent across, mostly accurate. Instant smoke as well sent through from Solus is a really important smoke in that time where they can't really pinpoint where the players are within that smoke. But I am very surprised that Ulf's able to get 3 up here. But yeah, for Hustler crew, they were taking shots that entire time towards Ulf. They were the one that were able to explode the vehicle that directly hampered Ulf's approach. But Circle goes down towards the southwest, John. We have RJC, Boom, Nigma Galaxy, R8, TT Project, Foot now making their way in as well towards Hongshan. This is a very interesting ending. But like I said before, it's right on the edge of the circle. It's not definite it ends here. And with that, RJC and Boom have a big advantage. They're going to be the ones taking shots towards teams as they try and cross out of Hongshan.
Assuming it doesn't hard southwest shift, right? I mean, as it could, but I think you're right. What's interesting to me is who's going to be the team left on the outside. I think that is, whoever that becomes, is going to be a major contender. Unless they all shred each other, then it's going to be tough, because Hongshan sits sort of in quite an open area around it. It's quite difficult to take position, especially when there are teams in Hongshan and teams who are further back and taking shots at you. So the outside conclusion, I think, is potentially a powerhouse position for me.
GSTR going up against Loops at the moment. First one does go down, but there is a bit of a clapback here coming through from Rolex. Law moves up and will find another.
He's on.
BTR
rolling into the fight now. They want a piece of the pie. Immediately stepping forward. But Diego is ever watchful, ever waiting. Does go down in the process, but Loops have lost 2 now. BTR a little bit more momentum.
Whoa.
But they will be able to get the snapback wraparound on the shutdown. Look at that! From BTR, they are clean with it. They can move at speed and take shots with it.
Dude, Razak, mid-distance, double headshot. That's an instant knock. I actually am very surprised he even hit that. The speed of when he hits it as well is incredibly surprising. A very impressive play there coming through from Razak, and that's starting the game off with a 1v3 as well.
I think in our picture-in-picture, we just watched the Wolves take down Hustler crew as they move down south. No more points for them, fortunately, from their central position. Wolves are up to 6, though. They are looking pretty happy with it on the north side. It's not quite in the middle of the circle. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's right on the edge of the circle. But in about 10 seconds, or a little bit more than that, we'll see where this next zone's going, Blank. And as we talked about, it's going to dictate so much.
What teams need right now is emergency cover flares. They need as many as they can handle. Because getting out of Hongshan's going to need them. Getting in towards that eastern side of Hongshan's going to need them. So let's see where this next one goes. And it does cut up over towards that northeast side. So the Vicious now looking very happy with their position currently. But do they have the smokes? Do they have the util to maintain this spot?
That is the question. The Vicious with 9 elims already on the northeast side. Pretty happy with their game so far. And now the brawl needs to start. The team's inside of Hongshan. Got TT Project on that western side of Hongshan. Looks like they want to try and wrap around and maybe sweep through the northern side. And there's a good opener. Okay, there's the nade. There's some damage already onto Zed Wolf as well. Are they going to mount up? Okay, down the hill they go. Forwards, leading with Ephius, the rear two to regroup, and almost immediately taking it down. Basically no resistance. They're trying to sweep through. Ulf next.
I mean, for TT Project, these are all teams that they've played against in the past, right? Back in PMPL EUs, when this is like the remnants of Mad Balls, formulated with some of the best players from that region. Really, really cool stuff. And I think for me, it's just nice to see Effect and Zerich on the same team again.
A reunited roster a little bit on that one. Ulf, okay, struggling. They got the Wolves to deal with. TT Project have fallen back, but they want to get stuck straight back in. Aaron goes down. It's just Ketch now remaining for Ulf. With 8 elims, they've had a decent match so far. If Ketch can get them a placement or two, he'll be very happy for it. He'll be pleased with that one. But I don't think it's going to be that easy. Looks like he will. Okay, he finds one. He looks for the spray, but they will fall in the end. A nice knock over towards TT Project. Neos nearly goes down there, but just out of the blue zone in time as they lose one to a bleed out.
Yeah, Neos, you know, not quite the freezer of Brute Force, but still a really, really good player on that team in the past, and now makes his way onto another squad with some real big boys from the region, which is cool to see. I think he's definitely proved himself in the past as well, has Neos. Pretty reliable player, I think I put it in that sense, because Effect's like your front man, right? You got Zerich, who has always been known as such an unreal off-angler. So this works well. I think the synergy in this team alone is really nice.
Wolves amongst the emergency cover flares, really not having a good time. Those nades bouncing around, taking damage, not quite getting the final blow, but there it goes. Out the Wolves fall. They are eliminated in 8th place, and the placement points from now on will start to rack up. Every single point matters. Inside Hongshan, everybody's condensed now, and it's gonna have to happen at some point or other. It seems like R8 might just be able to hold for a little while longer, though. Northeast side of Hongshan, there are still 4 teams in there.
Yeah, they can get to the edge of the tents, right? Sit towards there. You're going to live out a little bit longer. It's probably the best thing you can do. But for R8, next circle is likely going to be a death sentence. You can see the setup that RJC has. It's basically mirrored across here, except that the big difference is that R8 have to move.
Yeah, most likely. The lineup for Amori, I mean, his tag is so much damage and actually gets a knock.
Okay.
This is a big opener, so it might be that they can turn it around.
It's a silly move, though, coming through from RJC. They had no reason to be taking these peeks at this point in time. You wait for the circle to push them out whilst they're panicked, whilst they're trying to deal with that, and you just peek off the movements. You don't want to be peeking into peaks here.
They move forwards. They drop the smoke train, and R8 have got a big foothold.
They're across.
They've managed to find an opening knock as well. Prestige does get spotted, and I was worried about this sideswipe coming through from TT Project. It looks like it will come to pass, but now RJC really struggling on 2 players alive, taking some bold peeks and chiming into the whole of this. It's going to be Nick the Galaxy, Ralph and Lord in position to bombard this approach for R8. They are really suffering here. The nades in find 2 almost immediately, and R8 looks like they had a good opener, but it is coming crashing down pretty quickly.
It's just a lot to bear for R8, right? They've got the crushing weight of 2 teams upon them, so they're just trying to not get squished over in that location at the moment. Enigma Galaxy take a knock from TT Project, of all teams here, over on that northwest side. But the Vicious, it's a hard pushing, right? From where they're coming from, it looks good, but they're going to be open to a lot of angles soon. TT Project sending in. Are you guys crazy?
I mean, they know that their whole north flank is available, so finding an angle, getting across this road, not super difficult, and they could always just retreat back up to the north, but getting involved is a danger. You're absolutely right. In effect, does get knocked for it. They are playing as 3. Forwards they go, finding one for R8, and they'll find that point as well. They're up to 11, but they do get taken out. Okay, yeah. An interesting choice.
Yeah, I guess you could wrap behind them. I guess that's a play that's acceptable. I mean, I'd much rather just sit on the outside and try and take pot shots at teams as they come in. Just wonder if they were so low in utility that their only choice was get to cover and try and sweep teams inwards. Sort of like a surprise play. BTR, they were very known in the position to Team Vicious. Boom moved out. They've sent outposts that way. Luckily, they are fending off the likes of BTR, but it's looking raggedy, right? They're looking like they're bleeding out over on that eastern side as well. Luckily, one player is taken down from BTR, and that further diminishes the power of that team. But the Vicious, 10 elims on the game at the moment. Looks great.
They've been on 2 players and 10 elims for quite a while, though, on this northern side. They are quite isolated, but this circle shift really helps out their potential, as well as with BTR, right? There is a lot now on these teams inside Hongshan to get out of dodge.
Like I said, for a while, though, the Vicious, they've had information on BTR. They know where they're playing. Federalis needs Federalis. That's bad.
Slapping a question mark on that one. BTR now down to none. They
Down to
lose
none.
their final player.
And done.
They are out, which means that the Vicious, one of 2 teams on the outside. They have 2 players, but the other team is Boom. They have 2 players on the south edge of it, but they have to move. They're in a sticky spot.
Yeah, the big thing is, though, is that exiting Hongshan is going to be sticky business, right? You are going to get cut down to size on the way out, so Team Vicious being on 2 players doesn't feel as bad, and it's Icy as well as Narvalo. 2 very, very star-studded players on this squad. Narvalo, the survivor of PUBG Mobile throughout the years and years that he has been playing. Even as a solo, he does well. And here, John, he has backup.
Absolutely. He's got a player to play off, and they have the angles on the team trying to leave. Ralph steps forwards. Enigma Galaxy should just be fish in a barrel at this point for the rest of the lobby. Indeed, they are. They go down, stepping forwards. Marth, the last to fall for R8, but he outlasts a lot of teams over there. And 3 teams now remain. RJC on the northeast point have done very well. Up to
nice.
Quite a lot there. Oh, Boom. Okay, they go down. And that's a spray down to RJC. 11 eliminations now for the Vicious. So it's a 2 versus 3. But the outside pressure is there. The Vicious might have a good time with these cover flares.
Good thing. They saved these cover flares very, very late right now. Got to be careful on their push-up. They find the first over towards Shiva. That's a good pick-off coming through from Team Vicious. A hard knock to pick back up again. Equalizing. Narvalo's moving forward in the midst of all this. He is not letting up the pressure because the smokes are down. He knows he can gain ground. This is great play from the Vicious.
He's stepping around that rock, using it as visual cover and using it to run up, get closer to the center. A big bounce on the nade. I thought that was 2. And he has to step forwards, forced to use the other cover. And there's more nades where that came from. Vicious open up with a blinder.
Absolutely. The analysts, they're clapping, and it really is deserving of a round of applause there for Team Vicious. That is a hard game to win. Very, very hard game to win. Obviously, towards Hongshan, as teams are moving out, it gets a little bit easier for them. For RGC, making it out with 3 players, though, is a little bit of a scary business, but they were quick on the trigger, quick to look down the iron sights. And also in that moment, RJC is panic smoking. And I was like, okay, if you want to smoke off your own vision from us, I'll walk forward.
Yeah, especially having that rock as that visual cover from the angles they knew they were playing in that building. Great stuff.
Yeah.
Can't say fairer than that. A couple of really strong elim games. I think the most disappointing in that match was the death of TT Project. I think you would agree with me. They swept out to the north. They were looking clean. They took out 2 teams. They had a lot of pressure on that north side of Hongshan's run out, but they went back into it. They decided to try and get stuck back in.
Why?
For why? For what? We won't know, but Vicious will be all too happy because they take the chicken dinner.
If it's me versus them, just know I'ma kill this shit every time. If you tryna go, just know that you gotta wait in line. I ain't even in my prime. I'm just really ahead of my time. If I don't peak, I just know that I'm fine. Stuck in the grind, I'll be using that time. Put in that work, cause I know that work. And it's all like work. I be getting on the nerves, I've been listening spurt. Come get this work.
It's the Vicious to pull out the huge chicken dinner here in Rondo. And boys, they did it in style.
Oh, what a game. I really did not expect a vicious win because they're down to just a duo. All the teams fighting in the city, but the thing is, everyone is fighting in the city, Seven.
Yep.
Infighting each other, and then all the stragglers are like, oh wait, we just won the fight, but no, you still have Vicious to get rid of, and Vicious just instantly got great nades behind those cover flares to wrap it up in style.
Not even that, it helped them out that BTR, by the way. BTR, amazing push on loops early on. And I love that they went past the first two players and they went up to the POI and just make sure they executed that full push perfectly. But on the opposite of that, I feel like BTR not being able to have cover flares, which I just ended up asking Federales, and he was like, yeah, we didn't have any. That ended up hurting him. Just the end game for them because they had so much room to work with, Max.
I mean, you didn't ask Federales. You were screaming, hey! Where were the cover flares?
I couldn't go over there.
Yeah, no, but yeah, we were wondering why they didn't have anything because they just took down loops. I was thinking they must have a ton of those resources, and in a finish like this, it would be a great piece of utility to have. But without cover flares, it's almost impossible to survive, right? Unless you can maybe nade the ground, create a bit of a dip for you to survive into. But Bigatron just didn't have enough to secure the game.
And for the Vicious, something that I did enjoy is the way that they were able to control the fight against T2K. That was impressive, especially for Narvalo. They do end up losing him, but Narvalo ends up picking up 7 eliminations.
He had a banging performance this time around. And they were spread, right? And you said T2K did send it on their location eventually, which T2K, not sure why they sent it that way. And it was a very quick response. Narvalo, I think in the first 5 seconds of that engagement, it's instantly back on position in the containers in the middle of that open area. And is able to actually get himself that clutch and get a ton of eliminations up to 7. And of course, the Frenchman is deserving of the MVP title of that match.
Got it with that AUG as well, putting in that work. I mean, Vicious, that's the kind of start that you're looking for right there. And you know, BTR, they came out swinging as well here, Max.
Yeah, no, having a really good game from the get-go. Razak 1v3 and Dan Ching.
Man.
Oh, that was fantastic fight. Really happy with the overall play from him. And then they go for that push over to the eastern side. And I think in particular going on to Loops, which is the fight that you were mainly focused on right here, Seven. This team is looking mighty impressive, and you know what? Good representation of Indonesia here on their local ground.
It really was. For a second there, I thought it was going to be the exact same of what happened yesterday with Pandem, that they were just going to be able to control the zone, make sure they use that macro play, but oh man, the cover flares just didn't end up working out in their favor.
Man, you can take a look here at the match rankings, and Seven, I know one team you want to talk about for sure is that X-Force Reject, that aggression from this squad. Definitely, they came out swinging. 10 eliminations, 6 placement points. That's the start you're looking for.
Yeah, basically in regards to what I was talking about at the beginning of the show with this squad, they do have Karuja. Karuja usually is a coach that likes to play aggressive, and this is what I want to see out of that roster. In an impressive game, too, considering that I even said Africa, usually known as not one of the best regions when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports, to see that aggressiveness out of the squad and to have something that you told me, Max, 2 players that have 0 global experience, that is a massive first game.
If anything, it shows that Africa has so much potential. You just need to focus it down in the right areas, and Koruja is exactly going to be doing that for this roster. I think that is going to be a great addition for that team. Though, going on to the second page of these rankings, we are going to be seeing some teams that maybe we're not able to really capitalize, and in one team in particular that was a bit shocking, Seven. DK went out before even Phase 1 started closing. They were speedrunning Rondo.
2 minutes in. Yes, that's all it took. We're never used to seeing teams get eliminated that quick. I don't really know, to be completely honest. I don't know what happened there with that squad, but all of a sudden we blink and they're gone.
And they're gone. Oh, that's a rough start for them. You know, I do want to go back to your points, though. I want to really galvanize what you said there, because I actually talked to Shiva myself, and he was talking about what their new coach, how much he's helped them out with everything that they got going on. And one thing in particular that he told me that was really interesting was the fact that he only had 1 month to prepare for PMGC last year. And that was a really tough thing for them. This year, though, they came in strong with a lot of work. And I think that helps out big time, right? The fact that they're really prepared and they started off strong.
Yeah, I mean, the more time you have, right, you're going to be fully prepared. For a format like this, it might still make it a bit tough.
Well, they know what to expect, too, in regards to Karuja. They've been in the past with him. They had to kind of let go of him. He came back. Now they're going to be happy, and they're going to be staying with him, at least from what Shiva told me. They're going to be staying with him for at least 6 months. So hopefully they'll be able to just use that even more. I want to continue to see that aggressiveness out of this squad. I don't want to see it slow down going into Erangel, but I also don't want to see them take crazy fights just because.
You're talking about aggression. I'm going to pivot here onto another team.
Okay.
FUT Esports, I think, had a massive fumble onto the Western side. They had a big advantage onto the side of Ulf.
Yes.
They sent it blind initially, right? You were saying it while we were watching that game. Sent it blind, got completely surrounded, naded down to literally just 2 players, 1 knocked player and 1 flushed. And they don't capitalize on that opportunity and instead decide, oh, how about we get between Ulf and TT Project in the safety of the compound. They get pincered, instantly go out. I think FUT had such a golden opportunity and they just missed out on what could have been a massive double-digit elimination game.
Perfectly said. One of those passive plays because they decided to prioritize the zone, even though it was a horrible spot when they could have just gotten an advantage too. And then Ulf ultimately ended up putting some pressure on them as well. So yeah, a bit of a mishap there from FUT. Also, in regards to passive games, Nigma, I was surprised at how passive that team was playing. And to the end of the game, yes, you're still alive, but with this kind of format, you need to be able to get a lot more eliminations, and they only had 2 when I finally saw them on the screen.
I mean, in particular, when you're in a city, right, and you have 5 teams and the circle is shifting away, you need to fight your way out of it if you want to survive.
Dude, it's so crazy. Every time you say, like, misstep, just with this format, I just think it's no longer a misstep. It's, like, devastating, right? Because it's, like, one little mistake, and you can be out of there. I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? Boars did so good, couldn't make it by 1 single point, right? Well, we're going into Erangel. Hopefully they can make up for that misstep or big step, right, in that last game. One thing that you talked about yesterday, right, was that loot truck. Just how powerful it is now in esports, and we definitely saw it utilized yesterday.
Actually, one team that loves using the loot truck is Vicious. They always have airdrop weapons. I don't know how. You look at them at, like, phase 2, they're like, they got 2 MG3s and, like, a P90. What's going on?
We're set, baby, we're set.
Definitely a team we want to pay attention to on the looting stage because they're very strategic about that potential moment of the game. Though Novalo stepped up. I was a little bit scared, actually, looking back at PMGO EECA because it was always icy as an individual stepping up. It's good to see another name doing well for this roster.
Well, if we go back to when Narvalo was with Falcons, Narvalo would usually end up being the main player back at PMGC from what I remember. So it's good to see that he's maybe picking up that form again. I know they have another player there on the bench, Redox, that's currently not playing. I know he's eager, so it kind of puts a spark on this squad that everybody needs to start performing. And yesterday, we ended up seeing a team being able to get back-to-back chicken dinners at the end of the day. Maybe we'll end up getting back-to-back chicken dinners here at the beginning of the day.
I mean, actually, that's quite interesting because talking about SGG, right, they got himself the 2 wins on Miramar. We're talking about Rondo. Rondo's so important, which it is, right? It's very, very important for you to try and kick off your day and maybe secure your position in game 1 alone. But Erangel Miramar still incredibly important. It's just 2 good games back-to-back. You could be in top 6, literally from bottom 2 games, top 6, and you qualify for the finals.
They can solidify their position here and know that they're more than likely going to end up qualifying, and then they could start maybe hunting down teammates, and I know they can definitely do that.
You know what? One thing that's great for them is saving grace. There's no reefers to do 1v4 grenade on Vicious. So
you're right.
They are safe for now.
They're safe. I mean, hey, we're going into Erangel, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. That's what's going to be all about here when it comes to esports, right? If you can perform good in Erangel, you're usually going to be set pretty dang good. One thing that I'm looking into Erangel, and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, right? Is usually now all these players have a good idea about where they're going to drop, right?
Yep.
But we also heard that there could be some, little drop shenanigans that could be happening here. So that's going to be interesting to see if everyone's going to actually go to their spots or mix things up.
Yeah, I mean, the one team that told me they want to mix things up was TT Project, which I'm still not going to say, okay? I signed an NDA with TT Project. I can't say the strategy. But they're going to be having something a little bit different on the grassy pastures.
I'm going to be looking at T2K because that rotation that they did was absolutely mind-blowing. In not a good way. I was hoping that we would end up seeing Nepal once again put up a great performance like we saw yesterday in Group A out of Horror Esports. That was not the case here. They just decided to fully send it down the middle, ends up backfiring with 0 intel. Yes, I know you're trying to do something crazy, but hopefully here, remember, no recall whatsoever. You need to make sure you bring it back up. You don't want to have back-to-back bad games.
I'm feeling for DK at this point because, I mean, with such a rough start, they haven't even got a chance to warm up at all. They didn't even get that recall, right? So now that we're going into Erangel, I think I'm going to put him in the hot seat already because with how crazy we saw yesterday, I don't think they can waste any time.
Yeah, no, you don't want to waste any time. And actually, one team I want to see step up to the plate massively here. Had a decent start here on Rondo was Boom. They had a good entry point over to the eastern side. They kind of avoid a few of the useless skirmishes that were happening over there, and they actually send it into the city, wait things out, and when they see BTR is at their weakest, they re-engage the fight to try and claim that real estate. It doesn't result in a win, but for me it's a good showcase that this team has that glimmer of hope to do well here on PMGO Season 1.
They're making moves, baby, and they're going to have to make some more moves into Arendelle. Here we go as we get ready for match number 2. The plane is flying. And it's a little bit on over to the west side.
A little bit. That's a lot on the west side. What is going on here? Yesterday we had a first southern plane. We had an eastern one. Now it's on the west. It's all flip-flop here for Group B.
There we go. Come on, man. These zones, these play paths, they were brutal yesterday. And I think that was a big reason why Alpha 7 struggled so much. Let's see, though, if these players can adapt. I mean, they got to do their homework yesterday.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
I'm just trying to figure out where some of these squads are going to be going. I'm intrigued.
What, the southern military
scared.
island teams?
Yep.
Oh, because of it's a very western one, they're just going to pick up a car and go on the eastern bridge.
DK's actually going to be going south.
Yeah, but they're just looking for a car. They want to get away from TT Project and the likes of Ulf.
You remember where they land by any chance, Max?
You know what? Don't put me on the
okay.
spot because I don't.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if they're going to end up going Novo, if they're going to be going fully south, because I never seen a team just kind of stay there towards the south military base.
There's not a lot of loot there.
Yep.
That is for sure. So hopefully we'll see them get up and get going because they had a rough game 1. But this is match number 2. Let's see what happens as we take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
It does indeed look like the vehicle prediction is going to come through on that South Island. Blank, the circle is going to be okay. It's going to be quite chill to kick things off. We had some very brutal circles at the start of yesterday's airing goals. More sanity is going to prevail here in Group B.
Which is great. Which is very, very nice. I think when we're getting up towards that northwest side of the map as well, always interesting around South George, North George. Tough place of the map to play a lot of times when you're around crates. It really does crush a lot of teams into that area, but there's no guarantee it heads there in the first place. I am looking at T2K right now. This is an extremely aggressive early split. They have the pick of the litter when it comes to the sites around Gatka. BTR and RRQ facing off against one another early on in this game. Again, these outlandish things do happen with a plane path like this where there's not really much place to go, and it's Zaki, east side of all places. We're not even in the city itself.
I don't dislike this back off from RRQ, but well, potential back off, I have to say. Just get into the vehicle, get out of there. Standing here, you're just wasting so much time. With the added potential that you can actually just go to Zaki itself and completely leave this entire fight alone. I wonder if they think all 4 players have left for RRQ.
Well, RRQ is doing something fairly interesting here where they're wrapping around the backside towards Zaki. Now, I thought they would take the initiative and move over towards the east here, but they did leave one player behind, so they are invested in this engagement. So a new angle taken for them. There is players with the nade in the building. I think that's smart. You leave your player behind who has the ordnance. He can hold out with this.
Big
nade! My God.
Oh, it's so huge! Oh, it's the biggest nade I've ever seen, Blank! Oh, he gets a bit too overzealous, though. There was a third BTR player to ruin it all. He was... So he had dollar signs in his eyes there, Blank, and now BTR will look to piece this one back together. 2 of their players down, and immediately a snapback on the shutdown there, and RRQ want retribution. It's not going to be easy, though. BTR back and forth, back and forth.
What?
And BTR win it out. All 4 of their players alive. A clean wipe after a double nade knock.
Federalis, the 1v4 is unbelievable. Actually crazy stuff coming through for BTR. The addition in, there's big names on that squad, but Federalis is the one that steps up in the end. How does that happen?
What an insane play on the north side. And the fact that they get all 4 players back up and alive. As I said, after a double nade knock on towards them, that was excellent on the revive. Coming back on through. A bit of a misplay from the player up top, I think, from RRQ. Stepping down, trying to go for the flushes. It was a little bit unfortunate there. He might have been able to take the 1v1, but did not expect the third BTR player to be stepping up and into it.
It's one of those situations where you need smokes on the stairs, and I don't think he had any.
Too early.
Kind of confused on what RRQ was trying to go for, right? I mean, you go to the north side, You get new angles on it. You get the first nade, and I do think they were slightly delayed in their approach to assist.
So I think I have a series of events that kind of make sense. I think RRQ were going to fade away and leave their player solo in this, I mean, biggest nade. Leave this player solo in. But BTR definitely knew that there was a player in there. And RRQ had already tried to think about leaving on this angle. You take a look at Federalis stepping out and just doing the dirty. It was pretty beautiful stuff coming on through. So I think RRQ didn't know that BTR knew that there was a player in that building for them. And that might have contributed towards it, but it was, it was unfortunate that they weren't able to get that regroup in time.
It's a tough task.
A gap in knowledge feels like the only explanation.
It is tough task. Well, I mean, skill issue.
Okay.
You got completely outplayed by Federalis. It's sad to say, but it is the case there. For BTR, they're thanking their lucky stars they have him on the squad. See, that's the thing, though, is you bring in like an outside player like Federalis onto the team of a BTR squad that has been primarily Indo-based the entire time. You bring him in, and he adds a little bit of that aggression to the squad. It's really, really cool.
You love to see it. Foot, they've moved to the southeast side of Hospital, close up towards Everest foothills as well. Looking to try and have a transitional point. A lot of freedom to go west, to go east, to try and wrap around this. They're closer to the edge of this current zone blank, but they do have, as I said, more freedom to be moving in and around than maybe some of our other teams. Into Zone 2, that's where they'll try and leverage that advantage. We'll see if it will pay off. TT Project, they're holding the bridge right now, and Ulf may just walk into this trap.
They didn't really move all that much, and the guys were talking about at the beginning of the game there, since you grab those vehicles and you start figuring out what your direction to leave is, but there's a lot of pressure to leave on the Western Bridge. TT Project knows that, holds over towards here. They should see the beachhead, right? You should have the sight lines on this one, so they probably see Solus leaving over towards our eastern side, but there's been players left behind. I think the TT Project's trying to figure out what's going on here.
They are playing very quiet there. They didn't take shots out to Solus. Solus didn't draw any fire. Ulf, very, very cautious on this bridge. To be fair, you might expect that a team is going to try and bridge camp you here. You know that there were at least 3 teams on this island. Are they just stopping off for some late loot? Okay, they're more. I think they're actually more worried about the far side of the bridge.
I don't think that's the case. I think they know that TT Project's here. I think that they send Solus to try and distract so the wraparound can come through. Solus does try and make a pretty insane path back towards the team, though, which I think was unnecessary. Now we need good shots coming through from Darius. This guy used to be the master of the AR. Now looking to bring that back to pass, but misses on the first 2. Scarface should fall down, but he finds the first shots over towards Neos. It is paid back in kind, though.
2 players down for Ulf. They will be moving on as 2. Not going to turn around and get stuck into this one. The res is very possible here. Ulf may try. No, they're not going to. They're not going to try and set up on this far side and get a little bit of revenge. Maybe have to take that back, though. Okay, they do stop off. What's going on?
It's okay, bro.
I thought they were going to just get out of there. Why not? You're playing as 2.
They're picking each other back up again. I wonder if the vehicle is absolutely battered.
That might be
Would not surprise me. The circle heads very north on this one. Like I said, you're around crates, you're around South George, you've got North George involved as well as the forest that sits around shooting range. But there is a big old funnel here, right? You know, Everest is a still massive prominent feature inside of this circle. I would say the south side is very tough to play because you're either playing over towards Ruins, which is a place where you want to end the game, not necessarily where you want to start from, rotating through over towards Box Compound, just over towards that northeast side that currently Boom sits around. Difficult game for a lot of teams. Luckily, most players are already on this western side of the map due to the playing path.
You can as well, in this early stage of the game, go for a big eastern wrap, right? East of Rozhok, maybe even to Yasnaya, potentially, through that bridge, and enter the circle on the north side. The north positions seem so much freer right now in terms of mobility, in terms of not necessarily, and occupancy right now.
Absolutely. I'd agree with you. The north side is so much more open. Unfortunately, getting back towards the south is the difficulty, right? You play on the north side, you're gambling with the circles moving north, because if you are not in crates, you are not on Everest, you are not in South George, or on the coastal positions, you're locked out.
You're not in the game.
Yeah. The bar has been dropped and the door is completely barricaded. So I do think it's a tough one. It's a lot of tough decisions. I think Rozhok Bridge probably going to be the most likely point of injection for a lot of these squads. Geeke's already heading up there. You got Wolves coming through. The remnants of Ulf to slip on by stealthily as possible.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it, though. I think, yeah, Eren trying to move in behind. Ketch has been spotted by Foot as well, who are playing around Boatyard right now. Wolves are going to go for the crossing. We saw Geeke already get across. So, yeah, all of those teams making their way on through. Looks like we've only actually got 3 teams on the south flank. We've got Hustler Crew there. We've got R8. We've got T2K as well, playing on that south side. And everybody else going to try and commit up towards the north edge.
Yeah, like you say, it's way more open. You know, it's easier to find a spot here, and a lot of teams were far on that south side to begin with. They realize that the options are looking thin for them. Hustler Crew, they take a very big split across ruins. They've got Castle, they've got the compounds that sit underneath Everest. It's a good way to set up just in case you do get a hard south shift on the circle. How likely that is to be, I'm not sure. T2K do a similar thing with crates as well as Everest. They are trying to confirm as many positions as they can on this south side. We're about to see the circle shift now. See who it favors.
PT Project on a very low rotate. They're just past farm, I think. That is, you can see on the picture-in-picture. The circle does really start to commit up towards the north side, Blank.
Hey, guess who's over there? It's the Vicious. They're currently central position on the map.
You're right.
Jukes was talking, is it the back-to-back at the start of the day compared to the back-to-back at the end? Potentially.
A back-to-back? Maybe. Could be. We'll have to wait and see. Vicious in their central position, though, do need to hold out these hills. And we saw how many teams had committed up to the north side already. They'll have a lot of people trying to poke their noses in right now.
Yeah.
And they're playing still fairly split, about 200 meters between some of their players at the moment. They're going to coalesce to a 2-2. It's not how you want to start it. Ooh, very well maybe flushed away. Indeed it is. They're down to 3 players, and that central position just got a lot more untenable.
Well, this is a mistake. This is a mistake coming through from the Vicious. Right now, Wolves also taking a lot of damage on side, but it's a mistake from Vicious, right, where your eyes are bigger than your belly, right? That's the problem, where they try to hold so much space there towards the center. They should have known that there is an incredible amount of teams on this north side. I think you become happy with the fact that you got center. You don't try and go for these 200-meter splits.
That's unfortunate. Maybe they were just caught in flux and weren't expecting the pace of teams around them. I'm not entirely sure, but you're right. A bit of a misstep there. Loops going to try and challenge them in that central location as well, but turning around, just getting some information, sending a scout out from their compound. Will not fully commit just yet. Still, we have 2 teams on the south, as Hustler Crew have managed to get all 4 players up into the north side.
Yeah, it's still passing by on Boatyard towards Middle Island. It's on the river. And they get themselves over towards that southeast. They could deal with TT Project, currently playing a massive split, by the way, on this eastern side. But for them, I think this is more trying to put a little bit of pressure on the bubble, right? See where they can pop it and make their way in. It looks like they're going to go for a south shift on this one. They're going to rotate down, see what they can get done versus Hustler Crew and potentially Boom.
Ooh, a knock over towards Hustler Crew. That is in the main cabal of their team, so they could go for these reses. But yeah, TT, they are just sending it all the way down south very, very quickly. The flush comes out as well, as RJC seem to have angles on this. And TT Project descend almost immediately to try and get their way into this next part of the circle. A nice answer. That's Boom from the north side. Got to slow them down on the approach. So even numbers now between TT and Hustler Crew. But Neos makes short work of that. Opens up with another knock. A roll down from Zerich. Not going to let them get that one back either. So 2 players for Hustler Crew. They're going to get rattled.
They are. And again, for Hustler Crew, I think this is a rude awakening for them, honestly, where you come into this, in their interviews, they were incredibly confident about PMGO. It's a different beast, man. It's not the same as just playing in Western Europe. There are some good teams in Western Europe, but is quite a few teams that are also a little bit of fodder. And I think that Hustler Crew came in looking very hot there. It's not the same dealio over in PMGO. These teams are insanely good.
The circle did pop up as well during that. It's gone all the way west, Blank, which, I mean, does give Vicious a little bit better of standing here. You've also got Wolves very, very central, but both of those teams have lost players. I'm looking at BTR right now. On that north side, they'll be able to move along the ridge lines from those shooting range hills as long as GK don't take them down.
GK, last game, the only team in about a year to go down the first 3 minutes on Rondo. And versus BTR, who are coming off the back of some really big highs versus RRQ. I do have my doubts, but I'm willing to be proved wrong. Nade's going over towards Boom. Man, as if you get taken down by that nade. It's so far away. The shrapnel just hits him in the little pinky, takes him down. Tough stuff.
Everyone has to get away from the blue zone, though. It is starting to get a little bit dangerous. Erich up onto the high ground, has the shots, has the shot down over towards Boom as they roll on forwards. Can't quite find it, but his teammates a lot better faring on that effort. Erich is worried about the player up to his top and does need to be, but El Beryl able to turn that one around on him. And in from the north side, it's actually Foot who are going to careen down the hill. And this might be the end of both of these two teams. Geeko go down first. And now, TT Project might just be next on the chopping block.
For Foot, this is a big opportunity, right? You clear out the entirety of the eastern side, way easier pushing. You now can figure out where you want to play on the north. You can play down towards the south, potentially. There's a lot of options given to you for Foot if they are able to clear this out, but it looks like they're backing off a little bit. The Vicious, instead, using the ridge side that sits over towards their west to deny sight lines. I think they've got the same idea. Clearing out the east is the most profitable thing for them to do right now because they can start playing in and dealing with those teams on the west without fear of that 180 on their back.
Vicious sent two out to try and poke their noses into this east side scrap, but they left Icy on his own and abandoning that hill in the middle of it all. And Foot, yeah, they just get around on the north side.
Yeah, I mean, the ridge side for the Vicious right now is not something they want to play on. Because there's a lot of sight lines from the high ground on the western side. So for the Vicious, it's just a case of denying these locations in. Frozen does get up. Doran's going to swing back out again. Surely he hears the vehicles now.
Okay, angles over towards Enigma Galaxy, who have currently got a foothold on a building down towards the south, the east points of North George. They can potentially regroup onto it. We're back on board with our duo of Ulf, who have survived from that bridge camp earlier on, who are still alive and in this zone. See if they can survive a little bit longer. Enigma Galaxy wanting to leave a parting gift as they roll over this ridge line. GK not wanting to let them go. Send it back in kind. Ooh, a lot of damage over towards Satan, but will not be able to get that knock. A pick up very, very quickly. Some healing ticking up for Lord as well. And off they go down the hill.
Real important to get away from this one. Enigma Galaxy needs to stay alive. They didn't have the greatest of performances on that last game. Now that is a big pickup from Koa. Over towards Zedwolf. For the Vicious, it's hard for them to aggress over towards Foot because it's the 3v4. We suddenly even the odds now. Doran starts to move up. Frozen primes the grenade, but Doran is creating a lot of problems in the midst of it. And with Foot playing over towards this north side, there's great angles for them. Swain goes down. That's a second.
Koa doing bits right now for his team. Vicious happy to have him on side, able to get the first opener, get that flush, look for that knock. This off angle now coming through from Doran. He does need to be careful. Nades will start to fly. The hop out of the buggy, but it's going to roll away, so no hard cover there. Relying on his teammates, Koa does go down and get flushed as Frozen wins that 1v1 on the angle. It's up to Icy and Doran now. Down in the dirt, needs to try and keep himself alive, keep himself going in this fight. And Nade is cooking. There are nades on both sides though. Frozen is still in this fight and Icy not quite able to step up in time. A lot of damage, but not quite the knock. And Doran's still in danger.
Doran wrapping back around the side, knows he's got time to throw this grenade. He doubles back, just needs to make sure he gets the distance on it, and he gets it perfect. Airburst straight on his head. Icy pulled himself off from the building, but he doesn't provide any support here. Doran trying to heal up, but the flush will go through to Icy 100%. The Vicious now down to 1. Potentially Icy there needed to come with the team. I think when you're in that situation versus the 3v4, you're absolutely asking for it when you're going for a 2v4 when it could be 3 players on side.
Thorin now looking to try and get across. Will look to confirm this flush. Frozen won't be able to get his teammate back up, but Frozen did so much for them there as well. For Foot, it looked like they started to wane, but both teams now on one player alive, and the east side is now a lot more available potentially. It's Gaming Stars actually stepping up towards BTR, and a big nade to open it. A lot of damage as well, and there's a wraparound on the north.
For Enigma Galaxy, this is a great third party. They get themselves over towards that north side. Obviously, the circle is going to be pushing them in, but it's a real good opportunity to take down two teams at the same time. But the swing around is real, and they're instantly getting shots over towards them. GSTR was not happy about that.
Goodness me, those are the stars in your eyes right now. Gaming Stars rolling over the backlines for Enigma Galaxy. 2 players down now. BTR weren't able to chime in. They were too busy getting their teammates back up, but now they can start to march forwards. They can sweep out this northern edge. No one's pushing them. No one's going to stop them as they roll up the hilltop, looking to try and sweep everything aside. Gaming Stars are being dismantled now, and BTR with 4 players alive, 7 elims on side, get rid of the thorns in their side.
I think for Enigma Galaxy there, understandable push to go for it, but the fight just didn't fully break out in kind. BTR on this game, 8 eliminations for an incredible squad wipe at the beginning of this one, looking to take things further.
Wolf still alive, by the way, as a duo. They're going to turn their attention over towards R8 on the riverbanks. This is all the way on the south edge of the circle. Eren and Ketch, you can't count them out. It could be a top 4.
Really, really good players. And they still have the Crescent Moon on the south side of the map to work around with as Ulf starts to work their way over. Frozen off in the distance, just trying to live this one out as long as possible. Placement points today are so incredibly important. Now, how does BTR figure this out? I think potentially you can try and crash the shack that currently Wolves are playing. It's very open ground around there, and then potentially try and work your way down towards that Crescent and clear out the stragglers. But BTR doesn't really have a huge amount of information on that. They have mostly been looking over towards the western side.
And obviously up to that north side on that last fight as well. They could potentially go for a wide east wrap and try and sweep through Frozen and approach the riverbank, but I mean, that's a pretty wild rotation, and it all relies on info, right, as to where and when they think they can move.
Just don't know for BTR right now if there's a 4-man team on the east. That's the big issue. They're not entirely 100% on it because it easily could be R8 playing that position. They've seen them been clearing in the elimination feed. So for BTR, the option sort of is where Wolves is currently playing, or some really big scouting missions in the near future.
R8 trying to make their way up from the riverbank now. A knock here may give the game away as to where R8 are playing, because BTR should be able to hear these shots. They'll know this location.
Dear.
A big nade from Eren, and another comes on through from Ketch as well. And 2 players down for R8.
No
On
way!
the money. Oh my goodness me. Ulfers 2 just roll these boulders down the hill, and R8 are caught lacking. With Marth on the back line, he's in no position to go for these reses, but the info can be fed back over. They'll spot these players running forwards.
Loops flying into this one. This is 3 points for the boys, and they're happy to pick them up. Ulf now step a little bit too far forward maybe, but they've just taken on a 4-man squad.
BTR.
Possible to do it again. Good shots from BTR. They spot the push across, and Loops are forced to leave that compound of relative safety on that southwest side. BTR making the move.
They're moving in from that northern edge. Wolves are going to try and slow them down, but can they make the crossing? It looks like maybe they can. Loops really don't have the pressure right now to stop them as they approach from that northern side. A mad dash across, and they are over the ridgeline now. Ulf still have 2. In they go against Loops. 1 down, but they find that answer. Looking for more now as Law still right up and close to them. Eren finally falls. The first gap in the armor that maybe they can find as Loops' forward position is almost immediately dispatched. 2 players down for BTR. They need to find something back. Rafinha wants to step forwards, but immediately rebuffed. Eren now, the last player for Ulf, still live and kicking, as is Marth.
At this point in time, Rafinha's terrified, right? He can't really step out too much because the placement points aren't really kicking in just yet. Eren will take down the final player from R8 there. 6 elims on the game. They've done fairly decently at the moment. Currently up toward 3rd place at the moment, 19 points. But it's Ulf on the chase.
BTR looking to piece themselves back together after a mad dash across. I think they've got all 4 players there, but that's a big nade.
Okay.
Oh, huge. What an opener from Eren. I don't know how many more he's got left in the pocket. He's got 5 nades. Underarm for more damage. Won't get the flush, though. Has more cooking. BTR sending them back up, but they don't know where he is. He's sidestepping them. He's getting around. One burnout comes through. Eren steps forward. He wants more. BTR now suffering under the pressure from the nades from Eren. Moving up now, Razak wants to try and slow him down, but he's going to go for it. And they'll find it. Another Eren, and what are you doing? How can you do it? Eren 1v4. Eren 1v4's BTR. What a desperate play for Eren, and he makes it work. I said you couldn't count him out, and he will fall finally. But that is just about the craziest thing. Oh my goodness me, and Frozen as a solo from the top, the northeast side of it.
Insane stuff. Eren, a rising star last year, but this year he drops like a meteor on the top of BTR. And it is just over. What started as an incredible push from BTR down from that northern side ends in tears.
My vocal cords are never going to recover from Alpha 7, followed by that play. Goodness me, it is absolutely insane. And now Frozen in a 1v2. That was a nasty situation over on the northeast edge before, where we saw the engagement that they had and they were getting burnt away against the Vicious. And now he has a chance to take it all home, maybe find that chicken dinner. But so do the Wolves.
For the Wolves, it'll be a nice makeup, right? Their Rondo was meant to be their big match. If they get themselves the chicken dinner on game 2, make them feel a lot better here. Frozen taking shots. But I mean, they know it's just 3 of you. You can't really scare them all that much.
Couple of love taps from the rifles there. Wolves playing it central. They don't need to move here, Blake. They are so chill right now. It is on Frozen to make the first peak.
Wolves, they've got the dot, right? No matter what happens, it's going to end over towards them. Frozen, to be honest, the high EV play here is probably to deny the point.
You may well be right, but you don't need to do it just yet. He's got 5 nades.
He does have a boatload of nades. Probably
and 20 bandages.
Partly errands.
I don't know if he stepped down to go for those loot crates, because there's a lot down there. There's all the BTR knocking about too. He's going to break wide. Okay. Looks like he's not going to go for the denial. Along the ridgeline, stepping forwards. A nade over the top. They should spot this one incoming. Maybe not. Does take a lot of damage, and another nade to find it. Frozen drops wide, goes low against Elementrix. Position not going to be known, but he walks nearly back into the nade. With 3 more in the pocket. Wolves are not giving him anything.
The American team not giving for any freedom here to work around with. Wolves continue to pressure forward. One nade has to hit. That's basically the only way he gets anything done, and he's spent. He's completely spent. It has to be a wild 1v2 now for Frozen. Pushes up, takes a fair bit of damage. This is over.
It should be. By rights, it should be completely over, but he spots one. Has to duck around the bullets, but the final damage from the nade there takes it down, and the Wolves find a chicken dinner. Some crazy situations in that game, though, Blank. Goodness me.
I mean, it's just wild, right? I mean, Eren, previously on Zeus, throughout multiple teams, now finds himself on a bit of a god squad here, and he certainly struck like lightning over towards BTR. They never saw that coming. We're having a quiet, cool contemplation of what happened that last game. Eren seems quite pleased with himself. The rest of the team trying to figure out what went wrong.
Not giving Eren everything, giving him more nades, you know? That's what he needed, maybe, in that scenario. What a really, really incredible position for him to be able to hold that with the nades that he had. I mean, Frozen was able to close it down, but that kind of is the standout play from that game.
Yeah, again, for Vicious, it's just these tiny little mistakes that can cause you big problems, but those mistakes can then be broken down a little bit further on the desk.
USA! 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 Let's go! The Wolves end up getting a chicken dinner, but hey, you know who cares about that? We gotta talk about that end game, guys. That end game was absolutely ridiculous!
Okay, we need a 2-hour podcast to break down whatever happened there.
Welcome to our podcast.
Yeah, there was so much happening on that eastern George Pole mountaintop.
Yep.
Initially held down by the duo of Ulf, pushing up by R8, and then when that fight kind of falls apart, Loop send it, followed up
Great
by
awareness,
then
by the
Bigatron. The steps there were just absolutely crazy from start to finish, Seven. I would even go to say that was the best single moment of the entire tournament.
It honestly was. First of all, I got to give some props for BTR because they were able to spot what Loops was trying to do, and they just fully sent it to them.
Yeah.
And they were looking so good until a player named Aaron decided to just dust off whatever strategy they had on their mind.
Well, yeah, so, okay, props to Aaron, right? Aaron had some really good moments. You might have seen their drink, but actually
Really good moments.
They push one by one. One by one by one. They just give the opportunity for him to just clap back with the DBS. Aaron had an incredible moment, but it was definitely thrown by the other side.
Aaron, that was the best play we have seen so far in PMGO Season 1.
Oh, man, that was so hype.
Yeah,
agreed.
We literally jumped out of our dank seats, dude. When we saw that, it was so absolutely ridiculous. Cool stats and all. You know, one thing I want to ask, though, right? When it comes to Loops in that play, what do you think about them leaving Rafina there in the back line?
I don't hate it because what it does is it stops any teams like Ulf, for example, to actually peek over the ridgeline, and it keeps the entire ridgeline in check. And then it actually kind of worked out versus BTR a little bit. We just get eliminated. But a 3-1 split in that position, I think, is exactly what Loops had to do. But staying in that dip, though, was a little bit risky because there, in that situation, 7, BTR had the angle.
In a way, it kind of prolonged that fight, too, because it forced BTR to slow down. They expected everybody from Loops to be there, especially once they got that knock from far away. They were not expecting Rafina. Rafina fully slowed that down. And it ultimately ended up helping out Ulf as well because he was able to kind of set himself up, and they do end up pushing one by one. But overall, great plays. I do have to go back, and I want to kind of point this out. And I know we were, I guess, in a way negative in regards to this team after Rondo, but I got to be negative in regards to this team once again, Max, and it's none other than T2K. Because they had a great split, and you're going to be looking at the match ranking here. They had a great split on Everest. They had 3 on Everest and 1 on Giorgio crates, but instead of going to crates, they decide to go south, away from the circle as well.
They went to ruins, but the thing is that you're not saying there is Kratos was still in the circle.
Yeah. they had so much room to work with.
Like, literally, I'm not even joking, if they took that position, they would have been in the spot R8 were in that match, playing under the bridge, on the rocks near the bridge, able to push up onto the duo of Ulf. Maybe off the back of that fight, they could have won the entire game, but they went for this more passive rotation. Passive is fine sometimes, but I feel like this was definitely over passive from T2K. So 2 bad games they need to learn right now and have a big step up if they want to be in the top 6.
Yeah, you don't really want to be I just honestly don't know what they were thinking in regards to that. You don't want to be passive. You had a bad Rondo. You don't want to have a bad Erigel. Now you have a bad Erigel. You're going to end up being forced to do something erratic, and that's not the position you want to put yourself in with just 4 matches left.
Yeah.
Let's look at this. Overall rankings right there, and it's Vicious leading the charge with 27 points.
Well, that's the Rondo effect right there happening here for Vicious. But actually, you know what? We're going to talk about Bigatron. Because,
oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, these guys love hot drops. Danching in the last game here on the outskirts of Zaki versus RRQ. And this time it was not my boy Razak stepping up, right? It was your boy stepping up.
Federales! But that's what we want to see out of this squad. And I feel like that might be one thing that actually hindered BTR there at the end. Yes, they were able to make a push at the beginning on Loops as a squad, not as individuals. But at the end, when they ended up going against Aaron, it seems like they were just too eager to finish off the fight. They weren't thinking as a team, and they were just thinking as individuals, and it hurt them in a big way.
I'm going to bring you up on another topic here that you were very passionate about. Northwestern side, there were 3 teams fighting outside of the zone. BTR looking to actually gatekeep them.
Yeah.
And they got kind of saved by Nigma Galaxy, right? In the weirdest fashion possible.
We were calling out the game out perfectly. It was working out in weird ways. And yes, it was Nigma Galaxy that was able to just save the life of BTR. I don't remember who they were fighting with at the moment, but for them, they were about to get fully wiped out. Nigma Galaxy saved them in a big way, and it was good. It was good. Yeah, it was good recovery for BTR. But yeah, at the end, I mean, it's just great plays. But at the end, you need to make sure you end up playing as a squad and not as individuals.
I think even Bigatron was surprised they were alive.
Dude,
like,
right?
We're alive. I guess we go for like a poker.
Great recovery though from them.
Home court advantage is a thing at this point, right? I mean, we saw it happen yesterday. We see it happen here. BTR is coming out swinging here. They're representing, and that's what I love to see. You know, I know Group A was like the group of death and everything. When it comes to Group B, though, I don't know if it's like the group of like tacticians, or I don't know what those actually describe it as, because they're all playing this so dang well. Everybody is just making the right plays at the right time.
There's not one team that's currently dominating.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it comes down to. Yesterday, what we saw a lot of is one team that was just dominating in a way that they were getting most of the points. Right now, that's not the case. I mean, we saw it perfectly on the overall. You saw first place, 27 points, all the way down to sixth place with 19 points. It's even more compact than yesterday.
Actually, I want to go on the little bit of an early stage. We talked about the last fight a lot, so I'm going to take us a little bit back here on Circle 1 with the plane path. Western Bridge from Military Island over to the mainland. Two teams involved, TT Project and Ulf. I don't think TT Project intended of gatekeeping the bridge as much as they did, but the main issue I had is Ulf sending it without checking if if a team is going to be set up over there. Cost them 2 players. If they had 4 players in that position, I think that was an Ulf win waiting to happen.
You don't think they were being set up? I thought that TT was actually setting themselves up for it. With the angles that they had, they expected Ulf to just fully send it like that. And one thing that I didn't actually like about TT after that fight, after they ended up eliminating 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, from Ulf, was that they decided to just go all the way around. The reason why I didn't actually enjoy that is because the circle at this point was very far away from where that fight was going on. If they knew Ulf, if they did a little bit more research on Ulf, they know that they were just going to be fully focused on getting to the circle, especially when you have less than 4 players. You don't have your full squad anymore. I feel like they just took out way too much time on a necessary rotation to the east.
I do think because it was a very Western playing path, it kind of forced teams in the positions they don't usually go to, like Geek, right? And I think that really caught them off guard, and they have to try and adapt because you've got 2 more angles, so you better try and fix that. Otherwise, that's really going to cause an issue for, again, your only 6 games you have total today.
Man, it's so crazy here. I think that this group in particular, more than any other one, right, or at least the Group A, just shows that you have to capitalize on every opportunity you get, right? When it comes to one game where you get gifted a zone, you got to put some serious numbers on the boards because, I mean, we saw that push all the way from the other side from BTR. That timing was so incredible, you can't guarantee that you're going to get another good match.
You're talking about teams being able to take advantage of what's given to them and like put up some serious numbers. We were looking at Wolves there at the end. They were alive. They only had 1 elimination. That was the most given. You can see they only ended up with 2 elims for that win.
Hey, we'll
the most given win ever.
They fell asleep a little bit. The game's still happening.
We're checking the match ranking. Dude, they're in 3rd place. They got the 3rd most points in that one. Hey, but if you're giving it, you'll take it, especially here at this point.
4th place overall.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
You know what? The timing was right at the end. We're joking about like, okay, all the other teams are having big fights, but the timing was right. They took the ridge line. They used the circle to force that one solo player coming their way. And it just didn't work out. So GG on Wolves getting a win, but I feel like if the circumstances were a little bit different, it would have been a little bit harder for them to wrap up that as a chicken dinner.
A lot harder. But one team that we didn't really get a chance to see in regards to placement points, but I do got to give them some props because they're continuing to just go on the trend that I thought that it was going to be going. It's none other than Exports Rejects. They were able to get 4 elimination points in this Erangel, and honestly, for this squad, I had 0 expectations for them. I was expecting them to be, and as bad as this sounds, I was expecting them to be in the bottom 2. Right now, they're showing me that they can probably be a team that can be in the top 6.
Well, let's see who's going to be at the top 6 at the end of the day. But this is match number 3. We are going into Erangel once again. After this match, we are halfway done with Group B. And we can take a look here at this play path. Woo, we're going to the south side on this one.
Well, again, it's not good.
Wait, this is the same play path from yesterday in the first Erangel.
Aurora, no! Luminous, not them.
Wait, what's going to happen now with Geek? He's going to get a freebie there in Novo. I want to see some of the other squads. What are they going to be doing?
Actually, I think
Ulf, you have to be aware that you might get gate kept again.
Yes, but TT Project normally, I think they're going to be the ones trying to make their way into Nova. That's usually one of their past locations, unless they decide to just relinquish it fully to PK. And it seems actually, yeah, they've just given up that location entirely. So no. And they will be going for their secondary drop location instead of usual Novo. But yeah, very southern. These planes, they doesn't like Group B that much.
Dude, this is, I mean, it didn't like Group A either. When it
Even
comes
the
to
Rondo was a bit weird,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
This is going to be wild. Are we going to get that military circle, though? That's going to be the question. Will it go down south? We will find.
Is all switching it up, boys?
Oh.
I'm not seeing all.
They're going to
mansion
mansion area, shelter mansion. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't want to get next to TT Projects. Yeah.
Well, they learned their lesson, but guess what? Gaming Star is going to take advantage of it.
Gaming Stars are going to be going for military base instead, so a big little bit of a change here we are witnessing for these teams.
Well, let's take a look at the circle. Oh, wow. So not a military circle. It's going all the way up the top. But let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
All right, we're going up to the northeast this time around. Thank you very much, Hot Duke 7 Max. We are going to be heading into our second Erangel of the day, match number 3 of our 6-match set for Group B. The plane paths have been pretty nasty, I think it's safe to say, at PMGO. It's just what we're delivering, I guess. That's what we're pulling out.
Yeah, we got one of the most brutal formats of all time into nasty plane paths, nasty circles. It's a double whammy. And we don't like double whammies here over at PUBG Mobile. Last game, something to behold, honestly, from Eren on his 1v4 to BTR with Federal. I think it was a 1v3, actually. But still crazy stuff. Absolutely insane stuff coming out from that match on Erangel. And, you know, we've had to pump the gas right at the beginning of the day, as well these guys with Hustler Crew on a bit of a replay here versus RJC. Get themselves their second point.
I thought they'd been dropped in with 3. I thought there was something going on, and I was looking over at their player booth, and I was thinking, what's going on? But no, they just died, unfortunately. A little bit of a stab from Hustler Crew to actually, they're sat next to each other in the booths. So, you know, that could get a little bit nasty. That could get a little bit nasty, that's all I'm saying. But Hustler Crew going to defend their apartments drop, spreading out to the east. They've got a lot of access to areas like Yasnaya.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in to start off with. Over on that southwest side, you've got a lot of ground that you can cover, a lot of ground to be taken. Yasnaya being completely open is kind of not what I expected here over on this plane, well, on this circle, but with the plane path being where it was, very hard to make the distance to get over towards Yasnaya in the first place. For RJC, they made the most instantaneous of rollouts over towards Severny at the start of this game.
Unfortunately, they lost a player, though, to that hot drop, right? Which is not great. They were talking about Ulf as well, adjusting over towards this area. I believe that their military drop in the first game was actually a backup drop, because remember, the plane path was so far on the west. I think they'd wanted to go out east anyway initially, and they're going back to that now, which may explain why they weren't super prepared for their bridge crossing situation.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I like what they tried to do with Solar standing over towards the eastern side, trying to create a little bit of chaos in the midst of it whilst wrapping around, but wasn't meant to be. There's Eren happily with 13 elims on the day so far. That's over 2 matches, which is a kind of wild result, right? Almost looking at a 7 elim average per game. It would be doubtful to see that go up. Yeah. But more than likely, he's going to go down over the next 6 matches. But again, Ulf is a big favorite for PMGO Season 1. Even going through to the Grand Finals, like a lot of teams peg this squad as 100% being in the top 6, at least in Group B, and having a good chance at the top 6 over towards Grand Finals.
I'm taking a look at the top 6 right now, Blank, and I'm looking at the score lines, right? Right now, it is so much closer overall than we saw being the case in Group A at this point in the day. There is a very, very close gap between, you know, 7th really to 1st. That is a surmountable gap of 9 points between them. So very much possible for anyone to slip and fall, bonk their head and get dropped down towards the middle block, or even further beyond that if they're not careful. And the bubble sat at between 40 and 41 points. That was the bubble spot that we saw in that last game. So as teams start to cross that, they will start to feel safer and safer as these matches go on, which will hopefully feel good for them. At the moment, Vicious obviously leading the charge on 27 with 2 solid games. Unfortunately, losing too many players in that last match. And on that northeast side, if 4 of them had survived, it would have been a different story.
It would have been a very different story. Well, we got Boom on our screens, playing towards Rozok. Heading over towards the east side. Yaz fields are just so empty. Yaz is empty. Good shot from RQ over towards GK. Saf G goes down. Weren't expecting this one. RQ on a holdout on the south side of Milta here, and more shots raining through over towards GK. They've got the hovercraft too, so quick maneuverability and a tanky vehicle to be running around in.
GK just going to try and slip under the purview of them, but RRQ are right there with that backstop position as well. Genforce does get spotted though, and knocked. Okay, this should be a flush over onto Genforce. Don't think they're going to be able to keep him under control. Ragnarok should have enough cover to just go for all that flush. Nasty stuff. So RRQ try and lay a trap for GK, but they bite back.
Yeah, Genforce going down is really bad news because honestly, for Genforce, he was the big piece of the puzzle here for RRQ. The hovercraft does come through. The player goes down in the front lines. It's not good for either side though at the moment.
The Par able to get his teammate back up and into action. Much less likely that Ragnarok's going to get his teammates back on through. A solo survival effort may be what it's going to take there. After the revive, the Par will just step on forwards and get that flush.
Still at 3, but yeah, losing a player like this early on in the game, we do need to keep saying this over and over that for a lot of our squads here, one bad game can be the difference between being out in survival stage and getting into the top 6. For instance, for Hustler Crew, DK, both teams with 3 and 2 points apiece. You look at that, and right now, we're sort of thinking survival stage at the minimum.
It may well be the case, but right now Hustler Crew are pretty convincingly in a central area. They've got an elim point already on this game. So could maybe turn things around, but they've been in central positions before. It tends to be what we've seen from them, right? Getting central early, then not quite able to convert in this global lobby. And it has been unfortunate for the first 2 matches. Won't count them out just yet.
Yeah.
In my book, you know, an S2G is possible, but
that it is.
It's very, very unlikely.
But again, we have to give credit to Hustler Crew. This, like we said before, super unknown team, very little experience on the main stage. So I do think for them, this is a learning experience, right? That's how they should look at it. I think that you're trying to test the waters with a lot of these teams that you maybe haven't played with before either. So yeah. Again, I think it's a big thing that I need to consider as well, just for teams getting into this who maybe just don't have that information just yet. It's just a tough format. It's just a really, really tough format for that to happen.
The rush for Stalber now. That circle is hard up to the north side, Blank. It's even catching Kameshki in there on the northern edge. A lot of that coastline too. Teams starting to move fast. We saw T2K surrounding Severny and will cost RJC another player. So they're playing on us too as everybody starts to go for this dash. Foot and Enigma Galaxy both on your screens right now. They're kind of at the back of the queue on the east point of Yasnaya. There are so many teams already making their hasty path north.
Hustler Crew, fast on the mark here, but very split, like you say. They're going the distance, but anchoring is going to be the difficulty here. BTR, one of the first teams to get up towards that northern side. The Vicious made a wide wrap over towards the western side of Stalber, actually getting a little bit further ahead of BTR. They're one of the only teams on the northern side. I'd even go as far as to say they are the only team on the northern side of this circle at the moment. So it's going to get very messy on the south.
Oh, T2K on that northern side. Going to have a good time, potentially. Enigma Galaxy losing Ralph. They are now down to 3. Wolves take a knock as well as Gaming Stars step up to it. They are going to struggle to get that one back up. I don't think they're really going to have any hope of getting that one back into play. They're just going to have to hunker down and play on us 3. We'll have to try and regroup as well onto Baton. His location as BTR stand to their south. Yeah, I don't think they're getting him.
With such a southern playing path, this is what's going to happen, right? So many teams coming up from that south side. The Vicious play a blinder by getting over towards... T2K play a blinder by getting over towards that northern edge of the map, which is great news for them.
I mean, R8 on the western side may actually be able to get up towards the top of Stalber, may give them pause for thought. But T2K, look at a take down the rest of Wolves, who have already lost Elementrix as well, which puts them on 2. So quite a bloody rotate up towards this northern side for a lot of our rosters. A lot of damage being dished out, but there have been quite a few full fours that have made it through. T2K will sort of preside over proceedings for the time being and see what they can see. For the teams further down to the south, there is still quite a lot of ground there that they can cover.
Yeah, it's about stabilization, isn't it, really? Nice shot from Slonic. We'll find Fearless there. It's a great pickoff for Wolves, who needed to get themselves into a bit more of an even footing versus T2K. Sadly, Federales, from the off angle, will find Slonic, and Nade doesn't quite find him. But is that spot very resable? I would probably say no.
Almost certainly not. BTR will be denied the point, however. That will go over towards T2K, but losing Fearless there. Nasty when they're looking to try and leverage every angle that they can. That's going to give R8 a better time there. And actually, TT Project, all the way out on the west side, they've been late on this rotate in the last game. They're going to be similarly delayed on this rotate as well. They're going to be inserting from that western edge. Past R8 though, and it should be a 4v4 on that angle, but actually for the south as well. Foot are going to crash into the R8 compound. This could be a great opportunity for TT to try and third party.
It will be. I mean, they do need to get themselves over towards this position. On the southwest side, that compound is usually very, very nice for the likes of R8 as well as Foot, but TT Project still a ways away. Information gain not really there for them either.
Rez has come out over onto Frozen. Foot will not be able to push up towards the R8 compound, and actually the north point of R8's hold, Marth, is a bit isolated. TT may be able to cut this one off, and R8 going to be very reluctant to leave from their compound. Such a strong position, and Foot will try and backfill it. Marth, it's on him to regroup with the rest of the roster and do so successfully.
For Marth, on R8, he's looking like he's going to regroup with the squad right now. Heads down towards that south side, past the zip lines. Again, TT Project, they've got to be careful. They really have to be careful. They don't have all the information in the world to work with here. They're being very cautious on their push through. They're going to scout over towards Stalber at the moment. They might be able to wrap around that north side. The time is running out to make that play, though, at the moment, but certainly possible. On board with Vicious at the moment. These guys are down towards the very southern edge, just outside the northern fields of Yaz. Yet to make their way in just yet. I think for a lot of our squads, they found themselves play some homes on the map at the moment. When you look over towards Stalber on that north side, you do have that almost stairway up towards Stalber where you can sit yourself in the midst of the rocky outcrops. That's going to assist a lot of teams in terms of placement, in terms of area that they can play in.
I mean, speaking of playing an area, BTR currently on a 2-1-1 split on 3 of those locations and playing very bold with it. And fortunately for them, the number of teams around them with the oversight from T2K, I think it's fairly safe. I mean, getting pushed from the west is maybe the biggest threat. Potentially Loops, actually, over towards the east side of it as well, but this is, I think, the right time to be holding this 2-1-1 split. That does need to start to collapse, potentially in the next minute, minute and a half, 2 minutes. That sort of time frame. And with this next circle, yeah, okay, now they do need to regroup and they need to pick a point to go to.
Yeah, you're likely going to regroup on top of Razak here and try and start clearing teams on that north side. Makes the most sense to them at the moment. They do need to pass over the top of Hustler Crew, but like we said, this is a bit of a slope up towards that north side, so Hustler Crew might not have the angles down towards it. This is that big wrap we were talking about earlier. They did end up going for it. They thought it's more optimal for us to clear the entirety of the northern side, then we can know where all the players are and know we just need to fight south.
Like Vicious and Foot is going to pop off there. Koa gets knocked and flushed for Vicious. That is unfortunate. They found an Elim, but they are going to just divert around this one, try and sneak their way through the rest of this. Past Foot, past R8 potentially, as they roll up on the side of this cliff. R8 up on top of them, and it will be dangerous. The shots will rain down upon them as Amori's there. Doran goes very, very low, but just about wins that trade. A nice result, but Amori once more. A nade up behind him, forces him to take the peak, but he's all too happy to go go for it. A shutdown maybe on the cards. That is a beautiful step through with Narvalo able to go down there. And R8 do lose one in the meantime. It is very, very difficult to make your way past this roadblock.
Vicious just go for a bit of a salvage play here. They leave one player behind to defend off against those angles and send a bit further forward into the circle. I think that's a smart play coming through from the Vicious. Obviously, it's not going to net them a lot of points, but you got to do what you got to do. Unfortunately, they are spotted out by RJC.
Oh dear, it's just Icy now remaining. He's got to drop back, get some supplies maybe on board. RRQ back and forth with Enigma Galaxy all the way on the south edge here, playing on the road ridges. Nades back and forth. Already one knock sent towards RRQ. A long-range shutdown over towards Satan on Enigma Galaxy, taking away that off angle. And no res there available. RRQ pull themselves back up, want to stay alive as 3. A nade does not quite connect either. Unfortunate stuff. As R8 and Foot still going at it.
It's raging over this side. I mean, Frozen, last player alive last game, last player alive here once again. Ketch does find Lord. That's Ulf who are starting to make their way in from that southeast. And I think that R8 should comfortably clear. Frozen, you say that, starts to pop off with the S12K.
I mean, he got into second place in the last match. Enigma Galaxy, they've only got one player around the rock. 1 and 2 nearly go down. That res, though, going to be very, very difficult. I don't think they've got time to get that fourth player, or that third player, rather, back up in an action. Frozen is still going against R8 here. Gets that first aid off as well. Slips down the cliff, unfortunately. And Marth is cooking an aid to try and send after him.
Yeah, Marth's going to try and launch it. Goes a little bit further than he might have expected. One player down in the front does not have time to go for this res here. The second goes even further. He is sort of whiffing here just a little bit. But it's a tough position to be in, and it looks like you might be right here, John. Frozen might just do it again. Jumps the vehicle, tries to bait the sound cue, and through the smoke, a demon in the mist.
My goodness me, Frozen puts them on ice. That is nasty coming on through. Foot have a guardian angel somewhere who is laughing. That is incredible stuff coming on through. R8 go down to it, and now we're going to refocus to the southeast side as Ulf trying to march their way up. You've got Gaming Stars, Boom, Loops as well for them to try and deal with. The circle shifts down to the southeast and gives them a little bit more time to play with.
GSTR getting pretty far into a lot of these matches, honestly. They are holding their own here. They are down towards 12th place, sadly, but again, I think you got to give them credit for how far they get into a lot of these games. They're always prevalent towards the 18 to 20 minute mark, which is great to see from a squad like that. Aaron having to back off. This is funny that Ulf has basically said, Aaron, you now need to go deal with the entirety of Boom. You got a 1v4 last time. You can do that again, right? Surely.
Crack on, lad. Give him 6 nades, see what he can do. He is downhill this time, and it doesn't look like he has first aids. I think he might be a bandage only, or maybe stims ticking up. Yeah, it's bandages. He's only got bandages for Ulf.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It's going to take Aaron a little bit of time here to wrap the entire body, it seems. The rest of Ulf still up as 4, though. But for how long? Because I think Aaron evacuating this portion of the map, pretty difficult.
Very, very difficult. Under the purview of Boom. I think it might need some smoke cover or maybe some assistance from the rest of Ulf because they are only dealing with half of Loops on this northern flank. So it feels a little bit... He's taking so much more damage. He spent so long healing the back up. And now there you are. Ruin it for him. Nade over. That's going to be the knock. Okay, yeah. Aaron now down.
It's going to happen eventually.
Not going to commit for it.
Yeah, it really is a case of Ulf. Where are the boys? Where are the boys right now? They are pincered, to be honest, and I think right now for Aaron, his big objective was to delay as much as you can. But Boom are moving in, and they're about to be stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Up to the other 3 of Ulf. Loops going to be moving in. They had 2 players in here. Now they're going to move in as a full roster. All 4 of them in the action. Ketch does have the bunker. I mean, this is probably the saving grace, although it can eat nades and just trap them underneath your feet. Really nowhere to go if you're able to pop one in there. But it can also give you cover from those bullets. And if Boom step up, no, okay. Boom completely back off the angle. They're gonna go west.
Off the side here. I mean, for Boom, sort of understand it. You hear the fighting going on that east side. You've cleared a little bit of the west anyway, so now you start to pull on back this way, see what else you can find. Frozen is on a mission, by the way, an absolute mission to look for somewhere to stay, and finally does go down to RJC.
The angle's just not going to work out for him, and now with 10 teams remaining, looks like Ulf will have their fight, but already a lot of damage to go down. That is TT Project as well chiming in onto the engagement. More nades pouring out from the bunkers. This is a really difficult push now coming through as Diego goes down. That is Gaming Stars chiming in. Solus falls though, and Vitinho might try and get
Oh,
that
get him, get him.
flush. Go and get the res, go and get the res. No, they're going to let him go. Ulf. Unfortunate. They are going to be playing on us too, though, and with 4 elims, they'll be happy. Boom, who could have pushed into that fight, now stepping towards RJS, as well as T2K and BTR, still up on that northern side. This is a difficult approach as well.
Sad stuff. That Ulf getting absolutely blasted by GSTR, who go for a big old third party on this one. It's the remainder of Ulf, and they just send directly down. This is a very aggressive send out coming through from GSTR.
Boom do manage to dispatch the team underneath them, and now BTR on the northern side look to try and roll down the hill. They have got the compound, they have got that high ground, but it's not going to be in the next circle. Hustler Crew, who have been a little bit quiet up until now, are in a bit of a strong position. TT, though, I think they've got their eyes on it.
For Hustler Crew, you can empathize why they're playing slow. They know that for them, a decently large game, 10, 12 points, is what they need to get themselves back in the running. It's quite tight towards the top of the tables, and you just need one decent game to get yourself on that springboard. So I understand it from Hustler Crew's perspective, but there is a lot of 4-man squads here, and that's what's going to really test you in the end game.
I think fortunately for them, BTR is kind of stuck because of Boom. They are locked into this fight. They're much more concerned with getting down the hill. When that fight concludes, if TT and the team on the west side try and push into them, it will start to struggle. But that hasn't happened yet. There's still a lot of time, and they can also make moves themselves. They could potentially try and flex out in one direction or the other. But he may be in danger there, but just to hop back in the vehicle and wrap back around to the rest of Hustler Crew.
Boom has been on the last legs for quite a bit, right? You know, going from fight to fight, not kind of finding that success here. And now Hustler Crew come up against TT Project. Effect opens in a big way over towards Loco. One of the best fraggers on the team for Hustler Crew. It's looking like it might be going from bad to worse as more and more players take damage. AZM is down, and Hustler Crew seems to just be getting bulldozed.
This is a huge opportunity for BTR. TT Project did have a knock sent their way, a big double nade and a shutdown immediately. Hustler Crew get nothing for their position. That is unfortunate stuff for them. I thought BTR might be able to third party this with TT having a player knocked and them being a little bit split, but they were more preoccupied with Boom and trying to put the pressure on them. Turn the screws on that southwest side.
Interesting endgame. You don't often get endgames like this. 4-man squads. Anything can happen. Third party's going to be a big deal. Yumi moves up to the plate here, gets the first knock over towards BTR. Razy desperately edging his way back to the rest of the squad, trying to get that knock res, but an instant off angle sent through, a rundown from Boom, but they are getting torn to bits.
There is an off angle coming through from TT Project. BTR, I don't think they make it out of this, but I don't think Boom do either. They didn't see the approaching danger from across the ridgeline, and now TT Project have complete control over this entire fight with the numbers just going their way. A flush does come through with a nade from Boom, but I don't know how much further they could go.
GSTR looking to wrap over towards the west. TT Project doing the same, and in that moment, the circle moves east, John.
Okay, everybody has to move back over towards the east side. More eliminations come on through, and Boom do fall. Now BTR trapped in the middle, but who's going to make that break to the east side first? TT Project are starting to envelop, and they are going to take charge of the northern side of this next part of the circle.
This is a decision that you have to make. If you are TT Project, but losing effect is bad, it's a decision they have to make. We wrap towards the east, we give up on some of these flushes, some of these eliminations to get more presence in the circle. It looks like Neos is doing just fine.
4 players alive, 4 gaming stars here as well, with TT Project losing 1. The numbers advantage is there, and they do have a little bit of a foothold on the western side. TT Project being isolated, 2 players close to Federalis. He finds 1. Derich goes down, and they haven't managed to answer just yet. Neo's there in a spot of bother potentially. He knows exactly where he is. His sights are trained on him. Federalis steps up, but the bullets just don't connect, Blank.
I think that's a classic case of pulling your thumb off of the aim down sights button. M79 pulled out here, tries to get the res off, but the shots are coming through so quickly. Mini 14 also at distance here, getting a good amount of damage done.
Gaming Stars, they forced TT, well, rather TT had to go for a regroup. They moved their solo player from the north side back on in, and immediately that vacuum was filled. Gaming Stars able to take the chicken dinner, and with a decent elim count as well.
Yeah, it's a slow-paced game. Love their wrap down towards the southeast side to take down Ulf. They moved out of the circle to do that, but they've already cleared out so much of the space on the northern edge that they had time to do it. Overall, though, TT Project, their rotation on the north side was pretty cool too, the way they went about it. Bit of a slower paced game, though, definitely, on our side of things. BTR consistently in the conversation, as is Ulf. There's some clear teams moving ahead of the pack.
Absolutely. Really interesting stuff coming through from that game. I'm sure the desk have a lot of opinions about quite a few things there. Obviously, the plane path still pretty brutal on that match. The circle was a lot more reasonable. The big feature of that circle was, of course, Stalber and that big northern shift that we saw in stage 2.
Yeah, I think for Stalber, it's such a problematic area of the map to play in a lot of times for these teams where you're trying to cross up the uphill, you've got all these rocky outcrops to deal with. A lot of times it isolates those fights when you don't really want them to be isolated. You want to get the third parties in. It's tough, John.
Absolutely, but in the end, only one team weathered the storm. Gaming Stars able to take the chicken dinner.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking and talk to me nice, I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And that's Gaming Stars with the pop-off chicken dinner. Oh, we saw some knife action at the start as well, dude. These circles have been just getting crazy, guys. They are ping-ponging all over the place. We headed all the way up to Stalber on that one. And with that nice little circle shift on over to the east side, Gaming Stars, they took advantage and were able to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, to be completely honest, Gaming Stars were gifted a great position in the circle. Like, the circle magnet was present, but in this game in particular, Seven, they were not too passive. They were actually getting involved in the conversation. That third party onto Loops and Ulf actually is what allowed them to get even more control at the end of that match and make sure they secure that chicken dinner.
It was a better win than what we saw at the Wolves. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
a much better win. But I'm hoping we get even better wins. Now, something I do want to mention is with BTR, I thought they were going to end up being a little bit more proactive, but they just ended up being sandwiched. I wish they would have just set their mind to whether it was the south where Boom was or the north where TT Project was, and just try to take care of business with one of those teams instead of just waiting so long.
I'll tell you what, man, I love that ferocity from BTR. They've been hard to take down. Let's take a look at the final blow.
Bende Mek bende. Burada çocuk. Çektim kili. Nice. Son iki. Canaz solda bir şimdi sana. Biri solda, diğeri nerede? Lava sürdüm bir. Smoke içinde kanka. Mek sürüyor benim buraya. Mek bana sürüyor, Mek bana sürüyor. Bekle. Araba süreceğim, geleceğim sana. Bize düşün. Nice lan.
I heard nice, right? That's what I got from that one. So they were excited. A good communication from the squad, right? and a good solid win for this team.
Yeah, I mean, a gamer screaming nice transcends every language.
That's right. That's
every
right.
time. But no, really good step up at the end, able to just suffocate TT Project outside on the edge of the circle, making sure they were not going to be missing out on that win. So overall, good controlling game. I feel like I still need to see a little bit more to be truly sold on Gaming Stars, but you know what? Here's still showing a little bit of presence and, well, a little bit of presence. It was a win, so it was a lot of presence. But overall, also good elimination spread, right? Maniac, Rolex, USF, and also Swash able to get up to 3 eliminations apiece. So overall, it's a team-wide effort here, 7 on this match.
I think it's safe to say that we were not expecting this to be the Turkish team that was going to get the first win of today.
Where's Ulf?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Ulf was getting their party by Gaming Stars.
Actually, yeah.
That's what they were.
My brothers.
Right, I got to give these guys definitely their flowers. You know what I'm saying? To be able to come here to this stage with all these different teams, you know, regardless of any situation, pulling out a chicken dinner ain't easy, and they were able to do it. You can see our MVP here, Maniac, 3 eliminations, 351 damage, and regardless of how it happened, this could be that catalyst for them, right? It could be like, hey, you know what? We got that win. Let's see if we can get another.
I mean, especially doing it with a Mini 14 as his main weapon. And you were happy, Hot Cheeks. You were like, yes, he's playing with the FPP mode for a little bit there to actually peek that ridgeline.
Yep.
And he got some really good shots initially. Not a lot of knocks off the back of that, but just to get sure he has that information headed his way, the FPP worked out great with a Mini 14.
Absolutely. For anybody out there that's looking to kind of transcend to this esports level, that FPP switch is an absolute necessity here. And yeah, to see him busting out the Mini 14, I'm just happy to see anything besides an AUG and M4 at this point. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. I want to start seeing more snipers. So where's their snipers?
Come
at?
on,
Please give us a buff.
We had a Lynx AMR with Snowix, right? So we are seeing a little bit of it, but not that much.
I want to see more.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
see
sure.
it all. Let's take a look here, though, as we get to see some of the rotations. And man, some of these people had to travel pretty far.
Yeah, big rotation from TT Project in particular, western side of the island. Very late on the rotate, but there's the typical TT Project way, because that's what they told me. We're going to play Edge every single time. That was the NDA, if you wanted a bit of a spoiler. And it's been working actually decently well on this game. Able to go for a bit of a sweeping motion up north and able to suffocate especially Bigatron in that dip. The utility usage from TT Project was a thing of absolute beauty, in my opinion.
By the way, we're starting to see Bigatron just keep up with great performances here. Now, back-to-back great performances where they're able to put up those eliminations. This is a squad that's looking like they're going to be going to the grand finals, and this is a squad that's going to be looking to take points away from teams that are going to be wanting to be within those top 6. And remember what happened yesterday. Those squads are just going to tighten up that overall leaderboard.
Looking at Bigatron, this is another double-digit game. I'm going to call it. For me, they're qualified top 6. They're not budging. They've just been so consistent. And again, in a format where you get only 6 matches for entirety of Group B, and they've got double digits every single time, BT are bringing the heat.
Yeah, I mean, they showed to me that they got it. I mean, the tenacity from this squad, even when they were sandwiched, they were still very difficult to take out. They're fighting tooth and nail all the way up to the end there.
You think I'm stuck with you? No, you're stuck with
me.
me.
Right, that's right. You know, and especially, I mean, I love to see when you're in your hometown, right? You're fired up, you're making something happen. And they, in my eyes, have been the most consistent squad, right? For these 3 matches, without a doubt. We are hitting that midway point, though. And yeah, because of that, look at BTR up on top, 35 points. I am so excited for this hometown team.
I really am too, and I think we're all in agreement that this squad is going to end up going towards the finals. Something to keep in mind is Ulf, even though Ulf isn't really putting up those wins like we just saw at Gaming Stars, they're just putting up so many eliminations that it doesn't even matter. They're in contention there within the top 6. Now, if we go to Boom in R8, once again, that top 6 only separated by just that 1 point in X-Force Reject, even though you've been putting up the Illims. You need to find that happy marriage between aggression and also making sure that you stay alive later into the match.
Oh, most definitely, though, looking on the second page, things starting to look a little bit dicey for Geeky. The 3 games, 3 points to 1 point average. They have not been looking too good. And the thing is, they don't have a terrible dropping spot. With these planes in particular, they drop Novo. They've done it back-to-back. The plane is great, but they just can't get into that play zone itself. Really struggling to get towards that mid to late stage of these games. So Geeky, they got to go back to rework the entire strat, because so far on the halfway point, it's not working out whatsoever.
You know, maybe they start studying some S2G action. You know what I'm saying? That could be a strategy.
Miramar.
It worked. It worked. We're reaching the second half here for Group B, and one thing I did notice looking at those leaderboards is they're very spread among the top, right? We don't see like a crazy point sponge here. So I remember talking to X-Force Rejects, and they were like, hey, 40 points is what, if we can get 40 points, I'm pretty sure we're gonna go. We're actually gonna get there. Yep. I don't know if that might be the case here with how well so many teams are playing.
For some of those teams towards the bottom, on the second page of the overall, we do have some surprising names there.
Okay.
Teams that we were expecting them to at least be in contention. One of them has to be Enigma Galaxy. It has to be said, if you for some reason missed the beginning of the show, Coops isn't here. Coops is not going to be playing during this PMGO. So it's currently just showing that they are missing that fragging power. They're missing those extra points. Another squad that hasn't really been able to put up the performances that we expected to see more out of them, especially with what happened in Group A, is Loops. Loops has just been absolutely throwing today, especially with one of the pushes that they try to do.
Yeah, they have one of the best potential storylines in the entirety of this PMGO Season 1, where they could overtake Alpha 7 in their Regional Americas points and push them out of PMWC realistically.
Exactly.
But so far, they've not been hungry for that opportunity. And the push up onto Ulf this last game was a good play, in my opinion, but the execution is so weird, and I see it happen so often, even in lobbies like this, where a team is looking to crash a compound, and they just stop just before are in nade range, and they start smoking it like that's going to save them. You don't have cover flares. It's not Rondo, so you're going to go down, and Ulf had the easiest cleanup on the entirety of Loops.
Oh, man, Loops need to do something quick. Honestly, I think everybody on that second page really need to make something happen here. We're going into the last Aaron Gale of this entire group. Which team do you think, looking at the bottom half, needs it the most?
Enigma Galaxy. I was expecting a lot more. That's one. T2K. I want to see them snap out of it. I got really hyped yesterday with what Hora Esports was able to do, and I'm happy that to see Nepal now going to be back at a global event, at a global finals event. I was hoping we would get another team from Nepal, but right now, with the way that T2K is playing, I don't think it's going to be happening. I want to see them just switch it up.
Fair enough. I'm going to go with Foot, actually. I think since the Rondo game, they were just very hesitant, and I've seen that every once in a while, so I think that Foot is a team that has just so much bloody potential, and they just haven't capitalized fully on it yet, so we still got 3 games. I feel like this is a team that could easily make a little bit of a jump in the top 6.
Well, let's see what's going to happen, guys, right? We got 3 more matches left to go. Make sure you get your popcorn, get your drinks ready, tell your friends, and we're going to be right back right after this short break.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just the drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Flame on and go. to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas. Fire in my mind, running through the sky. Flame on and go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. Flame on. Flame on.
Welcome back, everybody, to Jakarta, Indonesia for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season number 1. I got 7WG, I got Max, and of course myself, Hot Jukes, here as we're getting ready for that second half for Group B. Boys, we know what's on the line. We saw what happened yesterday. We saw what teams need to get these points here in this last Aaron Gale coming up. But I got some, we got some time. Why don't we go bring up some kind of wild card questions, right? So I want to ask you guys, with all the players here in Group B, if you could just make like a legendary squad, right? A team that just got it all. I'm talking about IGL, right? Fraggers, 2 fraggers, and a support player. If you could make that perfect squad, what would you do?
I want to go first.
Who would you pick? Who would you pick? Come on, 7.
I want to piss off Max.
What are you going to do?
For my IGL, I would pick Rauf.
Okay. Rauf, let's go.
He leveled up quite a bit. I'm not annoyed at that.
Oh, you're not? Oh, man.
If you told me that 2 years ago, I'd be like, terrible pick.
Wait, you didn't like it? Okay. Anyways.
Rauf, Nick McGalaxy.
Narvalo.
Okay.
Federales.
Okay.
And it's either between a Turkish player or a Brazilian player.
Gonna take Catch. Aaron?
Yeah, I was gonna go with Aaron. Yeah, Aaron.
That's a good squad.
Aaron.
That's a deadly, deadly team. What do you think, Max?
Didn't give me any prep time, so I have no idea.
We didn't get any prep time.
It's off the top of your head. There's no wrong answer.
I would take Razy Razak because I love the fragging duo. I think they're from Bigatron. They're looking good. So I'm going to go with that. Narvalo also because, well, French. So I have to go with it, right? And IGL, that's the one I'm struggling on. I actually don't know who I would pick as an IGL.
There's so many choices, right?
Yeah, no, Ralph is good, IGL. But I don't think I would pick him here. You know what? I don't know. Pass.
Okay. All right. Hey, well, you know what? Hopefully, we'll see which IGL is going to win this thing, and then maybe that's the pick right there. We'll see. But of course, guys, we got the Esports World Cup coming around the corner from PMGO to PMWC at the Esports World Cup. Every match matters. Teams aren't just fighting for trophies; they are battling for EWC Club Championship points, global prestige, and a place at the top tier of PUBG Mobile Esports, with PMWC set for August 6th to the 18th. Make sure you mark your calendars, guys, because we're going to be in Paris. I can't wait to see that. That's the homeland of my man Max Man here. And, man, you better show me around, bro, because that's going to be my first time ever going.
We're going to the bakery right away.
Let's go!
Yes.
Whoever wins, I'll bring everything to you, okay? All the croissants, everything, all the best drink. Don't worry.
Can we get some?
Do you want $3 million or Maxman taking you to the best bakeries in Paris?
3 million.
Okay, that's an easy question.
That's a lot of croissants, yeah.
Sorry, Max. I'll be set for life.
I think I'll just take that money and just start going to random bakeries, dude. I think I'll figure out where you're taking me.
You're set for life right there.
Yeah, pretty quick. All right, guys, you know what? I got to ask a question. I always ask you guys questions, right?
Wait, hold on.
What?
Hold on. Let's bring it down a bit. Yeah.
I almost got it. Okay.
We gave our answers.
Okay. I'll give you mine.
All right.
I'll give you mine. IGL, I'm going to go with Doran. right? The reason why is because my boy Juancho told me that he is the best IGL he's ever been with, and that he has a good head on his shoulders. So you know what? I'll take his advice on that one, right? When it comes to gunners, that's where I think things get a little bit interesting. There's so many really phenomenal players out here. Honestly, I really like what we saw from BTR today. Just some of those crazy turn plays. I'm going to go with almost every fragger on that team so far.
What, Razy Razak
What
for
the heck? Honestly. Yeah.
Take BTR, yeet the IGL.
Yeah. You know what? Why not? Why not? You know, because at this, you know what? They have the same communication, the synergy. You know what I'm saying? Just we get to mix things up a little bit. Why not?
Doran is like, I don't speak Indonesian. How do I talk with my fraggers?
All he's gotta do is say nice, nice. You know,
pinpointing stuff in the map.
Using pings.
Go, get out of there.
Just like when we had Sarah, right? For Random Kari in London. Oh, that'll be a fun callback.
Oh my goodness, craziness here as we get into the second half there. Look at that TT Project scratching their head, trying to figure out what we're gonna do in this last match.
I mean, they're in second place right now. They're pretty happy in their position. I think they're going to be just looking to make sure they maintain that place, because now with what happened yesterday in regards to STG getting back-to-back and showcasing that you can go from 15th place all the way up into the top 6, you cannot just let your foot off the pedal. You got to keep pressing it down.
And I think TT Project have been fully tested, even on the game on Rondo, which technically their compound was dead center of the circle, right?
Yes, it was.
But there were 5 teams in the compound.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It's a little bit different from what we've seen with the past, like Wolves, for example, or even the likes of Gaming Stars in that last game. But they've been able to consistently get into the late game scenarios, get a bunch of eliminations with circles that were very unfriendly to them on Erangel in particular. So I think so far, macro-wise, they're one of the best teams in this lobby, and have been doing pretty good for themselves. And I think the IGLing has been definitely top tier on TT Project.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has been. Hopefully we can see them reach that top 6, but anything can happen, guys. So, you know, just looking at the numbers as they're sitting right now, and we can literally see, right, that second to last place team pop all the way up into the top 6. So let's see if any of those bottom teams can reach their way out, as this is the final Erangel for Group B. And the playing path is down south once again.
It's reverse.
What? This is crazy.
Wait, can we stop?
Not one middle play path.
Wait, what is Ulf going to do now? Because earlier, they changed it up. They switch it up again. Are you going to switch it up again?
No, this is better. This is better. They went north next to Mansion Shelter. That's where they dropped last game, so they can reach it.
And TT Project is going to be going to Primor. So if they do end up going military, they will be fine. One team actually going into this last Erangel, I want to see S4's Rejects do something amazing here, because they started off the day so well. I kind of wanted them to be rewarded even more. An African team in the finals would be insane.
I mean, they're like, what, 1-2 points away from making it in top 6?
Yeah.
Would this be the first time that an African team in a global final?
I think so.
I think so. Oh,
it's possible.
That could be a really sick storyline.
Actually, I don't think so. I know so. I don't remember one from, like, ever.
Better memory than me.
Let's see what they can do, and hopefully they don't kind of go for that 40-point mark. I think they're going to need a little bit more than that, so they got to take as much advantage as they can here in this final Erangel as we take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
The circle's going to be coming in soon, and we're going to check out where teams are going to go. Ooh, potential danger for the area just east of school, near apartments, that sort of area, looking for vehicles potentially. And it's a west side circle, Blank. Not up to the north on this, so a little bit more sensible over to the Gatka Fields.
Yeah, this is a much nicer circle, I would say. It's really reasonable in terms of where this could go. I mean, we had a very similar circle to this on the last game, and it headed all the way up towards North George, which is bit unfortunate. It's on our first Erangel of the day. But overall, this encompasses a lot more area that the players are already in. I think a lot of the wraps are going to come through over towards the top side of Kameshki, over the Yaz Lake, Yaz Bridge, wrapping back into things. So I think this is a comfortable circle that you can get a lot of teams crammed in on.
Some teams are going to move faster than others. Unfortunately, Scarface does not move fast enough. He is out of the game. So Ulf going to be playing as 3 now, which is far from ideal, I think. It's safe to say. Their mansion prison split area, their shelter mansion split rather, sorry, isn't going to go well for them. Not this time around. They do lose one. And a difficult path towards the west now. A lot harder now they're on 3.
definitely. I think for Ulf as well, currently in 3rd place, like that's a tough loss at the start of the 4th match of the day. It's still possible to get some more points on board. For them right now, they're looking at 6-5 points. Like that's a comfortable margin to hit to stay in the running. For RJC, on the other hand, the boys we just talked about on the desk there, for Africans, it would be amazing to get this team in, and with that 1 point, they make it into top 6. Currently at 24 points. Obviously, it's pretty close, you know, 24 points down to 18th in 18 points on 10th. But definitely doable. Very, very much definitely doable. And would be a huge achievement for that region.
There's the replay on it. Finding it in a vehicle rundown. That is a nice little spray out. Nice to find. R8 moving past the hospital now. Likely going to post up and see what they can find in the area. They've already got a little bit of looting on board. They can grab some vehicles, get towards South George and pick through there should they want to. A couple of those compounds in the area too. GK probably have one of the, well, not longest if they go for the West Bridge, but unlikely that they do. That East Bridge rotate, putting them at the back of the queue, potentially make it difficult for them to get through. So many teams now on that south side. Difficult path on in.
First time we actually see Yaz in play as well with that playing path. Vicious actually able to pick that one up. Likely looking for the loot vehicle as well. Grab yourself some weapons, vests, helmets potentially, which is nice.
Head to head of two of our teams there. A couple of stat comparisons for some solid players coming on through so far in the first 3 matches. Fourth match now on the cards, and our final Erangel is underway. Unleashing the vehicles from the garage there. RRQ stepping in for their rotate out towards the west. Teams are now starting to crunch in together, Blank, and this is going to be tricky. Wolves trying to make their way through, but they're quite split right now, and actually Foot is going to be between them. Going to make it tough for them to regroup onto one another. So it could potentially be Wolves losing a player on the front. We'll have to wait and see if they are able to get that regroup. Because right now, it's not super important for Foot to push out to it. They may just be able to isolate it and play for that one later on.
Yeah, I think for BTR as well, these guys were a little bit further towards that northern edge. Trying to make their way on over now. They 5 minutes to go for. I think this is far east side. We were looking towards the center there. T2K, it was a big one coming through from the guys over on the desk for that team to do better. You know, try and have a similar performance to Horror from yesterday. Represent that region. Yeah, you can see BTR all the way in Kameshki at the moment. So a long drive in for these guys. Hustler crew, once again, I think their macro in the early game is great, but it's a case of winning fights, which seems to be the defining factor.
Yeah, or rather the lack thereof of any one fight so far. I think they got 1 elim in that last match, and then went down to that north side engagement. They haven't stuck to their Ruins split here, but they are 2-1-1, leaving 2 back up towards Ruins and Boatyard, and moved 2 forwards towards the Gatka fields to be that opener.
The big difference, though, right, for a lot of our squads at the moment is with yesterday, there were teams clear and ahead away at this point, right? Pandem was very secure at this point. But I still think there's quite a bit of opportunity towards the bottom of the tables. You know, looking at a little bit more now as time has gone on. No team is speeding that far ahead. For DK and Hustler crew, I will say at this point in time, you know, chicken dinner, get yourself 20 points. You're at 25 there for Hustler crew. You're 23 for GK. Suddenly you're in range, and I think that's due to a lot of teams profiting over the day. There's been a lot of different teams getting some good, strong matches as things have gone on. It's very, very important because, again, with this format, sometimes by match 3 it can be over. Sometimes by match 3 it can still be all open, and that's what we're currently looking at right now coming into match 4.
Yeah, I mean, nobody is even over that 40-point threshold at this point. If BTR absolutely lose it over these next 3 matches, there's no guarantee that they're in, even though they've been performing pretty solidly. I think it's safe to say most consistent team in the lobby by far. But yeah, it's not all done and dusted for them. They still got a little bit more to do, as does everybody else. So definitely wanting to keep things going. What I will say is, though, there are a lot of teams that are safe from full elimination, including BTR. Probably anyone in the top 6 right now is pretty much totally safe.
Yeah, you're cleared. I think the big thing, though, is that going off that 40-point threshold like you were talking about earlier, that's kind of where we ended up yesterday. This is with teams that were doing so much more than other squads, right? It was exponential towards that top side of the lobby, but it was around 41, which sat on the 6th place margin. So that's what teams are looking for. If BTR can hit 41, I think, 42, 43 points, that's a nice position to put yourself in where even if you're down to top 6, to 6th place, you're fine. Once again, you've got Hustler Crew on a bit of a wide split right now. They've tried to confirm a lot of spots. I think that this makes sense when the circle isn't defined over towards this location of the map. But at this stage of the game, I think this split is ill-advised.
Well, I think they have realized that it's ill-advised at least, which is good news, and have seemingly managed to regroup, or certainly started to regroup. Okay, gets caught in the corner of a building that I don't think you could even stop off here. I think even this split is bold right now for Hustler Crew. But they want to go for it. Okay, they're going 2-2 right now in a very, very important set of compounds.
Yeah, very important compounds, actually. I think that you're going to get crashed on at some point, especially if it comes further down towards the south. Again, we got to take into account it's stage 2, right? Stage 3 is likely where this is going to come a little bit more to bear if the circle centers up once again, in which case, Hustler Crew, you have to decide. You have to decide on a building to take at that point. I think the northeast building is usually better, but depending on the circle, if you go down towards the southwest, you might want to head down there in the first place. But you do want access to that backside of Everest eventually.
Vicious taking out tires on the vehicle as well. Going to make that regroup even harder if they want to go for it. Vicious currently occupying the top of Everest, so they do have oversight on it. But I'm imagining that they're going to get some neighbors fairly soon. Top of Everest will be in the sights of many, I'm sure. And Gaming Stars looking to try and get up there right now. They're pushing up on the western side, and they've got a foothold further out to that west edge. And actually trying to get past Enigma Galaxy, who sit just down to the southwest point of Everest.
They have 2 splits, actually. I think Enigma Galaxy split's probably a little bit more aggressive than even Hustlers. They're currently playing over towards the western side and over towards just underneath Castle in Ruins. Yeah, curious split there coming through from them. Hustler Crew yet to move either. The Vicious took the opportunity to move on the top of Everest at the moment. GSTR are moving in. They're coming off a lot of momentum today. This team was not on our minds that much. We thought that they were a decent squad, but to do this well today is very, very surprising, but also impressive.
I mean, they are one of many Turkish teams in this tournament right now. Obviously, only 2 of them in Group B. We saw 2 Turkish teams in Group A as well. And I feel like of the 4 of them, Gaming Stars is maybe the least notable, yeah, I think that's right to say. I am asking for forgiveness because always calling someone not notable feels a bit mean. But I think it's safe to say when you're comparing with Ida, with Foot, with S2G, very obviously, it's definitely a lot less recognition, and the players on side as well don't quite have that same recognition in that front. So it's great to see that they're stepping up with the best of them. And now they might have to step down because it is from the top of Everest down towards the south side with Circle Shift.
Yeah, I think most people won't recognize Swash on the squad, but there is some of the names there that maybe people won't recognize from previous tournaments. Just got on board with TT Project there for just a second. RJC, another one over towards Loops. Law looking to try and help his body out. Barafinia's already down from that watchtower position. RJC consistently taking advantage of opportunities beset around the map, which is great to see. You know, this is some nice macro coming out from this squad so far.
Shots from Law still keeping enemies at bay. Loops already losing one is not great news. RJC will be all too happy to keep them locked in, although they do have to get a move on as well. They don't have a lot of time to be playing this one out. Taking a look at our split, both Nick McGalaxy and Hustler Crew have regrouped onto compounds in the circle, which is good news, I think it's safe to say. Both teams will be playing as 4 as well, so they'll be in some fairly controlling compounds. Loops try and make their move. They're going to leave from that position across the river, and RJC not really going to be able to stop them, although they were able to take down the player earlier, of course.
Yeah, TT Project had to swing over towards Everest, but they knew it was going to have to be through the field. So they did get caught out on one player here. BTR also making their way in. R8 doing a fantastic job today, actually holding the outer edges of the circle, because although maybe not a huge amount of super big endgame finishes, they've been picking up a fair amount of points just through eliminations alone.
I think that's the case for quite a few teams, actually, as well, at the moment. Obviously, not too many placement points to be given out just yet, and a lot of healing come on through. R8 with BTR going back and forth, but I mean, BTR seem to just have this one in hand. There's not much that's slowing them down, except for seemingly that bridge line. And R8 not quite able to get it, needs the reload on the Scar. And yeah, can't quite find the spray down there, fortunately for BTR. They will not be losing one out in the open, and will remain fairly healthy as well. Second knock, I think, was there for them. And now R8 down to 2 players.
That ridgeside was crazy. I don't really know what happened there, but it felt like we had turbo supercharged brakes on that vehicle. I've never seen someone stop so fast before. But yeah, BTR do make their way over towards this southwest compound. A very, very famous compound, honestly, where a lot of fights are lost and won in terms of those chicken dinners. Sadly, it is further out. So they've got to get further in here, and as you can see, just by taking a quick glance towards the circle itself, oh my god, that's a lot of field right now. The lawnmowers are going to have to be pulled out to try and catch some of these players off guard playing inside the grass.
The chopsticks, a big feature on that southeast side, stretching out near Gatka. Teams will be looking to try and jump in there, I guarantee you, as well as the compounds that sit ringing that field area. More damage pouring on through across to T2K as they are suffering, trying to make their way across and into the open. It looks like they are going to lose at least one there. Yeah, they have lost a player on that crossing, but they do manage to get to a position fairly solid for the time being in this next circle, Blank.
This is okay. It's okay for now. RJC do need another checkpoint, and that checkpoint is far away, though. It's very far away, and it's past BTR. They need to make that work with. Good exit moment here from the Vicious, just as a slew of nades are lobbed over the top of the rocks here. Icy already found a little bit of a landing point for them. Boom is off in the distance. You can see Federales there once again taking shots over towards RJC. We sort of expected this to happen. There's a mad dash happening from RJC. They're just looking to get a player in the circle. That's all they want.
There's a fight as well on the south side for control of the base of the chopsticks. RRQ, Geeky, we're on board with them now. The nades are flying. RRQ are suffering more than Geeky at this point, and they might be being pushed down to the bottom 2 with this one. The drop down, 2 players fall on in, and that is going to be RRQ out, as well as RJC in the meantime. And Geeky take position from RRQ out of the bottom 2.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ dropping down towards 15th, that is a big result, right? That is a crazy result. A lot of players, a lot of teams, a lot of fans had their eyes over towards RRQ as being one of the big contenders here inside the lobby. Not the case. Not the case for Geeky. It's a big deal for them, though. Easy for Bad Boy is a fantastic player on that team. I think he does have the star power on that squad. But yeah, for a lot of these other matches, we just haven't seen a lot out of Geeky. The 4 points here drops them up above them to 7 points. We've got to remember, they started this match on 3.
Every point matters, especially when you're competing for one of those survival stage spots. Get real dicey. You need to take them when you get them. Vicious descending from Everest successfully. Boom, trying to cross the streams there as they rotate on through and pass, but a good opener for Vicious. Finding one, finding 2. Koa able to hold his nerve. Out and up in the blue. They do have an outpost still, but all 4 of Vicious are alive, and Boom are shredded in half, down to 2.
Yeah, Narvalo goes down as well. He is living for the time being, but I think it's very unlikely he stays alive now. As Boom were able to get the initial knock, but Hustler Crew looking to finish the job. Vicious was a tough push in. Boom, it was even tougher as they were sent away with just one player alive. BTR makes the push over towards R8, will clean them out. And a position to play. I mean, BTR has been struggling on the outer edges for such a long time now. I'm very surprised they get this spot, and they kept in another time. Gatka, a focal position here on the map. Vicious move in. It's a big maneuver from Wolves.
Vicious tried to crash into the center there. It's not going to go well. Icy will not be able to control over his two teammates there. Two players from Wolves rolling on in with the nades pulled already. I think Necessary might be able to just get that one done and dusted right there. Does do a lot of damage, but doesn't quite find the full knock there. Has to heal. Doran is resable, and in comes TT. Okay, this is a chance maybe for Icy to regroup, but no, Doran, I mean, Elementrix really hungry for that one, and Doran does fall, but now TT are a real big danger for Wolves. They've put themselves into separate buildings. They've isolated themselves from one another, and TT could potentially exploit that.
There's tons of teams here. I mean, you've got TT, you've got Vicious, Wolves, as well as the lone player from Boom on the northeast side of Gatka. It is one of the final compounds still left in this lobby. It makes sense considering its horrible zone around the rest of the map. Most teams are going to be looking for third parties here. It's going to be third party central over towards Gatka at the moment.
Absolutely, there's some replays on how RRQ went down with the drop down the passenger seat. Spin out, and another team joins in Gatka as we hop back into the action. Gaming Stars, fresh off their chicken dinner, with all four of their players, roll on in blank. They are wanting to get stuck straight on through, and the Wolves, with one of their players in that corner, the other three up on the other end, will have to try and hold it off. Zedwolf for foot, holding the window, doing so very, very nicely, and spins for a second as well. He's good for a 1v2, of course he is, but his teammates not so lucky.
Swain down, and he's last left alive now. Like I said, though, you're going to have to get the rolling pin out over in Gatka because it's time to make that bread. I think this is the only way you can earn enough points over towards Gatka's side is if you come out on top of a lot of these engagements. Zedwolf finally goes down to rules here from T2K, but similarly, the final player left alive. And we wanted to see more out of the Nepali squad, but not meant to be.
It's unfortunate. Denied yet another performance with 3 elims and 1 player alive. Gotta wonder how much further he can go. Hustler Crew, again, they're on 2 elims now. But on this north side, if they can get rid of Enigma Galaxy, they're gonna have a lot of latitude to play around with. Ulf will make it hard though. They are taking shots out that way as the Lone Ranger from T2K is gonna send up towards the north side across the open field. Does have some terrain cover here. Can slow it down potentially, but I think that was a tire. Yeah, is there a tire out on that one? I think he might have just been able to survive it, but still on half HP, has to drift a little bit further forwards. There's a knock from Enigma Galaxy over towards Hustler Crew, which might make his approach even easier. Ketch, however, definitely knows where he is.
Yeah, Satan finding that one. It's a great maneuver from them. Hustler Crew have to move out from their compound, immediately lose a player in the process. They had the lineup to take shots over towards Enigma Galaxy here. They do get one down, but like you say, very resable. Gaming Stars up against Necessary on the top floor. They're looking a little bit raggedy, a little bit worse for wear on the bottom floor there, but, you know, just living out for the time being. Hard Southern shift. This feels likely that it's going to remove itself from Gatka as well, and so many teams already pushed in here from earlier.
I mean, Geeke might be onto a winner here on that south side. You're talking about the jump-up potential. They're on 5 elims. They have a solid compound for now. They have the ability to get out into the field where the teams in Gatka don't, right? They don't have that ability to lead because everybody else is going to try and go for it. Wolves on the hold, on the solo hold on the inside of the building. His 3 teammates nowhere to be seen across the other side of the town. So close yet so far. Won't be able to have an impact on that hold at all. The Gaming Stars get their building all to themselves.
It's a good building to hold as well, you know, the double story, a lot of windows to work with, so a lot of sight lines. Equally, that means a lot of holes in the building to send the nades through, which is always a little bit worrying, but they can use the sound cues to their advantage. Hustler Crew, Loco immediately down to the guys on Enigma Galaxy. There is a slight clapback here coming through from Vinny, but it's not meant to be, and they don't find much more off this match.
They do manage to get It's the points to break the tie at the top there, and they are in 14th, but with Geeky on 4 players alive, it's unlikely that they're going to stay there. The placement points will be kicking in very, very soon. You imagine that maybe Boo is going to go down, although they are in Gatka, so maybe a little bit easier. But yeah, Enigma Galaxy give that placement point, and Geeky will be back up on towards the top 14 to evade those bottom 2 spots. Wolves, okay, nades back and forth on the inside, but there's still scraps happening around the edges, and Ulf have got a fighting chance on the east side.
Great nade, really good nade, and once again it comes through from Eren. Who else?
Beautiful pin. Will be able to open up that eastern side with 3 players alive. They are a force to be reckoned with in this position too. Everybody in here needs to conclude this fight. They need this fight to conclude because it is just such a standoff. Nobody can leave whilst another team survives inside this one. The good news is that they don't have to leave just yet.
Well, no one wants to make the first move. No one wants to push their pawn 2 spaces forward here. Because immediately as soon as they do that, they're going to get a huge amount of other squads coming in. And this game of chess does get nasty. Gaming Stars do get a cross, though, so they have more buildings to work around with. Having the southeast side is also pretty cool. BTR, are you real?
Okay.
They're going for the southwest side. I mean, you don't have much choice, honestly, so BTR need to be consistent here, and TT just tried to spread across in the meantime.
There was a flush immediately onto BTR, and they're only playing as 2 there. There's the only 2. Upstairs for 1. Federal is in the corner trying to hide, and Razy keeps him safe for now. Axel wants to find the final shoulder of that one, but it's not going to work out. And BTR lose another. On the outside, they do find another for them, but TT does go down. So the corner is theirs, but at the cost of 2.
The big thing, though, TT get themselves up towards 37 points. BTR, 43. I think at this point in time, BTR can probably go down and be very safe going in towards the final 2 matches of the day. Any more points they earn right now is just a lovely bit of buffer for them.
A little bit of breathing room is always nice, especially in a lobby like this, with so much on the line. Gaming Stars, I mean, they are now in the only corner of Gatka in this circle, as well as having all 4 of their players alive. It's them and Geeky, for me, that are really the 2 opposing forces. But Geeky are going to struggle to move for quite a while now. They have managed to get a player forwards, but once these teams on the Northwest start to have to pop off against one another, they can start to move a lot more freely.
For Geeky, all this is about is trying to get control over as much of the field as possible as early as they can. They should know that most of the teams are going to be in Gatka at this point in time, which is why they want to start moving up, because the closer you are towards the center, the better setup you have, the easier it's going to be to win this endgame. I think what they're most worried about right now is that team on their north in Ulf, but they're down to just 1 final player, is Eren. Scary player to go up against, but should be fine.
Yeah, my guy can 1v4 you easy. Easy. I mean, if you can do it to BTR, do it to Geeky, surely. It's just a question of having a really good hill and nades and also lots of pressure from loads of other teams. But maybe he has that.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does.
Doesn't have the uphill.
Wolves. Molotov in hand. Looking to send it through. I mean, both BTR and Wolves have similar ideas here. But what a nade from Maniac, and it certainly was a Maniac of a play to start things off. Wolves in disarray.
2 players down, 1 now to stand. The flush is coming through thick and fast. Maniac is not going to go down to the nade out the window either, as Elementrix looks to try and chase him back. Will go down, and it's the burn from BTR because they've pushed in the meantime. They want a third party. They want to get stuck in even further to this one. Nades up on the high, looking for a lot of damage towards Gaming Stars, and they have been able to find it. It's difficult for them to hold this one out with a knock on the ground floor. They've already isolated that sightline. Federalis with another nade. Geeky looking on and jealous that they aren't getting these points on their tally, but happy that teams are starting to fall. More nades still for BTR to post in through the window. Elementrix is going to bombard them from the opposite side as well, as the top floor for Rolex needing to try and keep it under control. 2 players are standing. They need to get this res on the ground floor to have a semblance of a chance of getting out. An unfortunate bounce there doesn't catch Rolex.
Been quite a few of those so far, but I think it is difficult. Got to give him credit at the moment just because of the amount of smokes that had to be thrown in for BTR to even make this play in the first place. Razy gets up, still has 3 more nades, which is so silly. BTR saved up every little bit of util for this exact moment.
And now Gaming Stars only have 1 player on the north, and it will be difficult for them. BTR, in the meantime, just running rampage on the inside of the building. They moved in against TT. They've run through Gaming Stars now, and Elementrix maybe on the chopping block too. A nade out the window and 12 elims for BTR. Rolex drops down, trying to change the story, but he's going to get forced away, and they shut down by Geeke. Out in the open now, this is the time that Geeke need to have the control, need to have every angle under lock and key.
But no matter what we say during this game, one thing is clear, BTR is back.
Spray down, 1 down, 2 down, BTR are out, but Aaron is surviving up into 2nd place. He's out in the blue zone. This may very well be a point denial. Strafe across, the blue zone claims it.
2 of them, dude.
He got 2 knocks there? Okay, Aaron's still giving it good up until the last moment, but you said, Blank, all it might take is for Geeke to get a decent chicken dinner, and they could be up there. They very much have just found that.
That's what it's all about. You know, it all comes together in those final games of the day. BTR, though, what a wonderful match from them. Really difficult spots on the map to work with. They had some rubbish compounds on the western side. Circle kept moving away from them. Little rotations here and there. And then the big decision that they were going to clear from the western edge of Gatka. But it makes so much more sense knowing how much utility they had. They were just waiting for it to come to a boiling point.
Beautiful stuff. Geeke held their nerve on the south side. A lot of teams more focused up towards the areas around Everest. They played that south edge nicely. Able to move through. It wasn't huge on the Elim count, if not mistaken. I think they may have been able to get up towards 10, but it's not a massive point score for them. As much as it is a very needed one to get out of the bottom spots, it's going to be a little bit further before they can think about jumping into the top 6.
Absolutely is. But Geeke, they opened the door. The question is whether they can step through it now. Ulf looking good, BTR looking great. It's time to finish this off with 2 more matches on the day.
I don't got time for the messing of gold. If this the Olympics, I'm taking a gold. I'm taking a
And that's a massive win on the side of Geeke, having a horrible first half of the day. Now, finally, getting a chicken dinner and pulling them out of the fire here, Max.
Can we say they pulled an S2G? Can we start to use that here for this event? Really, what happened? But yeah, no, they were playing it safe. I think they knew, right, that a lot of the teams were just focused on that northern position in the compound, trying to exit outside of Gatka. So they just were able to bide their time and wait for the teams to be at their weakest to strike and get a relatively low elimination chicken dinner at the end of the day, but still one that will keep them safe from that bottom 2.
They knew that big brother, BTR, was just going to be going into Gatka and spanking everybody that was in there. This team is playing with confidence. This team, ladies and gentlemen, we got to watch out for the next 2 matches because they're going to be doing something that I didn't expect some of the other squads to do yesterday, especially when I thought about Pandem on the second match. This team is going to continue to be that aggressive, and they're going to continue to push crazy stuff as well, Max.
We just had a slow-mo, by the way, with the sniper shot.
Oh, man.
That was such a sick shot from the western side. But look, the nades from our boys, Razy and Federale7. We're like proud parents right now looking at this team, swiping every single team inside of this city. Looking so good in the process, bro.
Yeah, they will be out there. They will be out there. Yeah. I don't have a smoke, maybe I will get knocked. I knock her. Nice one. Last one on the right. Check, drive. Go drive, right. I see him. Oh, here, in front. Kill him. I can't see him. No.
On my bike.
GG! Nice. Let's fucking go!
Let's go indeed, Geeky. That's how you do it. Get that chicken dinner and make it happen. So great on the side of them. I do want to harp back on BTR, though, because, man, I'll tell you what. This team is just looking like they're on another level here. I mean, honestly, when I saw Pandem perform in the way they performed yesterday, I was like, this looks like they're going to be the dominant Indonesian squad. But, yeah, that was silenced really quick because I'm telling you, just that play in Gatka was ridiculous.
BTR is the best Indonesian squad in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say it.
I would say in the world right now, actually, even. I would say out of every single team.
Saying that.
Yeah.
For this group or just for the whole
in general,
tournament?
Indonesia right now.
Wow.
The best.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fair. That's fair to say.
I went big scale.
Unreal. Here you can see, look right now at our match MVP, Ragnarok. You know, 3 eliminations, 366 damage. That is great for them as well. But you know what? I want to talk about another team here, Seven, right? And that is Nigma Galaxy, right? What do you think about them in that last match?
I'm getting flashbacks, boys. I'm getting flashbacks as we look at the top 4 players here. Our boys! Racy, got him. Federalis putting up those numbers for the squad. By the way, shout out to Wolves. They actually ended up getting more eliminations in this match. 1 player alone. Slonic ended up getting more eliminations by himself than they did when they got the win. But we were talking about Nigma Galaxy. I'm starting to get flashbacks of what happened yesterday to Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 is probably currently watching the show from the plane. So if you're Nigma Galaxy, you need to start reacting. You need to start waking up. I know Coops is not here, but you need to be able to readjust. Somebody's got to be able to pick up that slack.
Yeah, I mean, if Coops was here, maybe it would be very similar to Eren, just solo carrying the team for Ulf, for example. Which actually, I want to kind of talk about Ulf.
Yeah.
Sure, they do get 10 points this game. I'm not impressed. I am not seeing the PMGC second place squad of 2025 we saw in Thailand. We keep seeing them as a solo or duo in the late game. Where's that full team presence, Hot Chicks, that we've seen in that past global tournament? So far, it's not been happening, and Eren alone might be the reason they can make it in top 6, so we need to see more team effort around Eren, because as a solo, those wins, it's just not going to happen.
I see your frustration, you know. On the other hand, you know, they're in 3rd place with 39 points without a full team, which is pretty crazy, right?
I'm going for finals, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. If they did have that full squad, I mean, I think we'd see them here at the pretty much on top. But the way BTR has been playing, though, so dang good. 36 eliminations, 52 points total. Welcome to the finals, BTR. We're going to see Bigatron in the finals in their hometown in Indonesia.
We're going to be seeing BTR probably dominate the next 2 matches too, because now this squad has absolutely nothing to lose, and they're going to be in a position where they're going to be very confident. So for all those other rosters that are trying to make sure they stay within close range of the top 6 or trying to stay within the top 6, you have to watch out for BTR, because they just showcase that they don't really give a damn. If they see you, they're going to push you.
Yeah, X-Force Reject, though, in 9th position. The jump up is still possible for this team heading into Miramar. And actually, looking back at PMGO Africa, Miramar was actually a really good map of this. I don't know if it's their favorite, but gameplay-wise, looking really strong, really consistent. I feel like that could be their one opportunity to make it in the top 6 and finally leave that pesky second page that we just don't like to see a team be on.
And I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams. I know I talked about Nigma Galaxy earlier. I'm going to be looking at Loops as well. This is a squad, Brazil. We always go into Miramar. We always expect them to be able to at least start putting up some points. They need to take advantage of this. Right now, they are just 3 points clear of being in the bottom 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a team that we were hyping up as saying, if they go to the finals, if they finish more than top 6 in the finals of this PMGO Season 1, they could end up knocking out Alpha 7. Alpha 7 right now, they're really happy with Loop's performance.
Man, all I know is that if I'm Alpha 7, I'm talking to Bigatron right now, and I'm being like, guys, you know, we're friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all guys, I really like the way you play. You know, I loved your hometown of Indonesia. You know what I'm saying?
That is not permitted. You can't do that.
I know. You can
Hot Chicks, you're evil, man. Don't
I'm
get them to do
kidding.
bad stuff.
I'm just joking. I mean, yeah, look at that. I mean, Loops are right now, they're in the hot seat big time going into Miramar. And it'd be crazy to see them not make it, to be honest.
Actually, there's a team that I want to see make it, but so far has been slipping very slightly. It's going to be R8, right? Sure, Enigma Galaxy struggling a lot, but R8, they were in the top 6 until this game, where they did slip just below Wolves, because Wolves were inside that city, got some eliminations on Vicious, which actually really good fight from Wolves there. Really enjoyed it. One of the best fights from them so far, the entirety of today's games. But I do need to see R8 step up a little bit more here, because they only have, what is it, 6 placement points? Which, over the course of 4 games, 3 Wrangles, 1 Rondo, that is nowhere near enough what we need to see from this squad.
And it's definitely not enough. And they're kind of lucky in a way that BTR is going to continue to steal points from some of their squads because they're just going to keep compacting this leaderboard even more and more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to refresh your memory, what happened yesterday before we went into the last 2 Miramars, we did have a team go from 15th place into the top 6. So anything can happen going into this next 2 Miramars. And I just don't know which team might end up doing what S2G was able to do yesterday.
Well, you know, GK won already. You know what I'm saying? If they win a back-to-back one here, that could put them in a good position. You're right, though. I mean, we could see the last place team rocket launch themselves in these last 2 Miramars of the day.
One team I want to see respond, you were talking about R8, right, Max?
Yeah.
The Vicious.
The Vicious.
Where have they been? That's another team that has been going down on the leaderboard. They really haven't been able to showcase themselves. You can see right now, Enigma Galaxy on your screen, they're happy, they're in good mood, but you don't want to go home. And for the Vicious, I mean, you've been able to put up the eliminations. You did end up getting a chicken dinner, but besides that chicken dinner, they have gotten 0 placement points outside of that chicken dinner.
I feel like the main issue with Vicious is sometimes they tend to assume things. They sense inside the buildings of Gatka that there were teams parked up right there, and they instantly get naded out of position pretty much, and they lose most of their players. It's down to just Icy, and as a solo, when you have literally 5 teams in that city, we've got 5 teams in cities a lot today, actually.
Yeah,
It's a trend, but it's just not going to work out. So we'd just like them to be a little bit more methodical on their approaches to fights, and if they can do so, I think they can easily lower the amount of casualties they'll take in those engagements.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, we're going to go ahead and get into this Miramar match in just a moment. Now that we're going into Miramar, are there any squads in particular that you're going to think that are going to pop off here, Max?
I'm going to say R8.
All right.
It's their map. Let's go.
Let's go. Vamos! Miramar! We're headed to the desert. Finally here in Group B. Last 2 matches, folks. Remember, top 6 moving straight into the grand finals. Bottom 2 are going home. Make or break moment right here, 7.
I'm going to be looking at Wolves, actually. Wolves right now, they have a really happy marriage in regards to placement points with that win that they were able to get. They have a happy marriage in regards to elimination points as well, because they do have 15 elimination points, but I'm just not sold. And I usually I'm a big supporter of North America, but right now I'm just not sold, buddy.
They're on the limit, right? Top 6 currently.
They're just playing too passive at times for me. I like that they stepped it up in a big way in that last match, but from previous matches, they're just being too passive for my liking.
It wasn't them being aggressive. It's teams pushing on them and them defending it. I want to see them being the one to engage those fights and actually taking home those wins.
Yep.
Well, this is a big win that is needed for so many squads. Let's see who's going to be able to pull it out as we go into our first Miramar of the day with our casters, John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much. Over on the desk of breaking it all down, we are going to be with a hop, skip, and a jump into the hot desert sun. And it's time to get stuck straight on in. I'm watching out for any hot drops. I don't expect any, but you never know. It could, of course, come to pass. But seemingly, our teams are keeping each other at arm's distance. R8 and Loops a little bit close together, but they're just dropping long, grabbing some vehicles near Hacienda and San Martin. They'll be getting on their way, extricating themselves from one another's clasps, grasps, grips, something like that. Choose one of those 3.
Yeah, one of those. One of those is all good. Very eastern playing path, though, so it does force a lot of teams over towards that eastern slope down towards the water. It's a bit unfortunate. We don't really get to see a lot of Monte Nuevo, Chumacera, El Pozo. That's a bit more difficult to get towards, as is La Cobreria. So there's going to be a bit of a migrate over towards that western side of the map coming through. R8 starting Hacienda, though. It's a good position to begin in. Picado held by RRQ, and RRQ is desperate for points, so Picado is a big boon to them. Having Picado open is a lovely spot to rotate from wherever you want on the map. But like I said, more important for RRQ, it just gives them options, and they desperately need those.
Wolves going to be one of the first teams to make that western migrate that we're talking about. Seems like they're going to post up probably towards Monte Nuevo. I imagine that's where they want to draw short. I think going up towards all the way in El Pozo, I think that's a bit too far, given that you have to wrap back around and reinsert essentially from where you just came from. I think Monte Nuevo is a much more sensible idea for Wolves. We'll see if that's where they stop off, if they're going to go the full distance, go the full Monte Nuevo. As you like that one.
Yeah, that was a tickler. Yeah, that was good.
That was a bit of a tickler. Okay, it's a Partona drop coming through from Gaming Stars there. In second place right now, and definitely not the Turkish team that we thought we'd see at the top.
No, not at all. I think that, honestly, with this format, we did predictions before this started.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it's so volatile with 6 matches. It's very hard to predict the top 6. I think that we got 3 out of the 6 so far, which is great.
I think we both had RRQ.
Yeah, we did both have RRQ, which is a bit of a nightmare. But again, this is what we're talking about. Yesterday, I think we'd have all predicted Alpha 7. They went out. It's tough to say. I think you really do need to be locked in on the day when it comes through. But for TT Project, I was tempted to talk about these guys, tempted to predict them. They have a lot of my favorite players from in the past, from Mad Bulls. We loved that team back in the day, and then they sort of dissipated for reasons unknown at the time.
Well, at least said. As they are going to try and get that reformation going, though, on that south side, they're near towards Valle de Mar, and will be rotating in probably past Monte Nuevo, maybe up towards La Duguera, and getting in that way. They could, of course, break down towards the south side and wrap Chumacera on their way. Puerto Paraiso is the territory of BTR, and I don't think anyone's going to try and take that from them. I feel like it might be a bit of a mistake.
Well, Seven put it really well on the desk, is the sense that BTR can play with a huge amount of confidence now, and there's no reason for them not to, especially if they have the data from yesterday. I think that's the big boon coming today as Group B, is that you roughly know where the markers are. Most teams are like, if we're above 40 points, we should be set. But that depends on a point sponge, right? I think as soon as you get above 50, you know you're in towards that top 3 bracket from yesterday, which means that there's no way you're going out at that point.
Yeah.
So for BTR, their run's done. They're in a similar boat to Horror yesterday with some really good points on board. 52 at this stage of the day is fantastic. They might even overtake Horror on these last 2 matches, which would be phenomenal. Again, the Indonesian team doing an absolutely incredible amount of work today. But again, I wanted to pose a question to you, John, in terms of where do you think the cutoff lies right now? Because I think there's only 2 teams that can be really taken over, and that's the Vicious and Wolves at the moment. I think everyone else is a little bit too far up.
See, this is the thing, right? Because it's a 6-match set, I think it's more volatile than even that. I think Ulf, whilst close, and you're right, like Gaming Stars also potentially could drop down. It's unlikely that more than one of those 3 teams has a bad game. So, or a bad 2 games, rather.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it's potential for one of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place teams right now to drop down and have one of those 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th place teams, maybe even 11th for Foot, jump up with big games coming through into these next 2. So, yeah, I think you're pretty on the money in that Vicious and Wolves are the most volatile in terms of their position right now, but there's definitely a world where TT, Ulf, and Gaming Stars could drop down.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we go back to yesterday, Boars, 5th match of the day, 0 point, big goose egg. And I think that actually costed them the top 6.
Yeah.
Even if they'd got 1 elimination out of that fight, very different story at the end of the day, which is a really sad thing when it comes to it.
But that does put Boars in the survival stage, which is a frightening prospect for a lot of these teams.
It is, yeah. But yeah, I'd agree with you. 11th place here. I think that there's a very unlikely possibility we see another S2G moment coming out at the end of the day here. I just don't see it happening. And even if it did happen, again, those have to be big games. And for T2K, Nick Galaxy, Loops, I'm not really sure. I think that the big outside chance probably is Loops here to have 2 massive games, but we're talking like in the 1%, right?
Yeah, that's a real A real outside chance, you're right. I mean, as they were saying back on the desk as well, Alpha 7 would love it if Loops got dropped down as well. So.
Oh, dude. Actually, I didn't even consider that. Yeah, if Loops go out in 15th, 16th, then for South America's, it's easy pickings for Alpha 7. They still go through to PMWC. Because remember, Loops need to get top 6 overall in the tournament. So this is something we'll be keeping a close eye on. It's a great point to bring up.
Absolutely. I mean, it's RRQ is very capable of jumping up and over them, right, as well. There is a real power behind these players, as we've seen and as we've talked about. It's just not been brought to bear in these first 4 matches, as maybe they'll have their mental reset on Miramar. Of course, going into a new map can bring that as well, that idea of like, okay, new map, let's forget about what's happened. We are going to play our Miramar game. It's an untested quantity. We don't know how it's going to fare against these other teams. They can definitely have that mental reset here. I'm hoping that something similar can happen for Hustler Crew, but it's still just losing fights. They're not setting themselves up repeatedly to lose these fights. So I think really the struggle at the bottom, that's a tough shift, but the struggle at the bottom is really between RRQ and Loops, as well as the teams that sit slightly above that.
Yeah, 100%. Again, we'll keep a close eye on Loops as well as RRQ because, yeah, very huge storylines there overall. For RRQ to go out, big deal. For Loops to go out, even bigger. Right now, though, we do get this rough circle shift over towards the northeast side. You've got the crossroads involved here towards the eastern side of Hacienda del Patron. You've got the fields that sit up towards that eastern area too, which is a little bit rough. And what a lot of people will refer to as Graveyard Valley, which is the Valley of Death, down towards the eastern side of Picado. That's a horrible spot to play for a lot of teams. So an uncomfortable area of the map to open up into.
Okay. First knocks, first blood coming on through now. Foot have gone down to 3. Boomer taking casualties as well. Heavy hits, blasting them back, but they will stay alive as 4 blank. So not to worry for our Boom fans out there. Another hometown team looking to try and break their way in towards the top 6. So not losing a player here, very important for their run against it.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer now to top 6. 2 Indo teams in the top 6 would be an unbelievable result, honestly. Like we said, for RRQ, the chance is it's so minimal that we're not going to consider it. For Hustler Crew, on the other hand, like you say, the fights just haven't been won. I think they came into this tournament with really high hopes, but was sort of humbled by a global lobby, which is fair enough, right? It's your first taste of like international action, so sometimes it can be a bit too spicy.
Yeah, they definitely have. They definitely have some confidence coming into this one for sure. But you're right, they do need to swallow that bitter pill. Vicious though. Able to run toe-to-toe with TT. Back and forth, both teams taking knocks, but it looks like TT are coming off worse on this one, but Doran goes down as well, and that might be turning things around. Zerich with the oversight as well as Ephius on that high ground might just cut Vicious a little bit too deep for them to be able to recover on this one. Where is the rest of Vicious? Okay, I say the rest of Vicious, only the one player, actually, for them. Guess who it is? It's Narvalo.
Well, for Narvalo, he needs to pick up the flushes. That's the only thing he can do. But right now, they are so in cover that it's almost impossible. He could try and pick up Zerich as he pushes his way in here. That's the best he could do. Tries to go for the prone for a little bit more stability. I got to hit these shots, and he does. It's very, very nice. Immediately looks for the spray transfer. Can't quite find it. Again, these guys need points. They're on 30 here. It's going to come down to the last match if it's meant to be.
Peppering the ground around them. He's guarding out Zerich. Knows that these points are valuable. Wanting to keep them in towards the top 6. Remember, they are not safe at all. So every point is going to matter. Both for them and for TT as well. So the more damage he can do, the closer he can keep them in terms of those overall standings. The breakout in the blue zone. It's not going to tick super hard just yet, but the blue zone does shift away from them. A little bit closer to the east side. Neo's actually breaking all the way up. Trying to get close and in Narvalo's face. Bandages being popped as well. Narvalo is on half HP. Does have to worry. 2 first aids there. And he's going to pop one now.
again, you could see exactly what he was doing there. He was trying to guard out Zerich, like you say. Swings up the road, needs to hit these shots over towards Neos. Gets a double tag, but it's not enough. And Neos is just playing distract at the moment. Nade pulled out, but he just keeps backing it up. This is infuriating for the Vicious.
That is beautiful stuff for Neos to be able to stay alive there, but he goes back in. This is really dangerous stuff. The rest of his team are now back up and alive. Maybe they're going to just try and get rid of Navallo entirely. Steps forwards, and the blue zone and the micros is just too much. The Vicious go down. Nil point.
Yeah, bad news. And for Navallo, the longest time playing alongside with Robs, finds himself now in a very similar situation today. The Vicious have one more shot at it. Round about a 10-12 point match on their final game. Not an easy task, and there's a huge amount of pressure bearing down upon you like a hydraulic press on that final match. Unfun, I would say, for the Vicious. They've got to hope a lot of these teams underneath don't do really all that well.
RRQ, a nice little tag on there. Over towards R8. This is on the western side of the circle, just on the breakout from San Martin. The downhill approach to this circle towards R8 is going to be tough for RRQ, so a nice little opening softener is all too welcome for them, and they will be happy to make their south escape as well without R8 giving them too much trouble because of it. In the meantime, TT with all 4 of their players are going to be swinging out past water treatment, north of San Martin, north of Hacienda, and entering on the northern edge against RJC on that side of things. RRQ, are they going to get stuck straight in against R8? They're going to try and split the middle.
Get it done. I mean, moving over towards Longhouse, not a bad idea. You know, split them up, like you say. Whether you know they're playing this really aggro split is a very different thing indeed, but looks like they're getting into clearing formation here versus R8. Prestige inside the building, it's easy.
Yeah, they just too many angles, and it was a 3-1 split. Can't really do too much about that. For RRQ, it's a great pickup. Now R8, isolated with 3, will not be able to regroup up to that north side with a circle shifting away again. RRQ are much more mobile because R8 will have been set up for a while now, but it looks like they are starting to loosen the belt a bit on their hold on the position because they know they have to move east.
Yeah, circle moves over towards that eastern side as well. Like you say, ridge sides galore around this area, but we move off of Minas Generalis, but also I think the players aren't too unhappy about that considering we're moving away from the fields too on this northwest side. TT Project surrounding Ralph at the moment, as well as Ado. Enigma Galaxy currently playing themselves a 2-2 split across the road. They are vulnerable here.
A lot of stretched, drawn positions here, making life hard for our teams. With the 4 elims that they've been able to find, TT Project actually now looking to start getting safer and safer by the point, over that 41-point threshold. And they will look to go a lot further as well, closer to 50 points. Anything more than that will just be gravy. As it is, it's very likely they've already done enough to qualify in our top 6.
Yeah, for TT Project with those 4 initial limbs at the start of the game, yeah, it's really, really nice pickups for them. For Ulf, they're quite central too. They can look to finish off their day as well at 39 points, but Easy for Bad Boy opens up over towards Ketch. Yet again going down as one of the first members. First to face usually as the scout for the squad, so understandable. That nade, bobbling, dribbling down the side of the hill is rough. RRQ now up against the wall, and suddenly they're out.
Evaporated. Goodness me, RRQ try and get a rundown towards TT, and that is going to give 4 more points over to TT Project. They are just getting further and further away from this danger bubble. They're going to be so chuffed with themselves right now with the 8 limbs and likely 4 players if they get the res ongoing, which looks like they're going for now. They're just going to be able to sweep this one through, start to think about drawing a level with BTR, which is great news for them. RJC want to slow them down a little bit, but Loops are going to chime in and make that a little bit tougher.
RJC. Those shots coming from Loops are across the road down that southeast side. He does get flushed out too, and now suddenly they're in somewhat of a 4v4 if they can get the res off over on TT Project. 4v3, sorry. But effect does go down, so we are even pickings.
Yeah. Thought they were going to be able to keep themselves as 4, but they'll play on as 3. I'm sure they'll give it a good go. Why not? Why not? Points are points. Points mean prizes, in this case, a top 6 qualification spot. TT just need a couple more in this match, play for 5 points in the next game as well. They're happy, they're laughing. It will be a great result for them to be able to qualify.
Reverb able to hit the med kit, which is a lovely reset for the player who is closest to TT Project, but they have rough information on everything right now, does TT Project, and this nade isn't that difficult to post.
The top, that's the spray down that's going to get it. The damage from the nade doesn't even come into the question there. As the circle shifts down south, worried about Loops' position as well as this fight does pop off now. One player downhill and TT just keep things in hand. That's 2 more points very likely to be added to their tally, getting up towards 10 elims almost certainly. The first added there, and the answer just doesn't come. Devil not able to drag them back down, to be closer to them on the numbers.
Devil just not able to hit these shots, playing on the off angle here, but TT Project smartly didn't expose themselves whatsoever, and now looking to go for the 2v1. A little bit of attack is nice, the roll by, the roll up, and it looks like Devil will be going down here, and that is RJC out. So a big game needed now for them on the next to overtake into the top 6.
So one of the chasers is down. For Vicious, that's going to be a little bit more relieving, but there are still plenty of players left, plenty of teams left looking to hound them down. If the Wolves as well pass them by, they will be in that bubble spot, which is not where you want to sit. Marth wants to try and help them out, but that's not going to happen. Fortunate there. Loops had another point to their tally, and they are now all of a sudden up in 12th place, Blank.
A lot of the chasing teams are gone, right? Boom being the only team remaining left, and they're far on the south side of the map, which is great news for the Vicious. But they wish they'd taken out TT Project because they could have been the recipient of these 11 eliminations instead.
Well, you just never know. You just never know what sits on the other side of the next fight. And the Vicious need to regroup for the next match. Movement now coming through as the Wolves on the southwest side need to choose a direction, pick a spot and go towards Ulf. Maybe what they're electing to try, but the Wolves are low. Shots over towards Geeke. This could be a third-party potential for Wolves, but they've been spotted on the off angle coming through from Boom. It's going to tear them apart for one, and it's not how you want to make your approach. They slow down a little bit too much. In the meantime, TT Project lose 2 of their players, and they're down to their last laugh. But they are laughing because they've already gotten so many points this match, Blank. They're going to be happy no matter what.
Yeah, they should be 100% done here. It should be fine going forward for TT Project. They made a mad dash of it. It was a brazen push down towards that south side. They knew roughly where the shots were coming through from earlier and just looked to make the crash. Gaming Stars, though, ever present in this lobby. They'd heard the fighting going on the northwest side. They didn't want to push too far out onto it, so they were just setting up the net in between. Necessary will finish off the final player there from TT Project, ending the game at 20 minutes with 11 eliminations. Really impressive.
Really nice stuff. And at 48 points going into their final match, it's pretty unlikely that they get pushed down. With a bubble sitting in the final match, 18 points behind them, it's nigh on impossible for them to drop out. Nick McGalaxy try and send forwards. Lord goes very low, but he doesn't go down all the way, and that's going to leave T2K on our bubble at the bottom of the tables.
Yeah, successful push from Nick McGalaxy. Good to see. Wolves trying to evacuate this location on the map. This is very, very tough stuff. They're moving over towards Ulf as well. If Ulf can pick up these points, they'd be very pleased. You wonder if they've heard any of this going on and move up towards the side, because again, for Ulf, for them, it is just a matter of a few points.
Every single point in these games matters so much. It is such a huge percentage of your overall point scoring, right? You just can't let any single point go to waste. Point denials, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of them as well in these final moments, but it is what it is, and in the end, they have been attributed already. Nick McGalaxy trying to push themselves away from that bottom bubble as well, because at the bottom, it is very, very volatile.
Massively so. I mean, Loops is quite pleased that they managed to get themselves over towards 13th place, above 14th. Hustler crew still going over on that south side. Again, for them, this matters for survival stage at this point in time. Very difficult to get any further than that. They just don't want to go out early. Good nades coming through from Gaming Stars once again. They are on an absolute tear today.
All for taking punishment on them in the meantime from Boom across the way. A nice nade in from Gaming Stars. Loops as well, taking this opportunity to make a move through all of the chaos, and this western side starting to really get hot. Nick McGalaxy taking heavy punishment from pretty much every angle, leaving Lord on his own on the spray down, but he's good for it. Gaming Stars lose one, and the flush comes through almost immediately. Nick McGalaxy earning yet another point. But they are so low and so down to the wire, trying to keep themselves alive. Last player to stand for them. Gaming Stars will play on as 3.
Nick McGalaxy was so split here, right? You've got Satan all the way over towards that eastern side. He went down, and now just leaves it down to Ado, and he is torn between 2 players. Lord on the northwest, and Satan over towards his east. Ulf goes down.
A little opening for all the teams looking to chase. Ulf on 39, they are nearly out of harm's way, but it is not done and dusted for them just yet. In the meantime, BTR, who have been a little bit quieter than we've been used to from them, still, they've up to 3 elims now as they try and roll through foot. Zedwolf lying in wait, could prove to be troublesome though. He has to step up big though for them to stay alive. He is not going to be able to find it, and BTR rack up a 5th elim. They are looking to push past that 60-point barrier.
It's another very clean fight for BTR as well. Boom, this is a big pickup here. If Loops can take them down, it means that Boom is not in contention for the top 6 on this game. A great nade over towards Rafinha from El Burrell, who has been doing some incredible stuff today.
Not only is it a big fight if Boom go down, it's a big fight if Loops go down. So no matter what, it's a big fight because Loops will be in even more danger if they stay near that bubble, which they very much are at the moment. Going further, so important for Loops. For Boom, they still will potentially be in the contest, but they'd love to go a little bit more.
Octo with a nade. Looking to throw this over towards the top side of things. Looks fairly on target. Diego takes a little bit of punishment here, but Boom is able to restabilize in a big way. Yummy with another big one.
Oh no, Law. Very, very low. Just about staying up, and it's up to Vitinho to try and keep things together for Loops. Placements are in already, Blank, so they do have a little bit of a bump no matter what towards the end, and there's a lovely pickup. Able to find one. Can't quite look for the flush though, has to step into the fight. Now it's all up to Law on the inside, who did manage to get healed through. Nearly looked like a goner to the nades from Boom, but was able to piece himself back together. The flush not going to add to their tally either, and everybody looking to start to encircle them.
We're at that point in the game now where Boom is likely ahead just on placement points alone. They should be in the top 6 after this match, which is huge, which is definitely huge for them. But it's not a huge game, right, at the moment. They could go further. Wolves going down early as well. A little bit rough. They're scared on their position. They're not secured just yet. Ulf on 39. We know that that's not enough from looking at yesterday.
Not enough to be secure, but it's possible that it stays in, right? Security is lacking in big ways, but the back and forth, this conversation around the 6th place bubble has been really, really multifaceted over the course of today. Gaming Stars, they're looking to try and push all the way up, and they've done a bloody good job of it. 8 elims so far this match. Placements will be added to their tally as actually we lose another team in the meantime. Hustler Crew do leapfrog RRQ in terms of the bottom 2, but won't go any further. There they go. Fortunate, but Gaming Stars fall. But 52 points, that should very well be enough. The big news here, though, is Loops fell as well earlier on, and Boom are looking to try and push themselves as far up those tables as they can.
That's the main thing, right? Because can Boom make it on this match for Chicken Dinner, where there's only one real slot available at the end of the day today? Easy for Bad Boy from GK. GK having a bit of a step up performance towards the end of the day today, which is kind of cool. But Boom would love a Chicken Dinner, like I say, to secure their spot towards that top 6, but it's not looking likely as Kevin gets the off angle.
Oh, and another knock over towards Boom, leaving them on one player under the buggy. It's not going to work as BTR had their number. But with 9 elims and a 3rd place Blank, they are definitely looking good to try and keep this one going. They are going to be a lot safer than a lot of teams could hope for. With GK leaving their last player alive, they've had a great run in these last 2 matches.
BTR, though, blasting out of control. Honestly, like we said before, these guys have got little to lose now and are just looking to flex on the lobby here in Indonesia. The BTR of old rearing its head here as they will get themselves the chicken dinner.
What a game coming through. They were a little bit quiet in the earlier stages, but Blank, they knew when to strike. Like a viper in the desert, they were able to just chomp their way through everybody else's fights, everybody else's positions. No one really stood in their way. It didn't look like they were ever in a bad spot.
No, I think BTR has just been playing incredible so far, from little rotations here and there to just the gun skill, which is something that we've been lacking from some of these Indonesian teams at the top of the level for a long, long time. But here, Razy and Razak just absolutely insane. They are clearing some of the best teams in the world. I mean, Frozen is a sick player on the side of foot, and they just swiftly removed him. Wasn't even barely a threat to BTR at all. But going into this last match, the big things to highlight here is that there are 3 spots up for grabs, I would say. 3 spots up for grabs. Ulf is very tight, right? They're 39 points. They could secure it a little bit earlier. Boom stopped their push earlier in the game than they might have liked here. Vicious are definitely down.
There is so much on the line going into the final match, but here, Bigatron proved themselves dominant on their home turf in Jakarta.
Got my heart no barging in from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Bars from a copy my steel.
Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in and get us every day.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real.
And the hometown heroes get their chicken dinner in Miramar. Bigatron looking unstoppable here.
Give me that 2019 Bigatron energy. Woo! I'm feeling it right now. I was saying it right after that game, and I feel like we kind of all agree on desk. I have nothing even remotely bad or critical to say about Bigatron and how they played today. It's been stellar from Rondo to Erangel and now on Miramar.
If I have to be realistic, the only wrong thing that we saw is a push of 1 by 1 by 1 against Aaron that gave us a highlight play of the tournament so far. But besides that, this team has played out so good. And for the viewers, I don't want to tell you I told you so, but I told you so. This team is just going to continue to play with confidence. They're going to continue to just absorb all those points that the squads trying to get into top 6 or stay within top 6 are wanting to get, and it's just going to make it even tighter, and I can't wait to see what the overall looks like when we go into the last match, because there's going to be so many teams that are going to be able to just jump up to the top 6.
Yeah, you want to see some targeting happening with that team.
Let's take a look at the final blow, though, and get a little listen in on what happened.
Ayo, pada go, bener. Nice banget. Kolom gua. Bareng. Lagi, Sir. Go. Iya. Oh, jangan dia pas satu set. Aman aja, Bang. Gua pegangin ini. Aman aja. Iya, aman. Let's go. Aman bantu ini coba. Tanda gua. Coba. Tambah ini sih, gua. Ambil kanan jauh. Tanda gua. Gua ambil kanan pasar. Aman. Nih, tanda gua. Itu loh. Itu dia kan. Aman.
Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Bigatron. Look at that. Hey, Razak with 4 eliminations. Making it happen, boys. I'm going to need to buy some dang earplugs for these finals, because I'm telling you what, this crowd is going to go bananas.
I need to see some drums.
Oh,
back
yeah.
when we had PMGC here. You remember the drums or no?
Yeah, with Alter Ego every time.
Yes.
I would take the drums, just don't bring T-shirt cannons. Blank is here. He doesn't like those. But otherwise, looking at BTR, the elimination spread, Razak, Federalis, Razy putting up big numbers. Axel, don't have an issue. He's more of a supportive assistant player for the rest of the team to set them up successfully, so I think he's doing completely fine. But Razak, the man, once again, is going to be up there, and he will be MVP of match number 5 out of 6 on Miramar. And the way they swept over to the eastern side, I mean, in particular, 7, their fight onto Foot, which did not even look like a fight. I'm sorry, they just stomped them right in the dusty dunes of Miramar and just got them, the entire eastern side, to sweep that game and take home that chicken dinner. What a dominant performance.
And from that push into Foot, I actually enjoy how much they were wanting to just spread out. They had a 1-2-1 split, just trying to get as much intel as possible. And then, as you said, they just ended up crashing into Foot, and it wasn't even a fight.
Well, you know what? One thing I want to talk about is another team, right? And that is Boom. You can see Yummy up on top when it comes to the top 4 players. 4 eliminations, over 1,000 damage. This was a huge game for them, guys.
I mean, actually, this does make sense because for those who were paying attention to the map feed in particular, by the way, you got map feed stream if you want to check it out.
Yeah.
They were playing Minas Generalis on the mountaintop, and they had a good scope of the land. From there, I believe, I don't know exactly what weapon Yummy was playing with. I'm pretty sure it was maybe a Mini 14, just trying to pop a few heads here and there. And from that position, if you just spot a player, you're going to get some really high damage. So good scouting in general from Boom, and actually making it very fine that game. So Boom, again, showing that potential to be a top 6 contender. Sorry.
I mean, I think they might just be in there. I can't wait to see those overalls, but 9 eliminations on that game is going to be huge as we start seeing these rotations.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at TT Project because this squad, I mean, they were playing aggressive as well. And that's another squad that looks like it's going to be going to the finals, if we're being completely honest. Even though we've been talking about BTR just getting all those points, TT was able to get 11 eliminations here. They were taking fights with anybody that came close. And I don't remember, X4 Rejects. I really enjoyed that, the way they ended up pushing that. They saw a disadvantage.
Yes.
They made sure they pounced on it quick, took care of it, and then started focusing on what was next.
Wow, 20 points, guys. Goodness gracious.
TT Project, what the hell is a placement point? We don't know.
Hey, we need that.
Actually, you know what? For TT Project, genuinely, for those who watch PMGO ECA, Eastern Europe, Central Asia,
yes,
I think they were a team, I was scared of how passive they were in that tournament because they tend to get a very central position and just hold it down until the end to try and get chicken dinners. And because of that, would get low eliminations, but they turned it up to 11 this event. It really seems like they knew they had to adapt their playstyle for an international lobby. And so far, the elims they've got every game today has been fantastic.
I would love to see that. I'd love to see that here. You know, teams adapting, making things happen in order to extend their tournament life. Another team that we saw on the first page, right, was Gaming Stars. I think earlier, right, after their winner chicken dinner, we were like, okay, that's a good little win, right? But maybe I need to see a little bit more from them. I think, I think 7, you said that, right?
For which team?
Yeah, for Gaming Stars.
Yeah, for this squad, I'm actually going to be looking at what Maxman was talking about earlier is for TT Project. What is a placement point? Because right now, you're looking on your screen, they have 9 placement points and 39 eliminations. Are you kidding me?
That's crazy.
Yeah, they do. It's IHC vibes. You know?
Yeah.
We're seeing from this team. But right now, it's going to be the top 6 last game. And realistically, teams that could fall out, Wolves, of course, is going to be on the main seat. But it's not impossible to see even an Ulf or a Boom go down if the planets line up perfectly, like we saw in that last game for Group A.
This mid-pack's going to go crazy, guys. This is where we really need to stay on right here because you can see you got X-Force Reject there with 26 points. All the way down to the bottom. Remember, bottom 2 squads, folks, are going home tonight. So we'll see if RRQ can make something happen. I mean, with a just half-decent game, they can move forward, at least to the survival stage.
Which teams do we think we're out of contention for even being able to make it in this final match? I think Loops, I think that's my cutoff point for me.
No, I would agree.
Yeah, I think Loops is in for sure.
I'm even going to tell you, I think the teams going out are going to be HG and RRQ.
Really?
I don't think they're budging right now. I think it's done.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the teams that might be able to actually make the jump up to the top 6. If there was an area where one of them maybe ends up getting a win with a lot of eliminations, I think Loops would definitely be my cutoff point for that.
I would agree. But even the likes of Loops, if they get a banging game, top 6 is technically feasible, but it's going to be really hard to achieve overall for this game. But Wolves, you got Geek behind them. They're actually, talking about Geek, we do have to go on a positive. We didn't talk about them too much in that last game, but They were a team that were in the bottom two at the very start.
That's right.
Big comeback on Erangel, and now a team in contention for top 6. So that's a massive S2G-like comeback that we are witnessing today.
And not only that, I want to talk about number 5, Ulf, because that squad just keeps falling and falling and falling. And something that you kind of highlighted earlier on too, Max, is that we really haven't seen them finish a match or get into contention towards the later end of a match with all their squad alive. It's always a duo, it's always Aaron, or it's always just a 3 squad.
Yeah, and this was better, right?
Yeah.
They did have a 4-man, then down to a 3-man, but it's still like, it was better than a duo or solo player to get into the late game of Miramar. It's an improvement, but again, if the planets align perfectly, top 6 might be a little bit harder to hold on to. So I would see, because right now, Geek and Vicious in particular, that did slip out, that I did not expect to see that happening. Vicious, we know how aggressive not just the team can be, but every individual player is willing to be if tested. I feel like they're going to be super hungry on this game. They might even go for the hot drop and pull a boss.
And this is actually why I'm scared in regards to Ulf, because right now, Ulf just being 8 points clear of number 7th place, 9 points clear of Vicious, that's just not going to be enough, especially if the same thing keeps happening over and over again. If you keep losing some players, some of these teams towards the bottom have absolutely nothing to lose, Jukes.
Okay, well, so as we're doing these hypotheticals, right, we're going into the final game of today. I know you guys can get a little sneak peek at the leaderboards. I want to see what you guys think as far as how far down do you think has the potential to reach into top 6, 7, right? Where do you think that is? Where do you think that line is?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Loops.
Loops.
Number 12.
Okay, so Loops has a possibility of getting in. Anything below that would be just crazy.
Anything below that could be in the bottom 2. Really, it's going to be cut off. We'll see how it goes.
All right, well, let's see how it goes indeed. We're getting into that final match of Group B. We're going into Miramar for the last time. 2 teams will be going home after this match. We know RRQ is in the hot seat. This playing path looks mighty fine to me, boys.
The good one. I like it. We'll see what's going to be happening with TT Project. They took out 2 teams in the early stage without losing a single player. One of those squads was Vicious 7 that cannot afford to take another L like that, of that magnitude, on this final game.
I also am going to be looking at a Boom. Boom with 39 points, tied with Ulf. These are squads that, I mean, can they do enough? Can they stay within this top 6? Or are they going to end up choking, and are they going to end up getting out? And what is going to happen with some other squads? I want to see what BTR is going to be doing in TT, because we just saw the performances that they were able to put up. If they have those performances again, it's going to make it even tighter for those top 6.
Let's see, guys. Let's see. As we can see that playing path up top, squads are already leaving. Everybody, look at that. Even they're starting to hydrate a little bit. They got to make sure they are ready to go at this last match, because the heat is definitely about to turn up.
Hydrate or die of thirst out here in the desert. That's right. Keeping it cool is necessary under so much pressure, down towards the bottom of the tables, down towards the 6th place part of the tables. Actually, you know what? Everywhere on the tables except for in the top 3. They're chilling. They're fine. They are overhydrated, if anything.
It's a tough one, right? Coming into the end of the day, 39 points, 35. The margin is so incredibly close. I think, honestly, there's a world where the game just ends and nothing budges in that top 6.
True.
I genuinely do believe that. I think for Ulf, Wolves may have done enough here, but there is those certain circumstances where they haven't really had powerhouse moments. Alas, they're pretty central right now. They've got El Pozzo, they've got Monty Nuevo all to themselves. It's a very, very good starting point for them. They can start to scout out around this part of the circle very, very early on. Boom, kind of in a weird spot.
Yeah, they're up in Campo Militar right now, with a couple of their players heading towards Tierra Bronca. Quite far flung, but you know what? Early on the playing path, they were able to get there nice and early. They should be able to grab a bunch of vehicles. The circle didn't help them out, but they should be looted up probably within the minute and ready to get going, hopefully, anyway. The question is, where do they go? Which direction do they take? I think the North Road is probably looking pretty appetizing to them, but there are a couple of teams around there who are going to give them trouble.
For instance, BTR playing in La Cobreria. Again, this is a team that, you know, if you try and take shots over towards them, I don't care. They'll go for it. Rezi out, Vexi in, give him some playtime. You've qualified.
That's actually so fair.
Yeah, give him some playtime. Let him out on the big screen. It's all good. Pass me the controller.
It's Lil Bro's turn.
It is Lil Bro's turn.
Oh, dear. Well, brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. As you say, getting that experience on the stage, it can only benefit them, right? Having more players with more experience.
Yep, absolutely. For instance, the Vicious haven't really had a chance to get Redox back in the mix. Again, they have a really strong roster, but there's never been a moment where it's a case of we'll sub Redox in, because you want to keep that synergy going as long as possible in these 6-match sets. Switching things up, probably only really going to happen around match 2 and match 1. Match 1 being the rostier field, and match 2 when you realize the rostier field maybe isn't working.
Also, it's, especially in games like today's roster setup as well, that's Rondo, right, as your game 1, which is a bit of a weird one to look for adjustments after that, but yeah,
we have seen teams in the past be like, let's get our mad fraggers in.
I mean,
for the first
it
game.
works, right?
Yeah.
You could get a full team of like just TDM stars, right? And then get 8 elims at the start, and then just be like, okay, cool, that's it. That's our game done. We'll see you guys next one with a completely different roster.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's possible. I don't think we've seen a team yet who's fielded like an entire roster specifically for Rondo. In American football, they have like an attack and a defense that is like a completely different lineup, right?
We do have limitations on subs.
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly. So you couldn't come in with an 8-player roster.
Yeah. We are currently on board with Foot, 22 points. Put it into perspective, right? To get towards 40 points here for Foot, it's an 18-point game. It's so crazy that a team in 11th place, like, you're not asking the world from a team like that, really. You're asking for a chicken dinner and 8 points and 8 eliminations. Very doable. We've seen it multiple times in the past. It's like when you start asking for the 22-point, 24-point games, that's where you start to doubt a little bit.
And yeah, when you are still playing in the low teens, you're not even asking for a chicken dinner necessarily. You can get 2nd, 3rd place and still be earning that sort of point scoring. Very, very possible. With a quiet chicken dinner winner in that match, you can absolutely be looking to push up those numbers. The question is who that chicken dinner winner is, because of course it can be the team you're trying to chase, which makes a hell of a lot of difference.
Now, obviously, really ruins the vibe.
Oh, it's such a it's such a wet blanket, bro. You sat there like, why do you die? It's like, we're just hiding in the building. Like, what are you going to do about it? It's like, I literally can't do anything about it, but I hate it. Loops. We'll find a player on R8. That's going to help out Loops' points tally. Getting a little bit further away now from the red line that sits beneath them. And the potential condemnation of them to not be able to push Alpha 7 out of PMWC.
For Loops, yeah, I was just going to say the exact same thing in terms of it's a bit of a turn up towards the end of the day, right? You know, they've turned up late. They forgot to clock in, but they have saved themselves from...
Oh, go on.
Oh, it's pretty close as well. You could have had it. But yeah, you saved yourself from elimination. I think that's the main thing for them. But survival stage, we know, is incredibly brutal. And for Loops, if they play like this in survival stage, there's no chance they're getting in the top 4.
No, it's not the sort of performance you need to be having. Hustler crew on our screens right now.
Max does not believe.
I mean, they really did need to be humbled a little bit. I mean, I admire the confidence. I kind of love it as well.
Yeah.
That they have got the talk, but unfortunately,
it's pretty Delulu though.
They don't have the walk.
Yeah. It was fairly Delulu. But again, like you say, I do love it. When we had our interview with them, it was a case of, we're so confident, we're going to take it to the guys on the main stage. Both me and you were like,
okay, we'll see if you do that when you get that.
Potential.
I mean, I was talking to them as well, just when we were doing the walkouts as well before they went out. They still had that confidence today, this morning.
Yeah, I mean, you could do nothing but respect them for that. You really can. And again, I've said it multiple times, but this is a team, first time on the main stage. I think you have to massively take that into account. Maybe they'll be back again in future. We never know. They may have a chance of getting survival stage here. I'd love for it to happen. You know, a team just coming out of nowhere, manage to get to the survival stage, and then potentially have another go at it. Because they did look very happy to be here.
I think that's kind of it, right? If nothing else, they're going to get a lot of experience and hopefully developers players, even though they're finishing currently in 15th. Obviously, they could still change things, could still see them in survival stage.
Yeah.
But it does seem a little bit more unlikely. They can take this experience and learn from it, and that is necessary.
Yeah. A team that does have experience, though, Nigma Galaxy.
Okay.
Ton of experience.
Yes.
Currently down towards 13th at the moment. I think for Nigma Galaxy, definitely a change of pace for them. It's a reformation of the squad for Ralph. They also have this situation where Coops is not here. Coops arguably the best fragger on that team. It's really unfortunate not to have him here. But for Nigma Galaxy, they can't let that keep them down. They do have other really strong players on that squad. But likely they will be heading through towards survival stage. Likely. 16 points is a bit of a rickety bridge to be on. Hopefully they can Indiana Jones their way out of it.
Don't leave the hat behind. Gaming Stars taking shots over towards R8, who lose another player. Their run is very likely to be ending now.
Wolves, though, yeah.
Okay, hang on a minute. Wolves, they've just taken some damage. Wolves, okay, they've got to cover. They've got all 4 of their players there. And they should be, yeah, just getting this res. Gaming Stars will be able to have angles on this, sure. But you know what? I think that's fine. Oh, they haven't actually got all 4 of their players there for Wolves. I thought they had 2 players on the outside and they were already going for the res. But Elementrix is just on the outside of this one. A little bit further afield, but the res is coming through now. Staying alive as 4, brilliant news, but they haven't got a point for it just yet. Gaming Stars are able to add those to their tally against R8.
Yeah, that was the biggest deal out of that, is that the elimination got stolen away. And Wolves, they really need those eliminations.
Oh, yeah.
It's also a case that they know exactly where this team is. And when Wolves do need to leave, it's out into a lot of open ground, which is going to be tough for them. They did start in Monte Nuevo, though. That was a very, very pivotal position for them to start in. Circle moved down towards the southeast side. They weren't really able to capitalize on speed to get towards the center side of the circle, which, again, we do have to give credit to Hustler Crew for somehow, some way, always center circle.
If only they could hold it, you know? That would be great.
It'd be incredible.
You know what? Give the planning, the preparation from Hustler Crew to Ulf.
Yeah.
You know?
Different story indeed.
Put them in the same positions. Ulf win those, you know? That's maybe it's a match made in heaven, maybe. That's what they draft.
This is bad news for a lot of the teams underneath right now. I mean, TT Project going down this early, the issue for the teams underneath is that this is no longer a team that can sponge points away. Right? TT Project is secured no matter what, but for the likes of, for instance, the guys over on Wolves, Ulf, Vicious, Geeke, RGC, like they would love for those points to be sponged away at the top so they can make a better contention to get over towards Wolves and Ulf, and they're not getting those points early on.
That is true. Oh. Where did he go? Like a rabbit back in the hat.
Oh, he disappeared.
He's absolutely gone. And that's going to leave only 1 player for TT as they try and make their way in from the western side. You've got BTR behind them, currently wrapping Monte Nuevo, and then we'll see where they decide to end up going in. I think, for me, a big team that I'm focusing on is Vicious in this game. On the south side here, a not terribly easy approach, but certainly not the hardest that we've seen towards this next circle.
Pretty difficult for Wolves, though. My God, moves far over towards that eastern side. They're the far west team outside of the likes of BTR as well as TT Project with a 1 player remaining, but it's all covered. It's all covered right now on this western edge.
Are they going to be Wolves, or are they going to be tiny little chihuahuas with heads too small for their brain in this match? Pushing in from the western side. Need to do anything but chase the tail. Nigma Galaxy still taking shots out. Long range with this Mini 14. Choosing to spend a lot of ammo there as well, but should be a good use of it. Over on that side.
Foot right now, very close to Nigma Galaxy and Gaming Stars. And Wolves are not far behind at the moment. Chasing the herd right now, trying to tire them out. Ralph finding a couple of eliminations coming through on this side, but yeah, Wolves are creeping up on them. And they are salivating at the thought of more elims.
Looks like they're not getting stuck in though. I mean, Enigma Galaxy with Ado still playing a backstop position into stage 3. That approach is a little bit more dangerous. They do know about the position from Ado as well. He was taking shots out towards them earlier on. And I think the Wolves aren't going to go for it. This is something I think the desk was saying as well, is a timidness within the Wolves. Not really wanting to take that risk, to go that little bit extra.
And now they're starting to get pushed in by the blue. So decision-making becomes less of an opportunity and more of a time sake here. You start to panic a little bit as the blue will force them to course correct, actually down towards that south side, wanting to leave Gaming Stars, because that's an uphill battle for them. That's not one you want to be really trying to relinquish control over.
Ricardo being on the east side of this one as well.
RJC.
It's going to be such a difficult lineup to run towards, and the Wolves have broken south. They're pushing in on the western side. With 36 points under their belt right now, they are very much in the danger zone for getting eliminated. And they found an outpost for Gaming Stars from that northern side to worry about, as well as Hustler Crew, with Vinny as a solo.
Well, he wasn't a solo for a second. He was in a duo, but they're probably actually very lucky they rock up over towards Hustler Crew, because the first thing the Hustler Crew thought about doing was fleeing, just leaving immediately to regroup with their team on the south side. There was no thought of contest whatsoever. They're trying to get their boy out. Smokes do go down to assist. They're going to send one player forward.
Okay, they are going on a rescue mission for Vinny. Loco making the dash, the one to go forwards. I don't think they're going to want to cross the road just yet for the Wolves. There's too many sight lines around them. In he gets, and into the vehicle. They're backing it off, but is the backline for Hustler Crew going to be dangerous? A lovely little bit of suppressing fire coming on through there from Calais, and it will land on target. The Wolves take a knock, and they have to bite the bullet and let them get away with it. In the meantime, Enigma Galaxy do get eliminated. 20 points. It's not safe. It's okay, but it's not safe.
It's a little scary, right? It's a little scary. Hustler Crew move up. Loco does go down after he went on that rescue mission for Vinny and paid the price in his life. Might be able to get rezzed here potentially off the back of it. Wolves slightly less uncomfortable now because they were able to back Hustler Crew off that position on the north side, which gives them a lot more space to contend with. 2 loot crates descend upon Gaming Stars.
It's going to help them out. Hustler Crew still are split though, 2 and 2. Remember that res needed to come through. Oh, the openers are brilliant. RRQ, look at a run straight on through. With 3 players alive, they've taken a knock, but they've added a point to their tally. So have Hustler Crew. This is a fight at the bottom of the tables where neither team wants to give it up. And RRQ do stumble a little bit, and Hustler Crew going to find those reses, or certainly look for them. Calais, oh no, he's down, he's out, and Hustler Crew will go out in 16th place, our last place team.
Last place team won't be joining us in the survival stage, won't be joining us in the grand finals. Maybe a better chance over in PMGO Season 2 if they can get there. In the meantime, RRQ desperately on their bid to move out from the bottom 2, get themselves into 14th, 13th, anywhere but this bottom 2 slot.
There is only one place now available, and it kind of sits between RRQ and T2K. T2K are so much safer right now. All the way out on the eastern side, already in a pretty solid spot, not really under too much pressure, and BTR are right next door to their countrymen.
Right in the wings of RRQ, not the team you really want to have breathing down your neck. Narvalo goes down. That is a knock over towards the Vicious. The first one of potentially 4. The Wolves. More damage, down to now just 2 players, John. That is not ideal.
They're so split from one another. They are very far away. And going down now would be a disaster. First to fall, and is that a second as well? The Wolves are out in 36 points.
It's not enough.
6th place, well, if Geeko go down, followed by the Vicious, followed by RJC, it might be, but will Geeko go down, Blank?
No, where they are in position in the circle is fantastic. They're in a really good spot. It's very unlikely the Geeko goes down early. And remember, for them to overlap over the top of Wolves, they need 36 points, right? 36 points is not that far away. You are looking at a 5th place for 3 more points.
Don't know who wins the tiebreaker on that one.
But again, this is what I'm talking about. It just takes survival to even break even with them.
That's true. That is true. There's the Vicious as well on the south side, who are going to be looking to push further, but having lost a player earlier on, the Vicious are going to have a tough time to push in on the south with Boom littering the battlegrounds around them too. Boom looking to try and hold everyone at bay as well. If they can get rid of the Vicious, or indeed Geek, which is much less likely, Boom are going to feel a lot safer. With the walls going down beneath them, they can afford for one team to go past them. They cannot afford for 2 teams.
No. I think for Boom right now, they're just defending position, right? That's all they're doing. If they know it's the Vicious on this south side, they are going to hunt them to the ends of the earth before they let them up. But we're back on board with RRQ. Again, BTR in the wings, looking like a dastardly villain, ready to jump onto the set of this very, very scary theater.
RRQ as well, still on the struggle bus. With 3 players alive, they have to leave this longhouse. I feel like RRQ's mission to get across is kind of reminiscent of the Alpha 7 push during the final Miramar of yesterday. And it may very well be a repeat here. The first knock and flush comes through. With only 2 players left to stand, RRQ are starting to choke.
Not good, down to 2 players. They have more to do here. The Vicious are finding shots over towards the Boom here. That's incredible. They were able to overlap them, actually, get on towards the northern side. That's incredible work. RRQ on their final push.
Can they make it across? T2K desperately hoping that they can't. Down into the divot. RRQ, have they just about managed to find a sliver of safety at the cost of a vehicle, at the cost of dignity maybe? They have to get their chins stuck into the dust because there is really not much more they can do. Drag themselves forwards, tooth and nail.
The Vicious, they got 1 knock over towards Boom. Currently getting rezzed up at the moment, but the Vicious are a little bit wondering whether they should move out. It's a good nade coming through from the guys on RA, but Amori is down, and RA will be heading through towards the survival stage.
Boom now, still in the fight. Koa took a knock from T2K, who are trying to third party this blank. They flexed out from the northern side.
It's over.
And the flush is there. Doran's down. It's all up to Icy now for the Vicious. Their chase has been hampered by the teams at the bottom of the tables, and T2K know that they need these points. They're trying to push RRQ further and further away. Rules reticent to step too far forwards because you know there's another team further across the ridgeline. Now back up to 2 players. Doran is back in action for Vicious.
It's so many points required for the Vicious. It would have to be an unbelievable clutch coming up here. The initial nade is good over towards the Vicious, and they are out. We do miss it, sadly, but they are now down. BTR going out to RRQ, but RRQ is out.
Down.
The last team.
Elimination, and RRQ will join Hustler Crew as our 15th and 16th place teams at the hands of BTR nonetheless as well. That's got to feel like an added insult to injury.
Previous teammates, or previous team for Genfos, really is rough going down to that. For RRQ, BTR, they got the bid in, they won the auction, and they're happy to go down now. A 77-point day, eclipsing Horror's performance from yesterday.
Ooh, okay, more unfolding. Is that Boom out? I think it might well be. On 41 points, they're going to be okay, though. With the Vicious having already fallen, it's Geeko who is in flux. They can still do so much in this match blank. A real ascendancy in the latter half of today. Ulf looking to defend their spot as well as Loops will cling on to a spot in the survival stage despite going down here. They're up into 9th place now. Could be pushed aside, but team's still trying to make this one work. It's all eyes on Geek. I mean, RJC potentially also in with a real outside chance, but they've got a long, long way to go. They're going to have to push past 41 points, I think, to be able to get this one
Yeah,
done.
it's a tough game here for RJC. They're coming in from that northeast side, though, and they do have center circles. We do need to put that in consideration here. For Ulf, I think they've done enough. I think Ulf has done more than enough here. We're into placement points now too. For Geeky,
BTR, Max Wick. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. So
yeah, that is weird. That is odd. I don't really understand that. Someone is drinking some clown juice in the back, honestly.
Ooh, hang on a minute. Foot. Big nades, two-player hold against Gaming Stars. A big bounce on the nade, and Zedwolf is doing a lot of damage here. Maniac might want to handle it across the way, but do have their star player still up and kicking. On one player left alive. Again, they will be in the survival stage. As he steps on forward, Zedwolf goes very, very low, but Maniac can't quite find the final bullet, steps out for more, just about shouldering the box in the way as Maniac steps through, and the window's just not providing the angles he wants. Finally, able to empty the mag in the right place.
Maniac has been such a star from Gaming Stars today, ironically, but has done such good stuff for them in a really, really big way. It's been fantastic to watch. GK, to go down here would be mighty sad.
I mean, they're in already from placements. 6 teams remaining. They're already going to leapfrog Wolves.
2
clearly.
points. Yeah, 2 points on 6th. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. They've done it.
Yeah, they've actually already done it. The Wolves are not in the top 6.
From 16th to 6th place is a crazy result from GK.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's only kind of usurped by S2G from yesterday, right? They did it in 2.
Yeah.
So GK needed an extra game, and that's kind of cringe.
Hey, I think they've done fantastic. They've done great today. We've got to give them props where we can. Federalis looking to go for his 20% chance chicken dinner. Feels unlikely.
Is this a T2K chicken dinner?
It may well likely be, and I think for T2K, they should see that ROQ's gone out and Hustler Crew's gone out, so they should know they're safe. Should be fine as long as they're tracking. Right now, there's nothing left to play for, honestly. RJC would have to have the game of their lives going forward as a 3-man. I think that's the only outside chance.
Seems so. Ulf as well could potentially have a big impact here into the later part of the game. Bigatron just refusing to go down, by the way. They were just like, you can throw all the nades you want at me, but...
We want an 80-point day.
Yeah,
so.
They're so chilling right now. I mean, they're on 79, I think, guaranteed.
Yeah. They'd need one more team to go down, and it's an 80-point day, which is ridiculous, by the way. We do have to caveat that with the Group E. I think we would all agree is weaker than Group A.
Potentially. Well, there it goes. An 80-point day earned for Bigatron, guaranteed. We'll see how much further they can go. RJC will try and take the shots over towards Ulf, but that is going to go about as well as you can expect. Catch on the angle, finds the shot, and the shutdown onto it. T2K having a go with GK, who have already put themselves up into 6th place. They've already added that elim, so they are free and clear, guaranteed, and the placement points yet to come. Can they get past Boom? That's a question as well. Kevin marching forwards, already having lost one, and a teammate being knocked. Will look for more on the tables. An elim, more adding to their ascendancy, and of course, teams starting to fall down around them will just make it even further up the tables. GK having a great day, and now they will be into the top 4. How much further can they go?
Yeah, nice secure position. And for RJC, so unlikely they make it through here. Federalis finally down in 4th place. GK is taken out by RJC.
Is this Ulf? Oh, okay, it looks like it might well be. With a knock over towards GK, everybody else knows that their jobs are done. Ulf just wants the icing on the cake. They want to show us that they can indeed get to the late game. They are as 3 though, but we won't bring that up anymore, except for right now. They're still as 3.
Yeah, and they're going to send in. Let's go for this one. Aaron with a fine performance towards the start of the day today. An incredible 1v4 versus BTR, the 80-point team, and Ketch will finish it off. What a day here for Group B. It was a little less tumultuous towards the end of the matches, but overall has been very, very fun to watch. GK with their incredible ascendance towards the last 3 matches too was just a joy to watch.
And of course, commiserations to our two teams that got eliminated, most notably RRQ Ryu.
Yep.
This is
Big
a
deal.
big surprise, a big deal to not be seeing them move forwards, even to the survival stage, Blank, which, again, they will join our 3 other teams who have been eliminated already, and to not be making it to the next parts of this tournament. Not good. But they're in good company with Alpha 7.
Yeah, they are in great company.
It's crazy that they're like the second most important team. Not to
Hey,
make
you know,
it.
you go down in 16, you can be happy. You know, Alpha 7 also went down there. It's possible. It's possible. But yeah, overall, great day here. Wolves, pretty sad, I'd say.
It's like the Des was saying, a bit unconvincing over the course of today.
Yeah, not
sometimes reluctant to get stuck in and engage those fights where it might have been to their advantage. They could have swept over on that northern side, could have had a better game, was not to be.
You know, it's the coulda, shoulda, woulda, but not the case at the end of the day. I think for a lot of teams it was very fun. The Vicious, I think, put up a pretty good performance towards the beginning of the day, but had similar problems to Alpha 7 yesterday where they weren't able to convert that momentum. There was a fair few times where I think they got unlucky on their approaches. But yeah, we're going to head over towards the survival stage. I think there's some very, very good teams going through to the survival stage still. It's not all over just yet. Reminder for you all at home is that tomorrow we will have the survival stage where teams will be battling it out for not the top 6, but the top 4. It's going to be grueling.
Yeah, we've sent 12 teams to the finals already, leaving only 4 spots available. All of the teams that you've seen over the last 2 days, barring the 4 towards the bottom, will be making it there. It is going to be bloody. It's going to be brutal. Ulf closes down with a chicken dinner to close Group B and send us into the survival stage.
And Ulf said, we're not finishing out Group B without a chicken dinner under our belt. And they get it right here towards the end. But the big storyline gotta be GK right here towards the end, being able to make it happen and rocket launch themselves to the grand finals.
And yeah, bottom two at the start of the day, ending in the highly contested top 6 to make it straight into the grand finals. Really happy with their kind of a really comeback we saw. On Orangle got himself a really strong finish, got himself that chicken dinner in the field, and this time around able to get himself a solid podium finish that time around too. So GK, they were tested, and you know what? They showed up to the plate.
Yeah, I'm happy that they ended up showing up. A team that was able to kind of start showing up there, give me glimmer of hope that they might be able to make it to top 6 was Loops. So it's good to see that Loops was able to bounce back as well, get some more of those elimination points. But you finally got your answer, Max. What happens if it's not just Aaron alive at the end of the match?
A chicken dinner? That's what happened. No, really happy with all. Of course, there was a little bit of, you could say, circle, like because their compound was in the circle for the longest time. They were literally in that position since Circle 1. But when they have the numbers, man, that push to secure the win was really well executed. So this is the Ulf that gives me that kind of a recap of also in PMGC of last year. So really happy with it as we check out the final few moments here. And the push-up was good.
Sağa sür, sağ tepeye doğru sür. Koşuyorum ben. Tamam 3 ve 2'yiz. Biz de beyler. Bait attım orada. Beyaz ağacın sağında. Beyaz ağacın sağında. Sakin ol, sakin ol, sakin ol. Üstüne bindim, sakin ol. Bana yükseltme yeter. Nice, nice lan. Nice oğlum, nice oğlum.
Honestly, some of the calmest comms towards the end there. They're like, all right, guys, let's just wrap this up. This is a lock. And they get the chicken dinner. Catch, look at that. 6 eliminations, 706 damage here, 7. Ulf, man, when they get that whole squad there up towards the end, they're going to put in that work.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the stats, and I'm just wondering, who's going to be today's MVP?
Oh,
is it going to be Aaron?
It's got to be
Or is it going to be somebody from BTR? Because
Bigatron.
BTR, I mean, they just put up insane numbers.
Yeah, they got that survival time, especially BTR. So I think.
But who?
Razak.
Razak?
Yeah.
Honestly, as much as I like Federalis, I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
Razak was able to outperform him today.
Dude, I mean, BTR in general.
Hey, what's your pick MVP-wise?
I might pick the same thing. I mean,
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, why
Okay.
not? I mean, because these guys just went. I mean, I'll say one thing. Just looking at their play style, whether they had 2 people up, 3 people up towards the end, everybody was just trying to take them out and couldn't get it done.
It happens whenever you're full of confidence, like BTR
And you're
was.
at home.
And honestly, once we end up seeing the overall, there you go. You gotta catch us the MVP for this match. But once you end up seeing the overall, I want to see how far ahead Bigatron is actually in the overall from second place. What is the gap looking like? Because that's just going to be giving them so much confidence, Max. And we know what can happen when a team has confidence on their side.
I think they have like a 25, maybe pushing 30 point lead.
Damn.
They're getting up there because they got another strong finish and they took down their brothers in RRQ. They made them stick down in the bottom 2, and that you saw them crying there on the main feed for a second. That was heartbreaking. Looking so good back in SEA, but here falling short, got the bottom 2 treatment.
It's devastating, man. It's so tough. I feel for all these players because, you work so hard. You put in hundreds and hundreds of hours, half the year, just to be able to finally get here and come up short. It happens,
In your home country, too.
And in your own home country. It's good to see, at least we do see Bigatron, be able to make it happen in their home country. But that's just the name of the game. There's winners and there are losers. But we can take a look at these rotations here in this final match.
Well, rotations, I don't know if I would call that a rotation for Ulf because they're not going to budge until the very last few moments.
That first rotation was really good.
Oh, it was really good. But after that, they just we're just going to stay here. We're looking really comfortable. We'll take it.
Look at him.
Really happy overall with their performance.
Next zone.
No, still waiting. They're going to get crashed eventually.
One of them said, you know what? Okay, we'll just group up right here. Next circle.
Not moving.
Still giving.
Hey, and then one more time. Oh, okay. Now it's time to start moving a little bit.
Nice scouting, though.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Quick, effortless, and then they just ended up getting the win. So good to see. 3 players, and Ulf gets the circle. That means Ulf, more than likely, gonna get the win.
Yep, 23 points on the total right there. Hey, Geeke, though, right? 15 points. Right here at the end, right when they needed it. That's how you get it done. Knocking out the Wolves at the last second.
And it was fun to see how, BTR obviously is still able to get some points there. Gaming Stars as well. This was honestly, Max, one of my biggest surprise of today. I was not expecting Gaming Stars from Turkey to end up performing this well, but for a squad that ended up finishing, let me double check real quick.
Second in the region.
Second place in the region for Turkey. Honestly, a really good performance here.
Yeah, it was clearly a team-wide effort. Maniac had some really strong moments in today's games, so big heads up to Maniac in particular. Yeah, but I gotta say, actually, Turkey, throughout the entirety of the 2 groups, have been showing up massively. And looking at that, Ulf is going to be up there with also GSTR, but Boom do make the jump and will be in the top 6 position.
And it's not just by 1 point, it is going to be by a healthy 5 points, and it just kind of comes down because of how many more points BTR was able to get. For Wolves, you ended up seeing them have a nice marriage in regards to placement points, in regards to eliminations, but ultimately it doesn't end up working out. And for X-Force Rejects, I'm going to be completely honest. As much as I was talking bad about that Africa region, as much as I was really saying that I don't really expect much out of this squad, I'm happy with what they were able to showcase. And then you have the complete opposite when you see the Vicious.
Yeah, Vicious. Look, I'm going to be honest. I am biased a little bit. I do really like this team of Team Vicious, but you get 1 chicken dinner, and over the course of 6 games, you get only 10 placement points. That means you take that 1 chicken dinner away, they might be in bottom 2. Literally, that is the kind of performances we were looking at outside of that 1 single chicken dinner. It's been atrocious outside of that 1 win. So Vicious, going back in survival stage, I think it's going to be even tougher because it's not top 6. No. You got to be top 4 or your PMGO Season 1 adventure ends right there. Vicious, they need to step up massively.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Aaron!
You guys... I said maybe Aaron, and you guys were like, no.
You agreed with Razak,
it's okay? Somebody from BTR.
Yeah. Look at that.
It's midnight.
2.8 average eliminations. A player from... Oh, and this is... come on. Yeah. BTR outperformed Ulf by 20 points total. All right?
The one thing
20-point lead.
The one thing that puts him up here, eliminations are really good. Getting close to 3 is great. It's the survival
time.
The
survival time, you're right.
Actually, I want to see the survival time of his teammate.
Bro, we were talking about this, and we're like, yeah, but BTR is going to have the survival time. We forgot Aaron was the one that was always left
He was.
alive.
He was putting up BTR numbers as a solo.
Oh, wow.
Makes total sense why he's the MVP now.
Deserved.
Yeah.
Got it.
We didn't calculate that. That's what the difference was right here. These are the qualified teams, guys, for Group B. Tomorrow is that survival stage, and you can see all the squads that are listed right there. And there are some pretty heavy hitters going into that survival stage, guys. And there's only 4 teams, like you mentioned, that are going to be making it to those finals. So looking at the survival stage, look at it. I mean, loops, right? This was a huge storyline at the start. Will they be able to get top 6 in the grand finals? Now there's a chance we don't even see them there.
Yeah, we're able to pick it up, and there you go. Now we get a perfect picture of what's going to be happening at survival stage tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that. But if I'm being completely honest, for Group B, I don't really see my top 4. I see my top 4 coming from Group A just because of the potential and the quality of teams that are in Group A.
I do have some squads that I see not making it to top 4, but my top 4 is not locked. Anyone really here has a chance of making it happen here because tomorrow, just like in the groups A and B, it's only 6 games.
That is correct. Every team does have a chance.
But it's the majority of your teams from Group A or Group B that you have in your head qualifying to the grand finals?
Group A.
Group A?
Yes.
Yeah. Like Board, I
want you to see that
so
name.
consistent. I've said this so many times. Board was so consistent on maintaining themselves there within that top 6. They did end up falling off. They did end up going to survival chance, but I think that if they just fix those little mistakes that they did and just make sure they are more proactive in getting the points that they need to get to actually be above and be in the top 6.
I mean, with their last Miramar, they showed that even if they're close enough, they will do anything it takes to try and make a final push in a top 4. So Boars, until the last game, do not count them out.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to. And when it comes to Boars and all the Group A, you know that they were just watching these games today like a hawk. All these coaches breaking down every single movement they possibly could. And Group A was brutal. There were some massive squads in there. So as we go into the survival stage, I think all these teams got to kind of empty that cup, right? And just be like, hey, you know what? What happened in Group A and Group B was totally different. Survival stage is going to be a totally different enchilada, and we got to be able to adapt on the fly.
Hey, got to divide and conquer right now for these teams. If it didn't work out for you successfully going into the first stage, sure, this lobby you could say technically is going to be a little bit easier because top 6 of each group's the best teams already qualified, but if you really had a bad time in your group stage, you need to step up massively. You need to try and get yourself some of your best gameplay on the board if you want to be in those finals.
And if you want to if you want to do some of that best gameplay, get yourself that Infinix GT50 Pro with that real liquid cooling. If you guys want to play at the absolute peak of performance and want that 120 FPS, that is the device to do it. Big shout out to Infinix, guys. Survival stage is coming around the corner.
They really don't want me to see
it over the years.
They were not taking any chances.
They keep taking the phones. Let's make sure we super glue this thing.
No little double stick tape here.
Okay, all right. I see you. I see how I need to.
We'll come back at night with masks on.
I'm pretty sure they take these over immediately as soon as it gets over.
Probably.
But guys, all right, any final thoughts as we wrap up Group B here today?
I mean, I was going to say unexpected for the entirety of group stage, right? Because Alpha 7 failed on the first
one.
one.
Yeah.
No, Group B, I would say definitely some good step-ups from teams. A little bit surprising for some of the squads in the middle of the pack. I think R8 in particular I want to see more from, so I'm very hopeful for them in the survival stage.
Consistency.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. As we go into tomorrow, mark your calendars, guys. That's it for Group B. Survival stage coming up right around the corner.